T-minus 30 seconds.
Launch director on countdown 1. SpaceX, Falcon Heavy, go for launch.
Falcon Heavy is configured for flight.
T-minus 15, standby for terminal count. 10, 9, 8.
Side booster ignition.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition.
On our test flight, building on the history of Saturn V Apollo, returning pad 39A to interplanetary mission. We're getting ready to throttle down for max Q.
Supersonic.
You've heard the call out. Vehicle is supersonic. Side boosters are now throttling back up to full
Vehicle
power.
has reached maximum dynamic pressure.
We're past max Q, the period of maximum loads on the vehicle. Next up, we'll be waiting for the side boosters to begin to throttle down prior to booster engine cutoff and separation 2.5 minutes into flight. GNC trajectory looks good on the Falcon Heavy. Reports show that the M1D engine performance is nominal.
Contact engine sales begun.
Side boosters have begun to throttle down in preparation for the upcoming shutdown in 20 seconds. Major event coming up with side booster shutdown and separation.
Inside shutdown. Side boosters. Beaker. Center. We south and up. S1 keeps going. Still booster base box started.
Successful separation. We're coming up on MECO and shutdown.
Stay set. Good separation confirmed. Wave on back ignition. This big burn looks good on side boosters. Back burn startup.
Coming up on fairing separation.
Center core side engines on power, also look good. Boost back shutdown. Center core boost back burn shutdown. Can you get acquisition of signal?
Wow. Wow, did you guys see that? That was awesome. That's the only thing I can really
that was
say right
absolutely
now.
wild. Absolutely wild. I got nothing else.
Oh man, recapping all the great things that you just saw there. Successful liftoff from the pad, successful stage separation, but before that, successful booster separation. You can see stage one, the two side boosters, pardon me, you can see the center core, and you can see MVAC lit up. Oh my gosh.
Then the beautiful shots of Starman chilling in the Tesla Roadster. Just absolutely incredible. On your screen at the moment, you've got a few things happening. On the upper right, you've got MVAC-D continuing its burn. On the upper left, you have the center core headed back towards the autonomous spaceport drone ship. And in the two bottom screens, you've got the side boosters headed back towards Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, landing zones 1 and 2. The next step coming up for the side boosters and the center booster is the re-entry burn. That's going to slow it down from, or slow all the boosters down from way faster than the speed of sound to just faster than the speed of sound in order to reduce some of those aerodynamic forces and heating that occurs when you're moving that quickly through the atmosphere.
And as you can see on your screen, that re-entry burn for those two side boosters has begun.
Side boosters entry burn shut down. Side core entry burn started.
The center core in the upper left of your screen performing its own re-entry burn. You can see the edge of Cape Canaveral in both of the side booster cameras as those are coming in.
Some PY and NY side boosters have safed.
Center core entry burn shutdown.
And even though those look very similar, those two boosters views, those are actually representing different boosters. And they're heading towards Earth. They're about to begin their landing burns. We'll hopefully be able to bring you nice footage of that.
Both side boosters transonic.
And watch for the landing lights deploy at the tail end of that landing burn.
And that landing burn has started.
Both boosters looking to be on track towards their respective landing zones.
Landing burns have started. Side boosters landing legs have deployed.
And the Falcons have landed.
LZ1, LZ2, both side boosters have touchdown. Landing off and we move on to recovery 1 and recovery 2.
And coming up very shortly, the center core will be attempting its landing on the autonomous spaceport drone ship.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1, and liftoff of the United Launch Alliance Delta IV Heavy rocket carrying the NROL-82 mission for the National Reconnaissance Office.
Go on the pitch over maneuver. Parameters look good on all three cores. Core booster is now throttling down to the partial thrust level. Partial thrust achieved.
You are hearing the voice of Rob Kesselman providing launch vehicle ascent data.
Now, 50 seconds into flight, vehicle is 3 miles in altitude, 5 miles downrange distance, traveling at 970 miles per hour. All vehicle systems look good at this time. Now at T plus 80 seconds, vehicle is now passing through max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. Mach 1, vehicle is now supersonic. All three RS-68 looks healthy at this time. Vehicle systems continue to be healthy. The second stage reaction control system pressurization valve has now opened. Now 125 seconds into flight, Delta is now 18 miles in altitude, 9 miles downrange distance, traveling at 1,800 miles per hour. Delta has now gone to closed loop guidance. Vehicle body rates are nominal. Three minutes remain in the booster phase of flight. Delta IV rocket now weighs just 1/2 of what it did at liftoff, burning propellant at a rate of almost 5,000 pounds per second. One minute until port and starboard booster engine cutoff. Vehicle systems look healthy at this time. The attitude control system, the autopilot has controlled all vehicle body rates to near zero. Approximately 30 seconds remaining now until the port and starboard booster engines cut off. Strap-on boosters are now throttling down to the partial thrust level. Strap-on booster cutoff and separation of the strap-on boosters. Core booster is now throttling back up. Core booster is operating as expected at the 100% throttle level. The upper stage lock system has now begun the boost phase chill down sequence to begin thermal conditioning of the RL-10 engine. 1 minute remaining in the booster phase of flight. Upper stage fuel system has begun the boost phase chill down sequence. Booster performance continues to look good at this time. Vehicle body rates continue to be near zero as expected. Core booster is now throttling down. And we have BECO, first stage main engine cutoff. We have stage separation. NEDS deployment has begun. Pre-start on the RL-10. We have ignition on the RL-10, that's one.
ракета-носитель устойчивая. 40 секунд. Полет ходит по программе. 50 секунд. Двигатель ракета-носителя работает устойчиво. 60 секунд. Полет нормальный. 70 секунд. Все системы ракета-носителя работают устойчиво. 80 секунд. Ангаж, вращение в норме. 90 секунд. Полет проходит по программе. 100 секунд. Давление, разгорание двигателей в норме. 110 секунд. Полет нормальный. 2 второй ступени. Есть выключение двигателей первой ступени. Есть отделение первой ступени. Двигатели второй ступени вышли на режим. 140 секунд. Параметры конструкции ракеты-носителя в норме. 150 секунд. Двигатели второй ступени работают устойчиво. 160 секунд. Ангаж, рыскание, вращение в норме. 170 секунд. Все системы ракеты-носителя работают устойчиво. 180 секунд. Параметры систем ракеты-носителя в норме. 190 секунд. Полет проходит по программе. 200 секунд. Все системы ракеты-носителя функционируют нормально. 210 секунд. Система управления работает нормально. 220 секунд. Стабилизация ракеты-носителя устойчивая. 230 секунд. Давление в камеру сгорания в норме. 240 секунд. Ангаж, рыскание, вращение в норме. 250 секунд. Параметры конструкции в норме. 260 секунд. Все системы функционируют нормально. 270 секунд. Двигатели работают устойчиво. 280 секунд. Система управления работает нормально. 290 секунд. Стабилизация ракеты-носителя устойчивая.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top. Allumage P80, décollage. La trajectoire est normale, le pilotage est calme. Tous les paramètres à bord sont nominaux.
Well, you saw Vega rise. You saw Vega rise like an arrow surprisingly fast if you're used to watching Ariane 5. 4 seconds, I think it took, before she cleared the pad. Those of you familiar with Ariane know that the heavier launcher rises a lot more slowly. She weighs over 6 times what Vega does. The DDO is saying that everything is normal on board, lifting off perfectly from French
Acquisition de la télémesure lanceur par la station de Saint-Georges.
Beginning the 4th mission in her young career. I can see from here the people, there's nobody left in the hall. They're all out on the terraces. They're snapping their cameras. Some are clapping as the Vega passes overhead.
Acquisition de la télémesure lanceur par la station navale lanceur au large de la Guyane.
Everything is okay on board. Salvatore, I imagine, is snapping pictures. As soon as he comes in, we'll get his reaction. The first stage is burning now.
La trajectoire est nominale, tous les paramètres sont normaux.
First stage weighs 97 tons. 88 tons of that are fuel. It's quite a heavy ratio. The first stage is produced near Rome at Colleferro, then delivered to the French Guiana propellant plant here, where it's loaded with fuel, and then transferred to the booster integration building. Coming up on separation of the first stage in just about 3 seconds, and you'll see that on the animation on the cartoon.
Séparation P80.
There, the DDO has called out. Right on time at 53 kilometers up and at 1 minute and 53 seconds. You see the ignition of the second stage. You can see on the bottom of the screen the altitude, 62 kilometers, and our speed on the right, just over 2 kilometers per second. The second stage, called the Zefiro 23, ignited right on time, again at 53 kilometers up. In about a minute, we'll have separation of the second stage. Then 30 seconds after that, the fairing will be jettisoned. You'll get to see that. Everything is functioning flawlessly on board, as the DDO Laura Apollonini says, calls out the numbers. Then in about 6 minutes and a half into the flight, we'll see separation of the last solid stage. Well, Salvatore has returned, and he's beaming. What did you see out there?
Yes, Joshua, it was really, really fun. Yes, Joshua, it was really, really fantastic. Wonderful view, not many clouds. We could see it up to very high, very bright light of the engine, and then the sound coming up after a few seconds after seeing it going up. Really exciting.
What was the most impressive, the sight of the sound?
The light was really bright. I mean, the P80, the first stage flame was really incredible.
All right. Now that you're back, take a look at the upper right-hand corner of the screen. There's a curve there. You see the cursor climbing up the path there as we have extinction of the second stage. What are we looking at in the upper
Yes,
right?
What you're looking there is basically the predicted trajectory, and which is the curve there, and the dot which moves is the actual current position. So it means that if you see the dot on the curve, everything is nominal and as predicted.
Because I think we have 2 flight paths superimposed one on the other. We have the optimal flight path, and with that is the actual.
The actual one, yes.
So as long as we're one on top of another, we're right where we should be. The DDO has just called out ignition of the third stage, and there you saw the separation of the fairing, revealing the reentry demonstrator.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1， 点火！点火！起飞！起飞时间动9时43分动4秒，两动毫秒。程序转弯。程序转弯。阵地遥测信号正常。阵地遥测信号正常。阵地160跟踪正常。阵地160跟踪正常。312雷达跟踪正常。312雷达跟踪正常。210到，开始射后消防。20明白。306雷达跟踪正常。 西昌光学雷达跟踪正常，遥测信号正常，西昌飞行正常。
西昌211跟踪正常。
西昌211跟踪正常。
2518遥测信号正常。
2518遥测信号正常。
西昌3109雷达跟踪正常。
西昌雷达跟踪正常，遥测信号正常，西昌飞行正常。
西昌211跟踪正常。
2513遥测信号正常。210到，停止售后消防。210明白。
宜宾遥测信号正常。
宜宾遥测信号正常。助推器分离。
宜宾3107雷达跟踪正常。
一级关机。1、2级分离。庐山3106关高压。
西昌3109雷达跟踪正常。
西昌3109雷达跟踪正常。
宜宾遥测信号正常。
2518遥测信号正常。
2518遥测信号正常。
贵阳3105雷达跟踪正常。
西昌雷达跟踪正常，遥测信号正常，西昌飞行正常。
宜宾3107雷达跟踪正常。
宜宾3107雷达跟踪正常。抛整流罩。
贵阳3105雷达跟踪正常。
贵阳3105雷达跟踪正常。
宜宾遥测信号正常。
宜宾遥测信号正常。
西昌3109雷达跟踪正常。
T-10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have engine ignition.
Engine start and liftoff. The SS Kalpana takes flight, sights set on the International Space Station. Pitch and roll program are in.
Vehicle systems are nominal. Engines at 100%. Attitude nominal. Vehicle subsystems nominal. Engines are steady and nominal. 100%. Altitude 20,000 feet.
1 minute into the flight, everything looking good on Antares.
Passing through max Q, attitude nominal. Engines at 100.
Antares passing through the area of maximum dynamic pressure.
50,000 feet. Attitude nominal. All vehicle subsystems are nominal.
Coming up on the 2-minute mark into the flight, everything looking good.
Just passing 100,000 feet. Attitude nominal. Vehicle subsystems nominal. Engines remain at 100%. Attitude nominal. Vehicle subsystems nominal.
Good reports from the Range Control Center at Wallops.
30 seconds to throttle down.
Throttle down is the precursor to main engine cutoff for the first stage. Coming up on the 3-minute mark into the flight.
Engines at 55% thrust.
Standing by for main engine cutoff on the first stage.
Main engine cutoff. Stage 1 separation. Attitude nominal.
Stage 1 separation confirmed from the Range Control Center. Antares flying straight and true.
Antares in coast phase until proper conditions for fairing separation and stage 2 ignition are achieved.
Fairing separation confirmed. Cygnus now exposed to the atmosphere as it continues its trek uphill to its preliminary orbit.
Stage 2 ignition.
This will be about a 2-minute 44-second burn of the second stage engine.
Attitude nominal. Attitude nominal, vehicle subsystems nominal, 140 kilometers.
Coming up on the 5-minute mark into the flight.
All systems continue nominal. Altitude 150 kilometers. All systems nominal.
The second stage burnout is scheduled at about the 6-minute 51-second mark into the flight.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. ignition, and liftoff.
Vehicle's pitching downrange.
M1D performance is nominal.
Successful liftoff for Falcon 9 from pad 39A.
Power and telemetry nominal.
At Kennedy Space Center. There we just heard that power and telemetry is nominal. Moments ago, we began to throttle the 9 Merlin engines that you see. They're propelling the first stage through the atmosphere. We began to throttle them down in preparation for max Q. Also known as the
max Q.
All right, there we heard the call out. The vehicle just went through the moment in which it experiences the greatest aerodynamic pressure. In about a minute, we're going to have 3 events happening back to back. First will be main engine cutoff, or MECO, where all 9 M1D engines will shut down and slow the vehicle in preparation for event number 2, stage separation. As the name indicates, this is where the first and second stages will separate.
Engine chill has begun.
There we heard the call for MVAC engine chill, indicating that the second stage is preparing for that stage sep and ignition of MVAC. After stage separation, stage 1 will start to make its way back to Earth for its landing on our drone ship, and stage 2 will continue its journey along with the third event, SCS1, or second engine start 1, where MVAC will ignite and begin to propel the second stage along with the Starlink satellites to orbit. Expecting MECO in about 10 seconds.
MECO.
Stage separation confirmed.
All right, on your screen there, we have visual confirmation of those 3 events. MVAC is now ignited and beginning to develop that warm orange glow. The next event we have coming up is fairing deployment.
Fairing separation confirmed.
There on your screen, we now see those 60 Starlink satellites. Those fairings will make their way back to Earth as well. Like I mentioned before, we won't be able to bring live coverage of the recovery attempt for those fairings, as they'll be happening after we close our webcast. So be sure to check in on our social media accounts for updates on that. Second stage telemetry looks good. Everything is nominal there. Now, as it heads towards its targeted drop-off orbit, first stage, there on the left-hand side of your screen, will execute 2 burns in order to make its way back to Earth. There on the left-hand side of your screen, we see the first stage continuing to coast. After stage separation, after main engine cutoff and stage separation,
acquisition of signal Bermuda.
It actually continues on an upward trajectory. Its maximum height gets about 132 kilometers, and right about now, it should have reached its apogee and now beginning to make its descent, coasting using its grid fins And
both vehicles are following nominal trajectories.
Good call out there, indicating nominal trajectory. Everything's looking good for both the first and second stages. Like I mentioned before, first stage will be performing 2 burns, the first being the entry burn, where 3 of the M1D engines will reignite. This helps to slow the stage down as it re-enters the upper part of the Earth's atmosphere. About 2 minutes later, the second stage will happen, or excuse me, the second burn will happen, and that is the landing burn. And this is where a single engine will reignite and bring the vehicle's speed down rapidly as it prepares to land on our drone ship. Today's landing attempt will be with the drone ship Of Course I Still Love You, which is currently located 350 nautical miles northeast of the Cape. The 60 Starlink satellites that we have on board today will be joining our constellation of nearly 700 already on orbit. Again, these satellites are designed to provide high-speed, low-latency internet to us Earthlings. This is especially useful in places where good internet is hard to access or impossible. So not only rural areas, but thinking about airplanes and ships will also be able to
Stage 1
receive
FTS is saved.
high-speed, reliable internet.
Stage 1, entry burn startup.
So there we have visual confirmation that the first of 2 burns, the entry burn, has begun. And this will last for about another 5 seconds.
Stage 1, entry burn shutdown.
All right, shutdown of those, again, that was performed with 3 engines. Checking in on the second stage, everything continues to look nominal there. Trajectory is looking good.
Both vehicles continue to follow nominal trajectories.
The next
Stage
event
1,
that
entry transonic.
the next event we have coming up in about 30 seconds is the first stage landing burn.
Back, throttling down.
There we heard the call out for MVAC throttling down in preparation for second engine cutoff, which will happen just before T plus 9 minutes.
Terminal guidance.
Stage 1, landing burn startup.
All right, we heard the call out that the landing burn for stage 1 has begun. This will last about 20 seconds.
Stage 2 FTS is saved.
Stage 1, landing leg deploy.
All right, visual confirmation
Stage
there
1, landing confirmed.
that this booster has landed for a second time. There we see a live shot from our drone ship in the Atlantic Ocean. Of Course I Still Love You. Hear the clapping and celebration of some of our first shift technicians here in the building. Second stage continues to look good.
Nominal orbital insertion.
All right, and there we just heard the call out for good orbit for second stage.
Rereading engines. Flight mode.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
ignition.
3, 2, 1.
Dynamic pressure 50% of maximum.
T plus 1 minute, flight is nominal.
Coming up on maximum dynamic pressure. Max dynamic pressure.
Stage 1 propulsion still nominal.
Altitude 20 kilometers. Guidance is nominal.
Dynamic pressure has fallen to 50% of maximum.
Power pack CO2-1.
AOS at Chatham's station.
Minimize AOA. Entering mode burnout detect.
Time to go 8 seconds. 5 seconds. 2 seconds.
Stage 1
down.
Miko.
Separating.
Stage 2 engine started. Propulsion nominal.
Vehicle is stable.
Separating fairing.
Fairing separation.
Speed 2.5 kilometers per second.
I'd be continuing to follow a nominal track.
Flight remains nominal.
Stage 2 propulsion remains nominal.
Coming up on 3 kilometers per second.
Altitude is 200 kilometers.
and the handoff to Atlantis' onboard computers. Atlantis now in control of the countdown.
20.
Firing chain is armed. Sound suppression water system activated. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1, 0, and liftoff of Space Shuttle Atlantis on a mission to build, resupply, and to do research on the International Space Station.
Houston now controlling. Atlantis begins its penultimate journey to shore up the International Space Station. Atlantis now in the proper alignment for its 8.5-minute ride to orbit. 4.5 million pounds of hardware and humans taking aim on the International Outpost. 30 seconds into the flight. Atlantis almost 2 miles in altitude, almost 6 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center already, traveling 500 miles an hour. The 3 liquid fuel main engines now throttling back to 72% of rated performance, going into the bucket, reducing the stress on the shuttle as it breaks through the sound barrier. 55 seconds into the flight, all systems operating normally, 900 miles an hour. The speed of Atlantis right now, 6 miles in altitude, 9 miles downrange.
Atlantis, go with throttle up. Copy, go with throttle up.
The throttle up call acknowledged by Commander Charlie Hobaugh, joined on the flight deck by pilot Butch Wilmore, flight engineer Randy Bresnik, and Leland Melvin. Seated down on the middeck are Mike Foreman and Bobby Satcher, kicking off their work week with a Monday commute to orbit. 1 minute, 30 seconds into the flight. Atlantis 13 miles in altitude, 15 miles downrange, traveling almost 2,000 miles an hour. Three good auxiliary power units, 3 good fuel cells, 3 good main engines. One minute, 50 seconds into the flight. 10 seconds away from solid rocket booster separation. Booster officer confirms staging a good solid rocket booster separation. Guidance now converging. Atlantis steering into the center lane of Highway 129 en route to the International Space Station. 2 minutes, 20 seconds into the flight, 34 miles in altitude, 48 miles downrange. Atlantis traveling 3,200 miles an hour. The propulsion officer in mission control reports that the orbital maneuvering system engines have ignited. Atlantis kicking on the afterburners.
Copy, 2 engine down.
Atlantis flying on the singular power of its 3 liquid fuel main engines, draining about a half a ton of fuel per second from the large fuel tank. Coming up on the 3-minute mark into the flight, Atlantis 46 miles in altitude, 81 miles downrange, traveling almost 4,000 miles an hour. Atlantis speeding straight as an arrow toward its date with the International Space Station Wednesday morning. Three and a half minutes into the flight, all of Atlantis' systems functioning by the book. 55 miles in altitude, 120 miles downrange, traveling almost 5,000 miles an hour.
Atlantis, negative return. Atlantis copies, negative return.
Atlantis now too far downrange, too high in altitude to return to the launch site in the event of an engine failure. All 3 engines performing perfectly. 4 minutes, 20 seconds into the flight. Atlantis now 62 miles in altitude, 180 miles downrange, traveling almost 6,000 miles an hour. All systems performing normally. Atlantis on course, on track for its preliminary orbit. The Environmental Systems Officer reports a good flash evaporator system activated for Atlantis, providing cooling for the shuttle's avionics until the payload bay doors are opened about an hour and a half into the flight.
Atlantis, press to ATO. Copy, press to ATO.
That call up from Capcom Chris Ferguson indicating that Atlantis can now make minimal orbital altitude targets in the event of an engine failure. However, all three engines continue to perform normally, as do the auxiliary power units and the three power-producing fuel cells. 5.5 minutes into the flight, Atlantis now 67 miles in altitude, 312 miles downrange, traveling almost 8,000 miles an hour.
Frankfurt, single engine, ops 3.
Atlantis now beginning to roll to a heads-up position, the main engine swiveling, enabling the shuttle to move to a heads-up position above its fuel tank, gaining more favorable communications through the tracking and data relay satellite system as it heads uphill.
Atlantis, press to MECO, single engine Zaragoza 104. Press to MECO, single engine Zaragoza 104.
That call from Capcom Chris Ferguson to Commander Charlie Hobaugh indicating that Atlantis can make normal orbital cutoff targets in the event of an engine failure.
Go for the pitch. Okay, nominal shutdown, go for plus X, go for the pitch.
Now 6 minutes 45 seconds into the flight. Atlantis 66 miles in altitude, almost 500 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center, traveling almost 11,000 miles an hour. 90 seconds left in powered flight.
Single engine press 104. Single engine press 104.
Coming up on the 7.5 minute mark into the flight, the main engines will once again be throttled down to limit the stress on the shuttle and its 6 crew members to that of 3 times the effect of gravity. Atlantis approaching a speed of more than 4 miles a second. At the time of main engine cutoff a minute from now, Atlantis will enter its preliminary orbit at a speed of 5 miles a second. Seven minutes, 40 seconds into the flight. Atlantis providing 8 minutes, 10 seconds into the flight. Standing by for main engine cutoff. Main engine cutoff confirmed by the booster officer, standing by for external tank separation. And the bird's eye view from the external tank camera of external tank separation. Atlantis now in its preliminary orbit. Commander Charlie Hobaugh will now maneuver Atlantis so that cameras embedded in the shuttle's umbilical well can perform photography of the discarded external fuel tank. And Mike Foreman and Leland Melvin are about to use digital still and video cameras to capture handheld imagery of the tank for downlink a few hours from now. A flawless climb to orbit for the shuttle Atlantis and its 6 crew members en route now to the International Space Station.
Ohms 1 is not required. Fergie will meet you in the post, Ohms 1. And we'll see you there, Scorch.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Command engine start. 2, 1.
And we have liftoff. Go, New Shepard, go. Beautiful liftoff from our launch site 1 in West Texas. You can follow along as she gains speed in the bottom left corner of your screen. There's the speedometer, altimeter in the middle there. First milestone on our trip to space, max Q. That's when the dynamic pressure on the vehicle is at its maximum, the toughest point in flight for the vehicle. And max Q is confirmed. All right, right about this time in your flight, on ascent, you're going to max at about 3 Gs. We've noted it before. The max Gs that you pull as an astronaut on New Shepard actually is on descent. So here on ascent, it's about 3 Gs, and it comes on gradually as you go faster and get higher up there. Until, of course, main engine cutoff and separation, and that is when you get to feel those beautiful 0 Gs. We're waiting for that here. Next stops, MECO and separation. Coming up here on MECO, main engine cutoff. So far, a clean burn from our BE-3 engine. There it is, main engine cutoff. All right, appears we have lost the link to the J layer. So far, though, everything appears to be nominal. So far, what we have seen, a clean liftoff. We did have max Q, maximum dynamic pressure.
Mm-hmm.
That is essentially for the rocket the hardest point in the flight. And then we had main engine cutoff. And now, as you can see, separation. Here we've got our infrared camera, especially on the left side. As you've seen earlier in the show, it is a little hazy down there in Texas, so we are going to rely on multiple cameras here as the vehicle continues its ascent towards space. We have passed over just about here the Kármán line. There it is, 100 kilometers, or about 328,000 feet. If you were inside there, Patrick, you will have become an astronaut. And we're just waiting for the 2 craft to hit their apogee. You'll know they've hit apogee when the speed hits 0 in the bottom left corner of your screen. There it is, apogee just at about 346,000 feet. Of course, we're going to have official stats for you after the flight via Twitter, but so far so good, Patrick. Looks to be a nominal flight of New Shepard. You see the booster on the right and the capsule on the left. This is when they've begun their descent. As we've seen in the past, obviously the booster is going to beat the capsule down to Earth as it's more better aerodynamically shaped.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you again, everybody, for joining us live for New Shepard's 15th flight to space. We are 5 minutes into what appears to be so far a nominal flight for New Shepard. We, of course, preceded the launch by what appears to be a perfectly executed astronaut experience rehearsal. While there are no astronauts on board today, that was a critical step towards our march towards first human flight. All right, we've picked up our long-range cameras again. There you see the booster, the bottom of the screen, and the capsule on the top. At this point, the booster is re-entering the atmosphere. It means it's going to have air pressure against which those aerodynamic surfaces Patrick and I were walking you through can push against to guide the rocket back to its landing pad. And to think this rocket will have peaked at almost Mach 4, and it's, by the time it touches down, it's just going to touch down at about 8 kilometers per hour or 5 miles per hour. So relatively speaking, a nice soft landing. Critical, as we talked about reusability, the softer the landing, the quicker you can turn it around, right? You're not jostling the rocket, you're not jostling the hardware. You want to be able to flip it around nice and quickly. So there you see the aft fins. We also call them the pie fins because they're shaped like pie wedges. All right, there go the drag brakes, and there you see all the speed bleeding off of the vehicle and waiting for our BE-3 engine to relight. There it goes. Landing gear deployed. Oh, look at that smooth landing. And touchdown. Welcome back, New Shepard.
Oh my God, what a beautiful landing,
I think
right?
that was one of the smoothest landings I've seen of this rocket. It almost looks unreal. Right? It looks like CGI. I know some of you on the internet seem to think that. Believe me, that is a reusable rocket that takes off and lands. What a beautiful landing.
It looks like it's ready to go again.
Yeah, just, you know, put in those drag brakes, put in the wedge fins, fuel her up, let's go again. But until then, the show is not over. We do have the crew capsule here. On board, we have Mannequin Skywalker, as well as a couple of payload lockers filled with postcards from Club for the Future, from students from around the world. We are waiting to see the drogue chutes come out. They will be followed by the main parachutes. And a little wink from one of those big, beautiful windows. Look at that. There go the drogues. And here come the mains. All 3 parachutes are out. We're looking for full inflation, and there they go. I love that. So far, so good. A nominal launch, nominal landing for the booster. We're waiting for the crew capsule to come into land. We're at about 1,600 feet to go. And a nice smooth descent at about 16 or so miles per hour. Just at about 25 or so kilometers per hour. That is a nice smooth descent. There's the valley of our West Texas launch Site 1 as we call it. What a day so far, Patrick, let me tell you. Now, at 800 feet to go here, we should remind everybody that we do have the retrothrust system that kicks on just in the last moment. Basically, it just creates a nice air cushion for the capsule so that next time, hopefully, when you and I are up in that capsule one day, we are going to be getting a nice air cushion underneath the capsule. And touchdown.
Oh, it was beautiful.
Absolutely spectacular. Patrick, I told you it was going to be worth the wait. Look at that.
Definitely. I love you. You can just see it just as it lands. You see that puff of air and it kicks up all that dust, but it's just such a gentle landing right there.
A beautiful launch and landing for both the crew capsule and the booster. Team Blue, congratulations to all of you. What a day. You should be so proud.
À tous de DDO, attention pour le décompte final. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top. Allumage Vulcain. Allumage des EAP, décollage. Les paramètres de propulsion sont tous nominaux. La trajectoire est nominale, tous les paramètres en bord sont normaux.
Darting behind the clouds, in and out. Ariane 5 beginning her mission. Beautiful shots, lifting off at 10:06 local from the ground, roaring off the ground here in French Guiana, beginning her mission, the 9th for Arianespace this year, carrying the 4 new satellites in the Galileo constellation. Always impressive shots for the people here at Jupiter and on the beaches and at the observation sites, leaving her trail of smoke and fire. The 2 boosters providing 90% of the thrust right now, propelling the launcher along her trajectory at an ever higher velocity. 760 tons was the mass at liftoff. She's burning 5 tons of fuel every second. Yes, that's every second. 2.5 tons burning in each booster per second. Plus the core stage, first stage burning another 300 kilos of fuel per second. Ariane 5 now following the program in the onboard computer, which gives all the orders, including stage separations, which we will soon see. We are in the first of 4 flight phases, and we'll describe each in turn and in detail. So you can follow Ariane as she heads northeast across the Atlantic. Meanwhile, the DDO saying all well on board. Right now, the first flight phase, the single Vulcan core stage engine, and the 2 boosters are burning. The boosters are going to burn for another maybe 10 seconds, not even, and then you'll see them flame out and
Séparation des EAP.
And there they are, and the DDO has confirmed that. That's what it looks like up there. There's the second booster on the left out of camera range. The boosters fall 500 kilometers from shore in a protected area. You can see the shot there. The 2 boosters, if you can hold his camera steady. Well, we had 2 boosters on either side, and the main point of light was the core stage burning. Before the boosters are empty, their push diminishes, and the onboard computer senses the drop in acceleration and decides to separate them.
Top à 0-20 secondes. Largage du VKM. Allumage du triétage. À tous de DDO, attention pour le décompte final. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, top, décollage.
bien, nos caméras arrivent encore à suivre Soyuz au-delà de la barrière nuageuse. On le voit en filigrane pratiquement. Il a décollé avec ses 20 moteurs qui poussent en ce moment. Est-ce qu'on peut évoquer donc en détail cette première partie de vol, ce vol atmosphérique?
Oui, alors la partie du vol atmosphérique, cette phase de vol, souvent on dit qu'elle est un peu figée, elle est quasiment invariante un petit peu d'un vol à un autre. Parce que l'objectif là, c'est vraiment de garantir la tenue structurelle du lanceur. Donc on essaye de voler avec un angle d'attaque nul, effectivement. Et le suivi de tout ce vol est autorisé et permis grâce à une opération qui est très importante, qui est le CVI, qui est le contrôle visuel instantané. C'est clé durant le lancement parce que d'abord, ça permet de vérifier que le vol, lui, est nominal. Et du côté de nos clients, ça permet de lui confirmer que la séparation s'est passée nominalement et dans les conditions optimum. Alors, grosso modo, l'ensemble des données du lanceur arrive via les stations au sol qui sont réparties tout autour du globe et sont transmises directement vers le CVI.
Le CVI qui va bientôt nous annoncer, je l'espère, la séparation des boosters. C'est imminent. On l'a encore à l'image, notre Soyuz, et on le voit en temps réel, à l'œil nu ou à l'œil des caméras. Eh bien, nous venons d'apercevoir cette séparation. Alors, Soyuz pesait 300 tonnes et en 2 minutes, eh bien, Soyuz a perdu plus de la moitié de son poids. C'est tout à fait nominal, c'est prévu.
Confirmation de la séparation des blocs latéraux.
Donc, on va préciser, Rémi, que vous avez l'oreille du CVI, donc tout au long de cette vidéo transmission en direct, vous nous transmettrez les confirmations justement des différents événements. Raphaël, tout de suite, un mot sur ce qui est à la proue du lanceur, à savoir la coiffe de Soyuz.
Release.
Release.
Copy release.
EST is ignited.
Right.
MCC switched to S-band. Confirm mutant free engine startup.
See, ladies and gentlemen, drop has been successful. The drop timer counted, PSTs fired, and we have stage 1 engine light. We are on our way.
Max Alpha achieved.
I just heard from GNC, Max Alpha achieved, which is a very stressful part of the flight. We successfully did our pitch up. Everything is going as planned, already way further than we've gone on Flight 1. This is super exciting.
Live images that you're seeing on the right-hand side of your screen from our aft
Max
camera
Q Alpha achieved.
Attached to Launcher 1, but also you'll notice in the top left-hand side of our GUI, our speed map, our acceleration map, and our altitude map starting to populate.
From GNC, I heard that we passed Max Q Alpha. That is the most stressful, one of the most stressful parts structurally on the rocket. So that is a huge success. We are on our way to space.
Stage 1 burn nominal.
A propulsion reporting nominal, as planned. GNC reporting nominal. This is about a 3-minute burn. So the next major milestone that we're expecting to hear is down throttle, and then we would have main engine cut off shortly after that.
And just incredible views.
That's
sitting on stage 2 of Launcher 1. Just incredible.
Plus 120 in the first stage. Let's get so far LE1, LE2 pilots.
Awesome.
For those watching the view on the left-hand side,
update.
you can see the fuel and the LOX
We had a
tanks
pretty awesome view up
emptying
here.
as we're throwing that stuff out the back to make the rocket go forwards.
While operators held in control room, please continue to call out major milestones as ROXA continues its path to orbit.
I just heard our pilot call out that she has a beautiful view.
AFSS is performing nominally.
Orbit base, we recovered, and we are now returning to base.
Orbit base copies on level, returning to base.
Launcher 1's in space.
Hold. To Proc 301.
Stage set, breakwise broken.
Orbit base copy 301.
Successful stage set.
Shutdown confirmed.
Switching to Baja Ground Station.
We are now officially
We are now on
space.
Baja Ground Station. Newton force startup complete.
As we switch forward to our payload cameras, that was an amazing view from our aft camera there, actually seeing the curvature of the Earth. We are in space. Our payload separation. Our payload fairing separation, I should say.
Fairing brake wires broken.
Orbit base, LE2, we are stopping ARCA recording.
Orbit base copy, stopping ARCA recording.
Cosmic Girl.
GNC reporting good
ignited,
TVC,
fairing
doing
separated.
explicit guidance as expected. So they are now targeting our transfer orbit, performing nominally as planned.
Outstanding.
Expecting second engine
500,000
cutoff in
feet.
about 4 minutes.
Passing through 450.
As you can see from the GUI on the left, all of our ground stations are reporting
We're
as
looking at
nominal.
video
Our
images of
AFSS
space.
is also nominal. Fairing has separated, obviously. Also, bus voltages are nominal.
Awesome. Can't wait.
Sounds like the blue skies went to black.
Four minutes and 22 seconds to SECO 1. GNC is reporting out.
Just a reminder, SECO 1 is second engine cutoff.
All stations currently still having a solid lock.
You may occasionally see breaks from the video images on the right. That is totally expected at this point. Alex is also updating on the burn timer. You can see the burn timer in the bottom of the GUI on the left. While we're doing this burn here, just a shout out to our GUI team. The GUIs that you're seeing today were brought to you by our launch software team. There are several tens, maybe even 100 more of those GUI screens that are being used across the company right now. We're just showing you a
LE3,
select
LE1, be advised, we're going to be quite
live
busy
stream.
with Proc 301.
They've done a phenomenal job to be bringing the telemetry from the rocket and the ground stations to all of the engineers across the company that are monitoring every 1 and 0 from the flight computer very, very closely right now.
Just under 3 minutes to SECO 1.
TVC is nominal. That's essentially the way that we steer the rocket at this point, which tells us that it's going in the right direction.
GNC reporting, everything is as expected. Attitude errors look great. Propulsion is nominal. This is fantastic.
Just a quick note, you may notice that we're speaking with relatively calm voices here, but I tell you what, the adrenaline in this room right now, I'm sure, is matching everyone's at home and everyone in the factory that's watching this.
2 minutes to SECO 1. $90 seconds to SECO. Going as planned.
90 seconds to SECO.
As you can see from the telemetry there, the second stage is almost 20,000 kilometers, sorry, 200,000 kilometers altitude.
With such a solid lock on our antennas, we probably will see the reentration for barbecue roll. So if you happen to see the rocket do a big turn after SECO 1, it is a planned maneuver. It's part of our barbecue roll. Stage 2 burn nominal.
Traveling over 6,500 meters per second.
15 seconds.
AVSS mission rule satisfied.
Trajectory speed nominal.
SECO 1.
Coast started. Barbecue roll.
Force shutdown confirmed. And barbecue roll has started, as you could see in the animation.
Cosmic Girls.
Congratulations to the Virgin Orbit team. This is a huge milestone. We are officially in space.
Wow.
And we're officially in orbit. This is our transfer orbit.
Barbecue roll initiated.
And we're not done yet. We got to get to our final orbit where we're going to circularize it, and we'll put our NASA customers' spacecraft into orbit.
Copy on barbecue roll, and we're ready to fire ours up here.
You might have previously seen in the GUI that we no longer had telemetry from Long Beach or Mojave. That was as planned because we are now below the horizon from Mojave and Long Beach. Baja still has a very strong lock, allowing us to continue to get this 3D animation. But we are going to lose telemetry pretty soon as planned, so we will be, what I would say, in the dark without getting live telemetry data. In about 15 minutes, we're going to fly over O'Higgins in the South Pole. So they will not provide us live data, but they will confirm that they see us and that they're receiving data from us. So that will be a very significant update to receive.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, plus 1, plus 2, plus 3, plus 4, plus 5 seconds.
So, vehicle, GSLV Mark III vehicle with the ignition of two solid strap-on boosters, S200, successfully lifted off from the second launch pad. Time is 20 minutes into the flight.
Plus 20 seconds.
So GSLV Mark III going through the intense atmospheric phase of flight, which is very critical for the launch vehicle. And we just heard from the range operation director, the performance of the S200 solid strap-on booster is normal.
Plus 1 minute.
We are 60 seconds into the flight. Vehicle has climbed to an altitude of almost 15 kilometers. And as for the flight sequence, at 110 seconds, we should have the ignition of L110, which will be followed by the separation of two solid strap-on boosters at 140 seconds. So right now we are at 86 seconds now. The altitude is around 27 kilometers and velocity is just 1 kilometer per second. And on the display plot, we have a very close match of the vehicle altitude, the pre-flight and the flight predictions.
जी हाँ, चूंकि आसमान बिल्कुल साफ है, इसलिए दूर तक अंतरिक्ष में जाता हुआ GSLV Mark III, और जैसा कि हम देख पा रहे हैं L110 इग्निशन सफलतापूर्वक शुरू हो चुका है। लिक्विड स्टेज और जो सॉलिड स्टेज थी, जो ठोस चरण था, उसका निष्पादन बहुत सफलतापूर्वक समाप्त हो गया है।
So L110 has been ignited at 112 seconds as far as the pre-flight program. So right now we are at 135 seconds. So we have continuous burning of strap-ons and L110. And just now we saw the announcement that 2 solid strap-on boosters S200 has been successfully separated from the launcher.
जी हाँ, दोनों जो ठोस बूस्टर्स थे उनका अलगाव हो चुका है मुख्य यान से और केवल अब द्रव चरण और क्रायोजेनिक इंजन यान उपग्रह को लेके अंतरिक्ष में अपने पथ पर अग्रसर.
So you can see on your screen the vehicle with L110 C25 going into towards the orbit, and the 2 strap-ons which are falling apart after its burnout at 140 seconds, re-entering.
Guidance initiated.
This is the view of the solid strap-on boosters separation from the main vehicle. We are at 185 seconds into the flight, altitude of almost 100 kilometers. The next flight event we are looking at is at 230 seconds, when we'll have the separation of the payload fairing, which is the one which protects the spacecraft during the atmospheric phase. And on your screen, the parameters, the altitude, which indicates the height at which the launch vehicle is presently going through from the Earth, and the relative velocity of the launcher. So closed loop guidance algorithm has been initiated at 149 seconds. Performance of L110 is normal.
जो अगला क्षण है वो महत्वपूर्ण है, पेलोड फेयरिंग सेपरेशन, उसमें सुरक्षा कवच, और वो भी बिल्कुल सफलतापूर्वक अलग हो गया है. और इसके साथ ही 230.8 सेकंड पे इसके अलग हो जाने के बाद अब उपग्रह अंतरिक्ष में सीधे एटमॉस्फेयर पे खुला हुआ और इस तरह से अपने पथ पर अग्रसर. लिक्विड इंजन का प्रज्वलन जारी है, जो करीब प्रक्षेपण प्रज्वलन शुरू होने के बाद से लगभग 315 सेकंड तक जलता रहता है. इस समय हम करीब 4 मिनट 24 सेकंड का समय बीत चुका है और हमें 5 मिनट 15.72 सेकंड पे इसे L110 को शट ऑफ करेंगे.
We are still go at this time. T-minus 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. We have ignition sequence start. The engines are armed. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. We have commit. We have liftoff. Liftoff at 7:51 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have cleared the tower.
nearly 4 miles downrange.
Now through 42,000 feet, a speed of almost 2,000 miles an hour at this instant. Burning beautifully the whole way in a cool, crystal clear sky over Cape Kennedy.
1 minute for 40 seconds. All looks great.
There's that majestic plume of flame behind the Saturn V as she thunders into the sky, gathering speed.
Frank Borman has confirmed each event has been passed with Mike Collins at this point. The crew has been given a go for staging.
She's now more than 30 miles high, 4,300 miles an hour speed.
Frank Borman says the inboard engines 2 minutes, 25 seconds.
Stage prop is go for flight. T minus 10, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. We have liftoff. All teams triage alarms.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and liftoff of the Delta II with Grail on a journey to the center of the moon.
Chamber pressure rising in all 6 grounded solid motors. Good chamber pressure on the main engine. Good chamber pressure on both verniers. Good chamber pressure on all 6 groundlet motors. 20 seconds into the flight. We have 29 seconds. Mark, 29 seconds. Mach 1. Vehicle now going transonic. 35 seconds in. 38 seconds in. Max Q. Maximum dynamic pressure in the vehicle. Coming up on the 45-second mark. Mark, 45 seconds in. Altitude 3.4 nautical miles. Downrange distance 13.4 nautical miles. Velocity 1,742 miles per hour. Up on the 1 minute mark. Mark, 1 minute into the flight. Standing by for solid motor burnout about 10 seconds from now. Pressure decreasing in the solids. Standing by for burnout. And we have burnout. Standing by for SEP. And we have separation. And we have ignition on the 3 airlet motors. The 3 airlet motors have come up on chamber pressure. Chamber pressure on the airlet motors. 1 minute 39 seconds into the flight. The Delta vehicle now only weighs about 1/2 of what it did at launch, expelling propellant now at the rate of about 2,700 pounds per second. 1 minute 50 seconds in. Altitude now 21.8 nautical miles. Downrange distance 51 nautical miles. Velocity 4,493 miles per hour. About 30 seconds now remaining on our 3 airlet motors. Chamber pressure is beginning to decline. We have a good engine control in the main engine, good engine control in the verniers, settling down from the initial launch transients. Standing by for burnout of the 3 airlet motors. And we have burnout, standing by for separation. And we have separation.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Liftoff.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
As you can see on your screen, we've had a successful liftoff of our 14th Electron launch from Pad A at Launch Complex 1. One of the first launch milestones we'll come up against is Max Q, or Maximum Aerodynamic Pressure. What this basically means is this will be the point where Electron will undergo the maximum mechanical stress during launch.
Passed through Max Q.
Entering shift run 2.
An Electron has successfully cleared Max Q.
AOS Chatham Station.
Next up is MECO and separation of Electron's first and second stage. MECO, or main engine cutoff, means the 9 Rutherford engines on stage 1 will power down ahead of stage separation. Once we've had a clean separation of the stages, the vacuum-optimized Rutherford engine on stage 2 will ignite and continue to propel the Capella payload to orbit.
Speed is 2 kilometers per second, altitude is 53 kilometers. Five seconds to MECO. Separation.
Stage to ignition.
Successful separation and stage 2 ignition confirmed by mission control. All systems are continuing nominally. At T+3 minutes, we're just seconds away from Electron's fairing separating to make way for payload deployment.
HVB battery discharge nominal.
Fairing separation.
And there it goes! You can see Electron's fairing falling away from stage 2.
Guidance is nominal.
Stage 2 propulsion is nominal.
If you're just joining us for this launch, we've had a successful liftoff, stage 1 burn, stage separation, and ignition of the second stage vacuum-optimized Rutherford engine. Velocity is currently 10,000 kilometers, and altitude is 152 kilometers an hour. As we approach battery hot swap in approximately 2 minutes.
A quick update from Rocket Lab Mission Control. Electron's second stage burn continues nominally as we approach 5 minutes and 0 seconds into flight.
230 seconds remaining, altitude is 180 kilometers, speed is 1.7 kilometers per second, and guidance remains nominal.
Stage 2 propulsion is nominal.
HVB battery discharge holding nominal.
As we mentioned before, in about a minute, Electron's next action will be to perform a battery hot swap. As the pumps on the Rutherford engine drain the power of the high voltage batteries on board, an instantaneous switch to a fresh battery is performed to keep propulsion nominal.
Hot swap successful.
Yes, and there goes the collective
battery
sigh of
discharge
relief
nominal.
with confirmation of a successful battery hot swap.
Stage 2 propulsion is holding nominal.
100 seconds remaining.
AFTS has saved.
In another minute and a half or so, the engine on Electron second stage will power down. Shutting off the engine at this point will slow down the vehicle slightly before final stage separation. From there, the kick stage will ignite its Curie engine and propel the Capella payload toward its targeted orbit.
Payload deployment will mark the end of this mission, which will occur around T+60 minutes. We'll be ending the broadcast shortly after we hear the call for successful SECO and stage separation.
50 seconds remaining.
HVB discharge is holding nominal.
Stage 1, pressing for flight.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition, liftoff.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Stage 1 throttle bucket. Power and telemetry nominal.
For those of you just joining us, you are watching a live view of the Falcon 9 rocket as it ascends through the atmosphere carrying the SpaceX Dragon 2 capsule to
Vehicle
orbit.
is supersonic.
The vehicle just passed through max Q, which is the point of maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. As you can hear in the background, the excitement at SpaceX headquarters is unbelievable here.
Stage 1 throttle
Vehicle
up.
is passing through max Q.
You heard that call out from max Q on the nets. The Falcon 9 actually throttles down its 9 Merlin engines to reduce aerodynamic loads on the vehicle. It is now throttling those engines back up. Coming up at T plus 2 minutes and 35 seconds is going to be three events in quick succession. The first one is going to be the main engine cutoff, or MECO. That's when the 9 Merlin 1D engines that you can see on your screen right now will cut off shortly before a stage separation at 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Shortly after that, the Merlin vacuum engine on the bottom of the second stage of the Falcon 9 will ignite in what we call second engine start, or SES. That'll be at 2 minutes and 46 seconds. So stand by for main engine cutoff, stage separation, and second engine start coming up in just about 20 seconds from now. As you can hear from the cheering here at SpaceX headquarters, we did have a successful main engine cutoff, a stage separation, and as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, that second stage engine is currently started and accelerating Dragon towards orbit. On the left-hand side of your screen, that is a view from the first stage as it makes its way back down towards the Earth. Let's go down to Lauren and Dan for updates on that first stage recovery.
All right, so as you can just see, we lifted off. We had an awesome liftoff of stage 1, and stage 2 is burning beautifully. Stage 1 also has a secondary mission that it is performing right now, which is getting ready to come back to the drone ship and land. So stage 1 is going to execute 2 burns before landing on the drone ship. The first is the entry burn start, which is starting at T plus 7 minutes and 48 seconds approximately. That's where 3 of the M1D engines will reignite. And what that burn does is it slows down stage 1 as it re-enters the upper parts of the Earth's atmosphere. If we didn't do that, that aerodynamic re-entry heating, the aero heating would heat up stage 1 and it would potentially break it apart. So we got to slow it down. From there, stage 1 is going to coast its way back down using those grid fins to help steer it, and then it'll execute the landing burn. That's going to happen at T plus 9 minutes and 24 seconds. That's where we're going to reignite that center E9 engine to hopefully bring stage 1 down to a beautiful stop right on the drone ship.
That's right, and while all that's happening, the second stage, which you can see glowing bright here, continuing to power Dragon, it's going to continue burning until just about 9 minutes after launch. So at 8 minutes and 59 seconds is where it's targeted to cut off. Down to a single engine, but that one providing a little over 200,000 pounds of thrust to carry Dragon through the upper parts of Earth's atmosphere. Not as much resistance to fight against once you're up this high. And it's going to get Dragon into that initial orbit, and it's still going to be a couple hundred kilometers beneath the station, and then it'll be turned over to thrusters on Dragon once it separates from that second stage to then begin the chase down of the orbiting laboratory. But 5 minutes, 11 seconds and counting past launch. All the calls so far indicating nominal performance. So we're continuing to see great stuff so far from both stages of Falcon 9.
Okay, we're hearing that MVAC is performing nominally. It's looking good on power. Temperatures are good. And stage 1 continues to come back nominally. And look over there on the left on your screen, you see that picture of Ripley and that 0G indicator.
That's right. Keep an eye out as long as we have the view. As soon as Dragon's separated and it's essentially then in its free flight mode, you're going to see that little planet Earth start to float up. So keep an eye out once we separate Dragon in just a couple of minutes from now. 6 minutes past launch.
Trajectory continues to be nominal on stage 2. Still have about 2.5 more minutes left of this burn, at which point MVAC will shut down. We're just under a minute away from that entry burn on stage 1 that I mentioned before. Second stage burn continues to burn nominally.
That's right, we're over 7 minutes since that liftoff. Feels like it was 30 seconds ago. Continuing to carry Dragon up. It's going to make it to that initial orbit after it separates. The separation coming about a minute after that second stage cutoff.
Stage 2 propellant tank pressures are looking good. The burn continues to be healthy. Now coming up in about 10 seconds, that entry burn is going to start. Hopefully we'll have onboard video and you'll be able to watch. Let's listen in on the call-outs.
Stage 1, FTS is safe.
Stage 1, entry burn has started.
look at that flame. So 3 N1D engines reigniting. Burn is going to continue on for about another 18 or so seconds.
Yeah, so a little back-to-back action now as we see stage 1 coming back down towards Earth, stage 2 still making its way up into outer space. The Dragon still nestled on top, getting ready.
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
And there's the end of that stage 1 shutdown.
Okay, so stage 1 is going to continue to coast its way down using those grid fins for attitude control and steering.
Next
and in just under a
Starship
minute.
AOS.
Ah, that's right. It's coming up in about 10 seconds. INVAC's throttling down for SECO.
Stage 1 is transonic.
And we have had a successful shutdown. INVAC. All right. Stage 1 landing burn is supposed to start. At the start of that burn, stage 1 will be traveling at 275 meters per second. That single engine burn is going to bring that from 275 to 0.
We did just hear that stage 1 landing burn has started.
All right, let's see if we get it. About 500 kilometers away from where it launched from. The vehicle will now undergo its safing procedures, and the recovery team will make sure it's strapped down and it'll make its way back to Earth. Or sorry, back to Cape Canaveral. It's already on it. So there's still a lot more to go here. We have Dragon separation coming up. Let's go back to Tom Perderio to cover that next big milestone.
Wow, what a landing. Coming up very shortly in just about 20 seconds here, the Dragon spacecraft is going to be separating from the top of the Falcon 9 rocket. Separation should be occurring around 11 minutes and 5 seconds, just about now. Let's wait for confirmation.
Dragon, separation confirmed.
And there it is. You're looking at a view from the top of the second stage of the Falcon 9 rocket. And hard to make out in the shadow of the Earth, but that is the Dragon 2 spacecraft flying in space for the first time after a successful separation.
À tous de DDO, attention pour le décompte final. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, top. Allumage du Vulcain. Allumage des EAP et décollage. Paramètres bord sont normaux, la propulsion est nominale. De la manœuvre en roulis. Les paramètres bord sont nominaux.
So at 16:30
local time and right on time, Ariane 5 began her mission, lifting off from the ground here in French Guiana with a lot of fire and with 2 new satellites rising into the bright blue sky. Wonderful pictures, trailing exhaust flames of gold. The 2 boosters providing 90% of our thrust right now, propelling the launcher along her trajectory at an ever higher velocity. 775 tons at liftoff, hard to believe. But to get that sort of mass off the ground, you need a lot of push. And push we have. Push you can see there. She's burning 5 tons of fuel every second. 2.5 tons are burning every second in each of the boosters. Plus, the core stage, the middle stage, burning another 300 kilos of fuel every second. Ariane 5 is now following the program in the onboard computer, which gives all the orders, including stage separations. We're going to see those in just about 20 seconds. We're in the first of 4 flight phases as we pass to the animation. We'll be describing each in turn, so you can follow Ariane on her way east across the Atlantic. Right now, the first flight phase, as you can see on the animation, the single first stage engine and the 2 boosters are burning. The boosters burn just over 2 minutes. The DDO says everything is perfect on board, and he's announced the separation of the boosters, and you can see that. That's the 2 points of light on the top, the flames of the 2 boosters flaming out. The single point of light below that is the lower stage, which continues to burn. Fine shots. We may even have shots of the fairing separation coming up in less than a minute. That'll make another 2 points of light in the bright blue sky. The single first stage engine is burning now, taken over from the boosters. The boosters will fall. DDO says everything is nominal on board. The boosters fall 500 kilometers from shore into a protected area. Look on your screen on the bottom, our altitude 104 kilometers, on the right our speed 2.27 kilometers per second. The speed we need to inject the satellites, roughly 8 or 9 kilometers per second, as we've separated the fairing. There are actually 2 halves. There's another half on the starboard side of the vehicle, which is out of camera range.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Majestic liftoff and the announcement of normal liftoff from the Range Operations Director.
सफलतापूर्वक उत्थापन PSLV C-51 का अपने मिशन की ओर अग्रसर.
19 satellites taking a ride in this mission. Amazonia 1 being the prime satellite.
Stage performance normal.
ROD के अभी घोषणा के अनुसार प्रथम चरण का निष्पादन सामान्य होता हुआ अब प्रमोचन यान अपने अधिकतम गतिक दाब से गुजर रहा है. पूरे नियंत्रण तंत्र सामान्य काम करते हुए.
The PS-1 performance is according to the expectation for this mission. Both the strap-ons have ignited on ground.
Separated. Amazonia 1 satellite separated.
A jubilant moment. Amazonia 1 satellite has been separated and it has been injected into the intended orbit.
From the TTC director, Mauritius confirm Amazonia downlink reception.
Once the second umbilical retracts, that will initiate the launch command for main engine start. There goes the second umbilical. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. Turbo pumps now coming up to flight speed. And liftoff. Liftoff of the 75th Progress resupply ship on a fast-track 2-orbit flight to the International Space Station. Roll, pitch, and yaw program are in. The Soyuz 2.1A booster arcing out to the northeast from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. All parameters are reported to be normal. The International Space Station is now flying directly over the Baikonur Cosmodrome. The Soyuz now moving through the period of maximum dynamic pressure, going supersonic as it heads downrange. Soyuz traveling at 2,500 miles an hour, some 15 miles in altitude now, 10 miles downrange from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. All parameters are reported to be normal by the engineers at the blockhouse in Baikonur as we stand by for first stage shutdown and separation. And we have first stage shutdown. Second stage engines up and running in good shape. The flight is reported to be proceeding in nominal fashion. Good structural parameters being reported. The Soyuz second stage is guiding the Progress resupply ship on a precise path to its preliminary orbit. And we have reports of launch shroud jettison. All the vehicle parameters are in good shape. Good engine performance from the second stage engines.
T-minus 17 seconds and count. 15. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Throttle up, crawl acknowledged by Commander Steve Lindsay. Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, main engine ignition, 3, 2, 1, 0, and liftoff. Liftoff, the United Launch Alliance Delta IV Heavy rocket carrying the NRL-44 mission for the National Reconnaissance Office.
On all three RCCA engines look good in the full thrust mode. Now 15 seconds into flight, vehicle's begun the pitch over maneuver. Body rate response is good.
You are hearing the voice of Patrick Moore providing launch vehicle asset data.
25 seconds into flight, engine operating parameters continue to look good. Body rate responses look good. Now 30 seconds in. Standing by for core booster throttle down momentarily. And core booster has begun throttling down as expected. The partial thrust level engine response looks good. Core booster has achieved partial thrust level as expected. Now 50 seconds into flight. Engine operating parameters continue to look good on all three engines. Now passing 1 minute into flight. Delta IV is now 4.3 miles in altitude, 5.8 miles downrange distance, traveling at 1,200 miles per hour. And at 1 minute, 20 seconds into flight, vehicle is now passing through max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. Vehicle is also passing Mach 1. Delta IV is now supersonic. Engine operating parameters continue to look good on all three boosters. Port and starboard booster in the full thrust mode, core booster in the partial thrust mode. Body rates continue to look stable throughout the boost phase of flight. Telemetry quality has looked good throughout the boost phase. Now passing 1 minute, 46 seconds into flight. And the second stage reaction control system is pressurizing to flight levels. System response looks good. Engine operating parameters on all three engines continue to look good. Body rates continue to look stable. Vehicle has now gone to closed loop guidance. Seeing some correction in the attitude as expected when vehicle switches over to closed loop guidance. Now 2 minutes, 37 seconds into flight, approximately 3 minutes remaining in boost phase of flight. And the Delta IV rocket now weighs just 1/2 of what it did at liftoff, burning propellant at a rate of almost 5,000 pounds per second. Body rates in roll, pitch, and yaw have nulled out nicely now after the closed loop guidance switchover. And vehicle is now passing Mach 5. Engine operating parameters continue to look good. Port and starboard boosters in the full thrust mode, core booster in the partial thrust mode. Vehicle body rates have damped out nicely now as the vehicle is continuing in the latter part of the boost phase. Approximately 30 seconds now remaining until port and starboard booster engines cut off. And approximately 2 minutes now remaining in the boost phase of flight. And standing by for strap-on engines to throttle down. And strap-on engines have begun throttling down in preparation for engine cutoff. And port and starboard booster engines have cut off. And we've seen good indication of separation of the port and starboard boosters. Core booster is throttled back up to full thrust as expected. Engine response looks good. Now 4 minutes, 20 seconds into flight. And the upper stage liquid oxygen system has begun boost phase chill down sequence to begin thermal conditioning of the RL-10 engine. And approximately 1 minute now remaining until BECO. And upper stage fuel system has now begun boost phase chill down. Core engine continuing to look good in the full thrust mode. Engine operating parameters look nominal. Now passing 5 minutes into flight. And the Delta IV is now 71 miles in altitude, 360 miles downrange distance, traveling at 12,900 miles per hour. And approximately 10 seconds until core booster throttle down. And core booster has begun throttling down in preparation for BECO, standing by for BECO. And we have BECO booster engine cutoff, standing by for stage separation. And we have good indication of separation of the first and second stages. Nozzle extension on the RL-10 is deploying. We have pre-start. We have ignition and full thrust on the RL-10. Chamber pressure on the RL-10 looks good. Body rate responses look good on the DCSS.
Firing chain is armed. Sound suppression water system activated. T-minus 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. Go for main engine start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And 0 and liftoff of Space Shuttle Atlantis, reaching the crest of its historic achievements in space.
Houston, Atlantis is in a roll. Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Houston is now controlling. The roll maneuver is complete. Atlantis is in a heads down position on course for a 51.6 degree, 136 by 36 statute mile orbit. Three main engines on Atlantis have now been throttled down to 72% of rated thrust as the orbiter prepares to pass through the area of maximum dynamic pressure on the vehicle in the lower atmosphere. The engine's now beginning to throttle back up.
Atlantis, you are go at throttle up. Copy, go at throttle up.
All three engines looking really good, back at full throttle now at liftoff. The fully fueled shuttle, boosters and external tank weighed 4.5 million pounds. It now has burned half of that liftoff weight in propellant. 1 minute, 30 seconds into the flight. All three auxiliary power units that provide hydraulic power to the orbiter's systems in good shape, as are the fuel cells, providing electricity to all of the systems on board. Atlantis is already 19 miles in altitude, downrange from the Kennedy Space Center, 20 miles, traveling 2,500 miles per hour. Coming up on staging, the point at which the twin solid rocket boosters burn out and separate from the orbiter. Booster separation confirmed.
T-minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Liftoff of the Northrop Grumman Minotaur rocket carrying 4 L-129 spacecraft to orbit for the National Reconnaissance Office, marking 20 years of Minotaur launches and 14 years of partnership with Wallops Flight Facility and the Mid-Atlantic Regional Spaceport.
Vehicle attitude and flight path are nominal. Pitch over complete.
Check step 92, 93, 94,
Vehicle
95.
avionics power is nominal. Passing Mach 2, motor pressure nominal. T plus 36 seconds, entering max Q, attitude nominal. Passing Mach 3 at maximum stage 1 thrust of over 5,000 pounds. Passing Mach 4, vehicle's half original mass.
Cooling off.
Stage 2 ignition. Stage 2 motor pressure is nominal.
Vehicle attitude and flight path are nominal.
Vehicle avionics and power systems are performing as expected. T plus 85 seconds at maximum stage 2 thrust of over 300,000 pounds. Attitude and flight path are nominal. Vehicle is now 1/4 of its original mass. Approaching stage 2 burnout, followed by a 10-second coast. Stage 2 burnout.
Thermal batteries activation. 全システム準備完了。All systems are ready. Main engine ignition. SLV ignition liftoff. アストロ H と小型副衛星3機を搭載した H2A ロケット30号機は平成28年2月17日午後5時45分00秒に種子島宇宙センターから打ち上げられました。We had a liftoff of the H2A launch vehicle number 30 with Astro H and 3 secondary satellites on board from the Tanegashima Space Center at 5:45 p.m. on February 17, 2016 Japan Standard Time. 打ち上げ以降、ロケットの管制は吉信発射管制塔から竹崎総合司令塔に引き継がれています。After liftoff, the launch vehicle operation control was shifted from the blockhouse to the launch control center. ロケットは現在、東南東方向の太平洋上へ飛行しています。The H2A is now flying over the Pacific Ocean to the east-southeast. 打ち上げ後1分が経過しました。It's 1 minute after liftoff. ロケットは正常に飛行中であり、種子島の各地上局は正常にロケットの追尾を行っています。The H2A is flying normally, and the Tanegashima stations are tracking the launch vehicle very well. SRBA 燃焼終了。SRBA burnout. SRBA 分離。SRBAs were jettisoned.
Launch. Second umbilical now separating. Ignition. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Intermediate. Main. Lift
and liftoff. Kate Rubin, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Sergei Kuznetsov now on their way to the International Space Station, the latest in a chain that spans almost 20 years of continuous human presence in space.
10 seconds. The parameters of the rocket are nominal. 20 seconds. The thrusters of the first and second stage are operating nominally.
Hearing first good reports of good first stage performance, everything looking nominal. Soyuz is currently delivering 930,000 pounds of thrust from its 4 boosters and single engine of that first stage. It measures 68 feet in length and 24 feet in diameter and burns liquid fuel for the first 2 minutes and 6 seconds of flight.
50 seconds. The pressure in the chambers is nominal. Everything is good on board. We feel well.
Good reports from the crew as well. Everything looking good with today's flight.
Pitch, yaw, roll nominally.
Roll, pitch, yaw, all normal, meaning the spacecraft is exactly where it's expected to be at this point. Velocity is 1,100 miles per hour. First stage of the Soyuz, less than a minute of flight time left now.
80 seconds, parameters are nominal. On board, everything is good. We feel well. We feel the G-loads.
First milestone we'll be watching for here is the escape tower jettison, which will come at the 1 minute and 54 second mark, a little less than 10 seconds now.
Jettison.
Escape tower has been jettisoned.
Separation of the side units.
And there is the separation of the 4 strap-on boosters that are jettisoned. These have completed their job and are dropping away now at an altitude of 28 miles above the Earth, while the Soyuz continues on with its flight, traveling at about 3,350 miles an hour, powered by the rocket's second or core stage.
40 seconds. Rocket parameters are nominal.
All still looking good, and the next milestone we're looking for is the jettison of the launch shroud at 2 minutes and 37 seconds. And you see that launch shroud jettisoned. We're now getting some views from the external rocket camera.
Copy you.
Looking towards the bottom of this rocket and at the Earth below, solar arrays waiting to be unfurled once the spacecraft reaches orbit safely. Soyuz traveling at a speed of 4,700 miles an hour at this point.
Steady. On board, everything is good. We feel well.
Continuing to hear good calls from the crew. The core stage performing as expected. The core stage of the Soyuz is 56 feet in length and 13.5 feet in diameter with a single engine and 4 fuel chambers providing between 178,000 and 222,000 pounds of thrust at various points of its 3 minutes and 28 seconds of operation.
We are anticipating the next separation. Copy all.
This stage will continue to burn until the 4 minute and 43 second mark. Soyuz uses what's called a hot stage technique, meaning the third stage ignites while the second is still burning.
230 seconds stabilization of the craft is doing well.
4 minutes into the ascent of Soyuz MS-17 now, Kate Rubin, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Sergei Kuzberchkov on their way to the International Space Station following today's 12:45 a.m. Central launch from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan.
250 seconds, pitch raw, and rotation is nominal.
Everything continuing to go well in the climb to orbit. We'll be looking for a next second stage cutoff coming up at the 4 minute and 45 second mark, about 15 seconds from now. All still looking good. 4 minutes and 45 seconds in, third stage is igniting. Second stage should be shutting down.
We have confirmation of the initiation of thrusters of the third stage and unpowering of thrusters of the second stage. Copy all. We feel well. Everything is nominal on board. I understand.
As you heard there, everything's still looking good. Core booster separated at an altitude of 105 miles, and with it gone, Soyuz is now being propelled by a single engine of its third stage. That engine provides 67,000 pounds of thrust and will burn for 4 minutes and 2 seconds. Day's flight going smoothly and all systems working nominally. The crew reporting that they are feeling good and on their way to the space station.
Copy. On board, everything is good. We feel great.
seconds.
350 seconds. Flight is nominal. Copy. Everything is good on board.
About 2 minutes left before the crew is officially in space and in orbit. The next milestone that we'll be watching for comes at the 8-minute and 46-second mark. That's the third stage cutoff and separation.
Copy. Everything is good on board. We feel well. 400 seconds. Stabilization of the vehicle is steady. Copy. Everything is good on board.
Crew still calling down that everything is looking good inside the Soyuz rocket. You're seeing a view from cameras on the exterior of the Soyuz here, looking down towards the bottom of the rocket. And in the forescreen, the solar array that will unfold once the crew does make it safely to orbit.
Everything is good on board. We feel well.
Now 7.5 minutes into today's flight. Velocity of the Soyuz is 13,500 miles an hour. Once this final third stage delivers the Soyuz to orbit and the module is separated, a series of pre-programmed commands will be executed to prepare the Soyuz for orbital operations. Those stored commands are called time tag commands and allow many of the Soyuz systems to be automatically activated by onboard computers at precise times stored in the computers.
470 seconds. The thrusters.
About 45 seconds left before the crew is on orbit and safely in space. Everything's still looking good for today's flight.
Feel well.
Seconds, полет нормальный.
500 seconds. Flight is nominal.
Понял, на борту порядок. Ожидаем кого?
Copy all. Everything is good on board. We are standing by for the separation. 520 seconds. Everything is nominal. Prepare for the separation. 530 seconds. Thrusters powered off confirmed. Separation is confirmed.
And there you heard this confirmation that the third stage cut off and separated as planned. Single liquid-fueled engine shut down and dropped away at an altitude of 126 miles above the Earth. And there you see now also the Soyuz have unfurled. That's a key milestone as well to ensure that the Soyuz is able to power itself on its journey to the International Space Station.
Boris, this is MCC Moscow. We copy you. How do you read us? We read you loud and clear. How about us? Loud and clear.
T-minus 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Engine start. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Guidance is nominal.
And with that, another one leaves the crust. Electron has successfully cleared the pad at Launch Complex 1 and is on its way to orbit. We're now at 46 seconds into flight of our 18th Electron mission and approaching one of the first major milestones of any launch, max Q, or maximum aerodynamic pressure. This is the moment during launch when the forces against Electron are at their peak. We'll be coming up to that very shortly, so let's listen in.
Approaching max Q. And cleared max Q.
And we just heard the call there. Electron has cleared max Q. The stage 1 burn is performing nominally and Electron's trajectory is looking good.
Stage 1 guidance remains nominal. 40 seconds remaining.
AOS Chatham Station. Stage 1 propulsion is holding nominal.
Shortly, the 9 Rutherford engines on Electron's first stage will shut down. We call this main engine cutoff, or MECO. Right after that, Electron's first and second stages will separate, and the vacuum-optimized 10th Rutherford engine on the second stage will ignite. Let's listen in on calls from Mission Control.
Stage separation confirmed.
Stage 2 engine confirmed.
T-minus 10.
10,
9,
9,
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, Atlas ignition, 2, 1, 0, and liftoff. Liftoff to the Atlas NROL 101 mission for the National Reconnaissance Office. You are hearing the voice of Rob Kesselman providing launch vehicle ascent data.
Roll maneuver. Party 180 has gone to closed loop engine control. Atlas has now completed its pre-programmed switchover maneuver. Now at 28 seconds into flight, Atlas is 2 miles in altitude, going at 1,200 miles per hour. Party 180 has throttled down slightly as expected. Engine response was good. Party 180 past Mach 1. Engine pump speeds and injector pressures are in family for this thrust level. SRBs look good. Party 180 has throttled back up as planned. Mach 2. Now 70 seconds into flight. Atlas is 10 miles in altitude, 5.9 miles in altitude, 2,100 miles velocity. Atlas has passed Mach 3. Standing by for SRB burnout. We have burnout on all 3 SRBs. Standing by for jettison. The RD-180 is now throttling down slightly, and we have jettison on all 3 SRBs.
Okay, all personnel Met 1, start system securing for Operation 7.
Vehicles now past Mach 5. Approximately 2 minutes remain in the Atlas booster phase of flight. This time, booster tank pressures look good. And booster battery voltages remain in their expected range. RD-180 continues to operate as expected. Centaur reaction control system is now pressurizing to flight level. We are now 3 minutes into flight on the L101 mission. Atlas is now 66 miles in altitude, 125 miles downrange, traveling at 7,500 miles per hour.
Plus 30 seconds, Starship 15 is airborne as we get a view of the 3 Raptor engines as we're powering our way to 10 kilometers altitude in today's test flight. Just past 1 minute into flight, we're through 2 kilometers altitude. All 3 Raptor engines continuing to burn. Next major event, about 1 minute, is we will turn off the first of the 3 Raptor engines. Coming up at T plus 2 minutes, we appear to have frozen the view from the engine cameras. However, the Raptor engine's continuing to perform, and we've got shutdown on engine 3 on time. T plus 2 minutes 40 seconds while we're trying to regain video from the vehicle. We continue to ascend. We have just passed the 8-kilometer point in flight. Everything continues to look good on Starship 15. Coming up on 3.5 minutes into flight, we're approaching the 10-kilometer altitude. We'll begin to hover here. We've had engine number 2 shut down on time. We'll now be moving into the hover with one engine. And then in a little bit, we will begin the flip over to horizontal position and begin our descent, where hopefully a ground camera will be able to bring us live views of the flight. Just past T plus 4 minutes into flight. We've got the views back from the Raptor engines. We get T plus 4 minutes 34 seconds. While we're working to regain video, it looks like we've got a shot looking back at the flaps on Starship. We're in the horizontal descent phase now. We're passing 6 kilometers. Now a reminder, phase that's coming up as we get ready for landing, we will light 3 Raptor engines, flip the vehicle from horizontal to vertical. If things look good, we will shut down 1 Raptor engine and then possibly a second one and land on a single engine in the landing zone. 5 minutes into flight, Raptor continuing to descend. We're coming up on 3 kilometers altitude. We have ignition. Starship heading back to the landing zone. And Starbase Flight Control has confirmed, as you can see on the live video, we are down. The Starship has landed. We're going through the safing sequence in the flight computer right now. We'll be back in a moment.
À tous de DDO, attention pour le décompte final. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, top. Allumage Vulcain. Allumage des 2 EAP et décollage Ariane 240 Galileo Falcon 7. La propulsion est nominale. Tous les paramètres à bord sont
And
normaux.
there they go. Blazing a trail across the sky here over the spaceport, the Guyana Space Center. We're heading northeast out over the Atlantic Ocean. And we can hear the launcher as she flies over us here. We're about 20 kilometers from that pad. We reached Mach 1 after 45 seconds when we broke the sound barrier.
Roll for ignition. T-minus 10, 9, 8, We should have ignition. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff of the United Launch Alliance Delta IV Heavy rocket with NROL 71 for the National Reconnaissance Office.
Vehicles beginning the pitch over maneuver.
You are hearing the voice of Patrick Moore providing launch vehicle ascent data.
Now 20 seconds into flight, seeing good chamber pressure across all three R68A engines. Now 30 seconds into flight. And core boosters beginning to throttle down to the partial thrust mode as expected. Core boosters reach partial thrust. Now 46 seconds into flight. Chamber pressures continue to look good across all three R68 engines. Core booster in partial thrust mode, port and starboard boosters in the full thrust mode. Now coming up on 1 minute into flight. Now passing 1 minute, 10 seconds. All three RS-68A engines continue to look good. Vehicle is now passing max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. And vehicle is now past Mach 1, Delta IV is now supersonic. Now 1 minute, 30 seconds into flight. Chamber pressures on all three RS-68A engines continue to look good. Core booster in the partial thrust mode, port and starboard boosters in the full thrust mode. 1 minute, 40 seconds in. Launch vehicle is now 12 miles in altitude, traveling at almost 1,600 miles per hour. Chamber pressures on all three engines continue to look good, coming up on 2 minutes into flight. Second stage attitude control system press valve has been opened. System now pressurizing to flight levels. Response looks good. Now 2 minutes, 10 seconds in. Chamber pressures on all three engines continue to look good. Vehicle's now gone to closed loop guidance. Vehicle body rates look good. Now 2 minutes, 30 seconds in. Just over 3 minutes now remaining in the boost phase of flight. Engine operating parameters continue to look good, now passing 2 minutes, 42 seconds in. The Delta IV rocket now weighs just 1/2 of what it did at launch, burning propellant at a rate of almost 5,000 pounds per second. 2 minutes, 55 seconds in, vehicle body rates continue to look good. Now at 3 minutes, vehicle is now passing Mach 5. About 20 seconds remaining, and I'm sorry, 30, correction. Vehicle body rates continue to look good. Chamber pressures on the RS-68A engines continue to look good. Now coming up on 3 minutes, 20 seconds into flight. Just over 30 seconds now remaining until strap-on booster engine cutoff. 3 minutes, 30 seconds in, just over 2 minutes remaining in the boost phase of flight. Vehicle is now passing Mach 10. Chamber pressures on the R68A engines continue to look good. And port and starboard booster engines now throttling down to partial thrust in preparation for cutoff as expected. And we have cutoff of the strap-on engines, standing by for separation. And we have good indication of separation of the port and starboard strap-on booster. Core booster is now throttled back up to the full thrust mode. Engine response looks good. 4 minutes, 10 seconds into flight. Chamber pressure on the core booster in the full thrust mode looks good. Upper stage lock system has begun boost phase chill down sequence to begin thermal conditioning of the upper stage engine. Now 1 minute remaining in the boost phase of flight. And upper stage fuel system has begun boost phase chill down. And we have BECO booster engine cutoff, standing by for stage separation. And we have good indication of stage separation. Nozzle extension is now deploying. We have pre-start on the RL-10, standing by for ignition on the RL-10. We have ignition and full thrust on the RL-10. Chamber pressure looks good. Body rates look good. Standing by for payload fairing jettison. And we have good indication of payload fairing jettison. Chamber pressure continue to look good on the RL-10 engine. This first burn of today's mission will last approximately 12 minutes, 6 seconds.
Minus 15 seconds.
Vehicles flight pressures.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition, liftoff.
Vehicles pitching downrange.
We're beginning deep throttle. Center core at deep throttle.
T plus 33 seconds into flight. Under the power of 5.1 million pounds of thrust, Falcon Heavy is headed to space. We're throttling down at T plus 40 seconds to prepare for maximum dynamic pressure.
Power and telemetry are nominal.
We're hearing reports. Power and telemetry are nominal.
Vehicles supersonic.
You may have heard the call out on Net 1. Vehicle is supersonic. Side boosters are throttling back up on power as we're through the period of maximum dynamic pressure. Trajectory looking good. You can hear the applause behind me as we've gotten past maximum dynamic pressure. Next event coming up is chill-in of the MVAC-D engine. Get the turbo pump ready to ignite the main engine on the second stage in another couple of minutes. Merlin engine performance looks good. We've begun dropping power on the side boosters to decrease loads on the center core.
Second load limiting shutdown.
Continuing to decrease loads to minimize acceleration on the Falcon Heavy structure. Coming up on booster engine cutoff, called BECO, and separation of the two side boosters.
MVAC engine chill.
BECO.
Booster separation confirmed.
Successful separation, if you can hear me over the cheering. Side boosters now beginning a flip to begin returning back to Cape Canaveral. Side boosters have begun the boost back burn. The center core has throttled back up to power. Everything looking good on the flight of Falcon Heavy. The next major event, main engine cutoff of the center core and separation ignition of the second stage. Bottom middle view shows the view looking up into the nozzle of the second stage engine.
MECO.
Main engine cutoff, center core shut down.
Separation confirmed. Ignition.
Again, over the cheering, MVAC-D engine up on power. It looks good. Side boosters looking good, still burning on their way back to Cape Canaveral. Grid fins are out on the center core.
Fairing separation confirmed.
Here comes the fairing separation, and there it goes. We also have successful shutdown of the side booster boost back burn. So T plus 4 minutes, 25 seconds into flight. Side boosters on their way back to Cape Canaveral. Center core coasting
Stage
out over the
trajectory
Atlantic.
nominal.
Stage 2 looking good with a nominal trajectory.
And as you guys have noticed, the grid fins have deployed on the side boosters as well as the center core. Those work to help guide the boosters back to a nice targeted soft landing. You can see those heading home right now. As a reminder, today we'll be attempting to recover all 3 of the first stage cores, and all 3 boosters are currently on their way heading home. In just a few minutes, the side boosters will execute an entry burn, followed by a landing burn, and the center core will do much the same a few minutes later. Both burns are meant to slow the stage's speed down rapidly before landing.
At the time of separation, the side boosters were traveling slow enough to turn around and make their way back to land at our side-by-side landing pads. The center core, on the other hand, is going too fast to efficiently return to the Cape, so we're using our autonomous drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You. If we have a successful landing today, the side boosters will be reflown on our next Falcon Heavy mission, STP-2. Now, coming up at about T plus 6 minutes will be the side boosters re-entry burn.
Acquisition of signal Bermuda.
So you'll see the side boosters on your left and right screen.
Side booster entry burn has started.
And there's the re-entry burn beginning.
Stage 2 trajectory nominal.
And the re-entry burn is complete for the side boosters. Now coming up in about 30 seconds, the center core, which you see on your center screen, will begin its re-entry burn.
Stage 1 entry burn has started. Side boosters are transonic.
And there you can see the re-entry burn for center core has begun. Coming up in about 5 seconds here, the side boosters landing burn will begin as well.
Side booster landing burn has started.
Sight to see.
18, 17, guidance release. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. We have ignition sequence start. The engine's now building up to 7.7 million pounds of thrust. We have a launch commit and we have a liftoff. The swing arm moving back. The Saturn V lifting off the power. Alpha pad building up thrust. We clear the tower. Houston is now controlling. Oh, we have good thrust in all 5. Roger. Pitch and roll program started. 16 now maneuvering to its proper flight path attitude. Mark 27 seconds. Roll program completed. Pitch profile still in progress. 40 seconds. Mark 50 seconds. Cabin pressure relieving. Adjusting now from sea level to a space environment. 2 nautical miles in altitude. Cabin relieving. 1 Bravo. Roger. 1 Bravo. You're wet now. 16. Roger. That call up from Capcom Gordon Fullerton says Apollo 16 now capable of water landing. Mark 1 minute 12 seconds coming up on period of maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. One minute 22 seconds. 6 nautical miles in altitude. Looking good.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And ignition and liftoff of Ares 1X, testing concepts for the future of new rocket design.
Altitude now 2 miles. Chamber pressure now tapering off as designed. The vehicle is aligned itself with the planned trajectory. We passed Mach 1 and we're now passing Max Q. We have our Max Q system ID maneuver PTI engaged. Solid motor chamber pressure picking up again. T plus 62 seconds. Now passing Mach 2. Vehicle now 10 miles altitude, downrange distance 8 miles, and a velocity of 1,540 miles per hour. Plus 80 seconds, we've started our supersonic large amplitude ID maneuver PTI. We see the response. Started the last PTI maneuver, structural mode ID, and we passed T plus 105 seconds. Vehicle's now traveling Mach 4, 20 miles altitude, downrange distance 32 miles. The SRM tail off is observed. Burnout. Our APUs have shut down. CRDs have shut down, medium fire, and SEP. We show a SEP and a tumble motor ignition. And we can also confirm on video. We see both parts of the vehicle tumbling, the first stage as well as the upper stage. Successful separation. Good clean signal all the way. T plus 150 seconds. We'll have a burnout orbit parameter in just a second. These numbers were calculated right at burnout. The height of apogee, 21.92.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Beginning pitch over.
As you just saw, we have had successful liftoff of the R3D2 mission on Electron. Coming up soon, Electron will go through a series of mission milestones in quick succession, including main engine cutoff, or MECO, where the 9 Rutherford engines on Electron's first stage will shut down. Shortly after this, we'll see Stage 1 separation, followed by ignition of the vacuum-optimized Rutherford engine on Electron's second stage. Following second stage ignition, Electron's fairing will separate, revealing the payload in preparation for deployment approximately 50 minutes from now.
Max Q.
1 minute remaining.
Stage 1 propulsion still nominal.
AOS Chatham Station.
Power pack CO2 successful.
Engines throttle down, 20 seconds remaining.
Entering burnout detect mode.
Stage 1 MECO.
Stage suppression succeeded. Ignition on stage 2, propulsion is nominal.
Right down the center line.
Fairing jettison.
And there you have it. Confirmation that Electron's main engines have shut down as planned. We've had stage 1 separation and the stage 2 engine has successfully ignited. Electron is now carrying on to orbit.
Flight mode on.
Flight mode on.
駆動用電池起動。
Thermal batteries activation.
全システム準備完了。
All systems are ready. Main engine ignition. SLV ignition liftoff.
国際天文衛星アストロ H と小型副衛星3機を搭載した H2 ロケット30号機は平成28年2月17日午後5時45分00秒に種子島宇宙センターから打ち上げられました。
We had a liftoff of the H2A launch vehicle number 30 with Astro H and 3 secondary satellites on board from the Tanegashima Space Center at 5:45 p.m. on February 17, 2016, Japan Standard Time.
打ち上げ以降、ロケットの管制は吉信発射管制塔から竹崎総合司令塔に引き継がれています。
After liftoff, the launch vehicle operation control was shifted from the blockhouse to the range control center.
ロケットは現在、東南東方向の太平洋上へ飛行しています。
The H2A is now flying over the Pacific Ocean.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Command engine start. 2, 1. Shepard is clear to tower.
And New Shepard has cleared the tower on her way to space. Gets me every single time as she exits the valley on the way up to space. Again, we are aiming for an altitude of about 350,000 feet or 105 kilometers this morning. You can follow along as she gains speed in the top right corner of your screen. And of course, as she reaches her altitude, you can follow along on the bottom left corner of your screen. We have confirmed max Q. That was the most intense part of flight on the rocket, maximum dynamic pressure as we call it, and a nice clean burn on that BE-3 engine. Go, baby, go. All right, next highlight on her way to space, main engine cutoff, or MECO as we call it. Now, if you and I were flying on New Shepard right now, we're going to feel those G's come on. It peaks at about 3.5 G's or so. But as we've talked about on other webcasts, in the entire flight, you peak at about 5 G's, but just momentarily on descent, in fact. And there it is, main engine cutoff. Great job on its ascent by that BE-3 engine, a liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen engine. Designed, tested, and proven here at Blue Origin. All right, we're looking for separation here between the capsule and the booster. And separation is confirmed. Those payloads are getting a nice ride this morning, experiencing those clean micro-Gs. And again, if you and I were up there, we'd be doing those somersaults, maybe a superwoman across the capsule, and I for sure would be gazing out those huge, beautiful windows. Now, as you can see from the altimeter, we're still climbing up towards space. But the speed is coming down, obviously, because we have turned off the engine. And in fact, you'll know when we hit apogee, when the speedometer on the top right corner of your screen goes to 0. And there we go. We have passed the Kármán line of 100 kilometers, or about 328,000 feet. But continue our climb here, looking for apogee. There you see the capsule on the left and the booster on the right side of your screen. All right, and we have an unofficial number of about 343,000 feet. Congratulations, New Shepard team, on your 6th flight to space. Now let's bring her home. All right, coming up shortly here, New Shepard is going to re-enter the atmosphere, which means, of course, that it's actually going to have air pressure for those control surfaces to push against to make sure that she guides her right. She's guided right back to the what we call our north landing pad, again, just 2 miles north of where she's taken off from. But shortly here, we're going to look for the wedge fins to deploy. And the wedge fins are out. All things looking nominal. You may recall those wedge fins are housed up in the what we call our ring fin. As the rocket's coming back down, the air is flowing through that ring fin, centralizing the pressure, and that keeps the rocket nice and stable and straight as it's coming back down to land. Of course, the wedge fins also help with the stability of the rocket as she descends back home to Earth. Next, we'll be looking for the drag brakes to deploy. Those are also housed in the ring fin, and that's going to dramatically cut the speed of the rocket. They, in fact, do most of the work in cutting the speed of the rocket as she comes back into land. And again, then we will look for the firing of the BE-3 rocket, sorry, the BE-3 engine that will slow it to just 4 or 5 miles an hour as she touches down. There are the drag brakes. Touchdown. Welcome back, New Shepard. A beautiful launch to space and back. Man.
T-minus 25 seconds.
Status check.
Go Atlas.
Go Centaur. Go Starliner.
Go Starliner. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. The rise of Starliner and a new era in human spaceflight.
The tower. Now 10 seconds into flight. Vehicle's begun the pitch over program. Body rate responses look good. Now 15 seconds in. VU's gone to close loop control. Party 180 looks good at full thrust. Seeing good chamber pressure on both SRBs. Now 26 seconds into flight. Party 180 now throttling down to partial thrust as expected. Engine response looks good. Now 38 seconds in. Party 180 engine operating parameters continue to look good. Vehicle is now passing through max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. Chamber pressures on both SRBs continue to look good. RD-180 engine operating parameters also continue to look good. Now passing 1 minute into flight. And Mach 1, Atlas 5 is now supersonic. And vehicle now throttling up. Engine response looks good. Continue to see good chamber pressure on both SRBs. 1 minute, 20 seconds into flight. Body rate responses on the vehicle look good. 1 minute, 30 seconds in, standing by for SRB burnout. And we have burnout on both solid rocket boosters. Atlas will hold on to the SRBs for an additional 48 seconds prior to jettison. RD-180 has gone back up to full thrust as expected. Engine response looks good. 1 minute, 50 seconds in. Atlas is now 17 miles in altitude, 11.5 miles downrange distance, traveling at 2,300 miles per hour. Now passing 2 minutes into flight. RD-180 engine operating parameters continue to look good at full thrust. And at 2 minutes, 11 seconds into flight, the Atlas rocket now weighs just 1/2 of what it did at launch, burning propellant at a rate of 2,800 pounds per second. And we've seen good indication of jettison of both solid rocket boosters. Vehicle's gone to closed loop guidance. Now just under 2 minutes remaining in the booster phase of flight. 2 minutes, 35 seconds into flight. RD-180 continues to perform well. Engine's now throttling down slightly. Engine response looks good. And Atlas 5 is now traveling at over 5 times the speed of sound. Centaur reaction control system is now pressurizing to flight levels. System response looks good. Three minutes, 10 seconds into flight. Atlas 5 is now 38 miles in altitude, 80 miles downrange distance, traveling at 5,800 miles per hour. RD-180 engine operating parameters continue to look good. Now 1 minute remaining until engine cutoff. Body rate responses continue to look good throughout the booster phase of flight. And RD-180 is now throttling to maintain a constant 3.5 G acceleration limit. Engine responses will all look good. Three minutes, 55 seconds into flight. And Centaur's begun the boost phase chill down sequence. 20 seconds to BECO. RD-180 continuing to look good as it throttles to maintain that constant 3.5 G acceleration limit. Atlas PU has gone to open loop in preparation for BECO. And standing by for BECO. And we have BECO booster engine cutoff, standing by for stage separation. And we have good indication of stage separation. We have pre-start on the RL-10, standing by for ignition. We have ignition and full thrust on both RL-10 engines. Chamber pressures look good on both engines.
À tous de DDO, attention pour le décompte final. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, top. Allumage P80 et décollage VV12 Aeolus. La propulsion est nominale. La trajectoire est nominale, la propulsion du P80 est nominale.
The DDO says all is fine on board. You saw Vega take off like a shot. I'm always amazed. It took her about 3 seconds to cross my computer screen here. 3 seconds, rising like an arrow. Surprisingly fast if you're used to watching the Ariane 5 liftoff. Ariane 5, of course, raises into the air much more slowly, weighs 6 times what Vega does, carrying 4 times as much propellant. Fine shots of her rising into the light clouds. All is well on board, says the DDO. Vega weighing 138 tons at liftoff, as she lifts off from French Guiana, beginning the 12th mission in her career. They call her the light launcher at 138 tons, but I guess that's relative. The first stage is burning now. She weighs 97 tons. 88 tons of that are fuel. Most of any launcher's weight is propellant in any system that we're using today. The first stage burns its single engine for about 2 minutes before being jettisoned. Maybe we'll be able to see that as our camera is tracking Vega, because visibility is pretty good. First stage is produced in Colleferro near Rome, then delivered to the French Guiana plant here, where it's loaded with fuel and transferred to the booster integration building. You probably saw some of that on the video on the launcher campaign. And having returned with a big smile on his face, before separation, is Martin Kaspers. So, how was it?
Incredible.
Tell us.
You see it, you feel it, and all the emotion that comes loose. It's great.
You're laughing.
No, it's not laughter. Yes, it's laughter, but also a cry.
Did you cry? Did you shed a tear?
I did shed a tear.
That's good. What impressed you the most? The sound, the speed, the light, what?
The light was so bright. I had not expected that from such a small launcher. I saw the Galileo or the Ariane launch, but this was much brighter than I had expected.
It's like Times Square out there. You can read a newspaper. All right, very good. Come down and watch a launch, folks, if you haven't already. P80, first stage separation has come on time. The second stage is burning. We're into the second stage burn, called second stage the Z23, Z for Zefiro. Burns its solid rocket motor for 86 seconds. Avio, of course, responsible for production, integration, and testing of both second and third stages.
Et propulsion du Z23, parfaitement nominal.
Vega's launching north, going into a sun-synchronous orbit. Why do we need that sort of an orbit?
We need it for Aeolus, for the instrument for Aladdin. We want to have a dusk-to-dawn orbit so that we're always in the sunlight, and it's also the best way to measure the wind profile.
And the orbit is called, they have a name for it, it's ball of yarn orbit, right? Explain that to us.
It is basically you go north to south pole while the Earth is rotating underneath of you, and in this way you peel off the Earth completely.
You saw separation of the second stage. We're waiting for confirmation by the DDO of the third stage, ignition of the third stage. And there you are, right on time. And coming up next, separation of the fairing. All right on time. We can separate the fairing now because we've made it out of the atmosphere.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Liftoff.
Beginning venture. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
As the crow flies has left the nest and we have liftoff. The forces against the rocket are increasing as Electron travels through the Earth's atmosphere. Soon we'll approach the point where forces are at their strongest, otherwise known as max Q or maximum aerodynamic pressure. So let's check in on Electron's
HP battery discharge is nominal.
Electron is supersonic. Approaching max Q. Cleared max Q.
As you just heard from our GNC operator, we are now past max Q and on the way to our destination, more than 1,000 kilometers above the Earth.
Guidance is nominal. Altitude is 30 kilometers. Speed 1 kilometer per second. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal. Prepare for main engine cutoff.
Soon Electron's first and second stages will separate. First, the 9 Rutherford engines on stage 1 will shut off, a process known as MECO, and then the first stage will be jettisoned, which frees the way for the second stage to continue onto orbit. We should hear confirmation of this separation shortly.
Entering burnout detect mode.
10 seconds till staging. Stage 1 MECO.
Stage set succeeded.
Stage 2 ignition confirmed.
AOS at Chatham Station.
Main engine cutoff has been confirmed and Electron's first and second stages have successfully separated. Next up, the fairing will be jettisoned from the kick stage. Let's listen in.
Fairing separation succeeded.
And we've had confirmation that the fairing have separated. We're 3 minutes and 10 seconds into this mission now and on track for payload deployment at our final destination. If you're just joining us for the webcast of Electron's As the Crow Flies mission, we've had successful main engine cutoff, stage separation, and stage 2 ignition. Propulsion is nominal, and the Crow is flying straight and true for today's mission so far.
Guidance is nominal. Altitude 220 kilometers.
Seconds
Speed
into flight.
2.7 kilometers per
Electron
second.
is looking great as we continue onto orbit.
H2 HV pressure charge is nominal.
Stage 2 propulsion is nominal.
CLS is go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 20 seconds. T-minus 15 seconds. The sound suppression water system has been activated.
10. CLS is go for main engine start.
We have a go for main engine start. Main engine start. 2, 1. Booster ignition and liftoff of Discovery, celebrating its 25th birthday by racking up science and supplies to the space station.
Houston now controlling the midnight ride of Rick Sturckow and his crew to the International Space Station. Discovery rolling onto the proper alignment for its 8.5-minute ride to orbit. 4.5 million pounds of hardware and humans taking aim on the International Outpost. "32 seconds into the flight. The 3 liquid fuel main engines soon will throttle back to 72% of rated performance, down in the bucket, reducing the stress on the shuttle as it goes transonic. Discovery 3.5 miles in altitude, 4 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. Standing by for the throttle up call now from Capcom Eric Bowe.
Discovery. Copy, go ahead, throttle up.
The throttle up call acknowledged by Commander Rick Sturckow, joined on the flight deck by pilot Kevin Ford, flight engineer Jose Hernandez, and Pat Forrester. Seated down on the middeck are Danny Olivas, Christopher Fugelsang of the European Space Agency, and Nicole Stott, hitching a ride for 3 months on the International Space Station. 1 minute 30 seconds into the flight. All of Discovery's systems performing normally. 17 miles in altitude, 18 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. One minute 50 seconds into the flight. Standing by for solid rocket booster separation. Booster officer confirms staging a good solid rocket booster separation. Guidance now converging, the onboard computers steering the shuttle for its precise path to the International Space Station. Discovery 37 miles in altitude, 54 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. 3 good main engines. 3 good auxiliary power units, 3 good fuel cells.
Discovery, 2-engine Maroon. Copy, 2-engine Maroon.
Three minutes into the flight, Everything going very well for Discovery, 47 miles in altitude, 85 miles downrange. The orbital maneuvering system engines ignited, Discovery kicking on the afterburners for 1 minute 52 seconds, assisting the shuttle and its crew on their climb to orbit. Discovery flying on the singular power of its 3 liquid fuel main engines, draining a half a ton of fuel per second from the shuttle's large fuel tank. Discovery coming up on the point of negative return, where the shuttle will be too far downrange, too high in altitude to return to the launch site in the event of an engine failure.
Discovery, negative return. Copy, Houston, negative return.
Discovery speeding straight as an arrow on its night flight toward a date with the International Space Station Sunday night. 4 minutes, 8 seconds into the flight, Discovery 61 miles in altitude, 163 miles downrange from the Cape. All systems in great shape. More than halfway toward its preliminary orbit, Discovery's engines, fuel cells, and auxiliary power units performing as advertised. Discovery now 212 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. The Environmental Systems Officer reports the activation of a good flash evaporator system providing cooling for Discovery's avionics until the payload bay doors are open an hour and a half into the flight. 5 minutes into the ascent toward orbit. This view from a camera on the external fuel tank.
Discovery, press to ATO, select ISRO. Press to ATO will select ISRO.
That call from Capcom Eric Bowe indicating that Discovery can make minimal abort-to-orbit targets in the event of an engine failure. However, all 3 main engines continue to perform perfectly.
Discovery, single engine, ops 3. Copy, single engine, ops 3.
Discovery now 336 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center, coming up on the 6-minute mark into the flight. The guidance officer and mission control confirming that Discovery's computers have commanded the main engines to swivel again, enabling the shuttle to roll to a heads-up position above the fuel tank, gaining more favorable communications through the tracking and data relay satellite system as it heads uphill.
Single engine ISRO 104. Discovery, roger. And Discovery, press to MECO. Roger, press to MECO.
That call from Capcom Eric Bowe indicating that Discovery can make normal main engine cutoff targets in the event of an engine failure. However, 6.5 minutes into the flight, all 3 main engines performing normally. Discovery now 466 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. Less than 2 minutes of powered flight remaining.
Discovery, single engine press 104, nominal shutdown plan, go for the 20-second plus X, no go to pitch. Discovery, copy all, 20-second plus X, no go to pitch.
The 20-second plus X referred to by Capcom Eric Bowe is the maneuver that Commander Rick Sturckow will perform after external tank separation, enabling umbilical well cameras to obtain flash photography of the fuel tank as it drifts away. 7.5 minutes into the flight, the main engines being throttled down to limit the stress on the shuttle and its 7 crew members to that of 3 times the effect of gravity. Discovery currently traveling at a speed of more than 4 miles per second. Discovery and its crew 700 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. 40 seconds of powered flight remaining. Standing by now for main engine cutoff. That will be followed a few seconds later by the separation of the external fuel tank. Booster officer confirms a good main engine cutoff. Now standing by for external tank separation. External tank separation confirmed. Discovery now in its preliminary orbit. You can see the flash photography as Discovery fades away from the camera view. Good maneuver being commanded by Rick Sturckow, maneuvering Discovery so that those cameras embedded in the umbilical well can perform that flash photography of the discarded external fuel tank.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Liftoff of the mighty Delta IV Heavy rocket with NASA's Parker Solar Probe, a daring mission to shed light on the mysteries of our closest star, the Sun.
3R68 look good in the full thrust mode. Five seconds into flight. Chamber pressures continue to look good on all three boosters. Now 35 seconds in. Chamber pressure on the core booster is throttling down to the partial thrust mode. Response looks good. Now 50 seconds into flight. Strap-on boosters look good in the full thrust mode. Core booster looks good in the partial thrust mode. Now 1 minute into flight. Vehicle trajectory looking good right down the middle of the range track. 1 minute, 10 seconds into flight. Coming up on 1 minute, 19 seconds into flight, max Q, maximum dynamic pressure, and Mach 1, Delta IV is now supersonic. One minute, 30 seconds into flight. Port and starboard booster engines continue to look good in the full thrust mode. Core booster looks good in the partial thrust mode. One minute, 45 seconds into flight. Trajectory continuing to look good right down the middle of the range track. ACS press valve has been opened. ACS pressure response looks good. Two minutes, 10 seconds in. Strap-on boosters continue to look good in the full thrust mode. Core booster looks good in the partial thrust mode. And Delta IV has gone to closed loop guidance. Two minutes, 30 seconds into flight. And at 2 minutes, 39 seconds into flight, the Delta IV rocket now weighs just 1/2 of what it did at launch, burning propellant at a rate of almost 5,000 pounds per second. And launch vehicle is now 33 miles in altitude, 49 miles downrange distance, traveling at 4,500 miles per hour. 3 minutes into flight. RS-68A engines in the port and starboard boosters continue to look good in the full thrust mode. Core booster looks good in the partial thrust mode. 3 minutes, 15 seconds into flight. Trajectory continuing to look good down the middle of the range track. Approximately 2 minutes remaining in the boost phase of flight. Chamber pressures continuing to look good on all three boosters. Port and starboard booster in the full thrust mode, core booster continuing in the partial thrust mode. And standing by for a strap-on booster throttle down momentarily. Port and starboard boosters have begun to throttle down. And we have jettison of both strap-on boosters. Core booster is throttled back up to full thrust. Response looks good. Four minutes, 25 seconds into flight. Upper stage lock system has begun boost phase chill down sequence. And 1 minute remaining in boost phase of flight. And upper stage fuel system has begun boost phase chill down. Five minutes into flight, just over 30 seconds now remaining in first stage phase of flight. Core booster engine continues to look good in the full thrust mode. Vehicle trajectory continuing down the middle of the range track. 5 minutes, 20 seconds into flight. And standing by for core booster throttle down momentarily. Core booster has begun to throttle down. Standing by for BECO. And we have BECO booster engine cutoff, standing by for stage sep. And we have good indication of stage separation. NED is deploying. We have pre-start on the RL-10. And we have ignition on the RL-10 engine. Engine chamber pressure looks good. And we have good indication of payload fairing jettison. Now 6 minutes, 20 seconds into flight. And with the boost phase of flight complete, Parker Solar Probe will now continue its journey to the Sun.
Стабилизация ракетоносителя устойчивая. 70 секунд. Параметры системы управления в норме. 80 секунд. Двигатели ракетоносителя работают устойчиво. 90 секунд. Танкаж, рысканье, вращение в норме. 100 секунд. Стабилизация устойчивая. 110 секунд. Давление в камеру сгорания в норме. 120 секунд. Есть запуск двигателей второй ступени. Есть выключение двигателей первой ступени. Есть отделение первой ступени. Двигатели второй ступени вышли на режим.
準備完了。
All systems are ready.
メインエンジンスタート。
Main engine ignition.
リフトオフ。
Lift off.
通信放送衛星テルスター12番テージを搭載した H2A ロケット29号機は平成27年11月24日午後3時50分に種子島宇宙センターから打ち上げられました。
We had a liftoff of the H2A launch vehicle number 29 with the Telstar 12 Vantage on board from the Tanegashima Space Center at 3:50 p.m. on November 24, 2015 Japan Standard Time.
打ち上げ以降、ロケットの管制は吉信発射管制塔から竹崎総合司令塔に引き継がれています。SRBA 第1ペア分離、第2ペア分離。
The first and second pairs of SLVAs were jettisoned.
衛星フェアリング分離。
Payload fairing jettison.
第1弾、第2弾分離。
First and second stages separation.
第2弾エンジン第1回燃焼開始。
Second stage engine, first time ignition.
第2弾エンジン第1回燃焼停止。
Second stage engine, first time cut off.
第2弾エンジン第2回燃焼開始。
Second stage engine, second time ignition.
第2弾エンジン第2回燃焼停止。
Second stage engine, second time cut off.
第2弾エンジン第3回燃焼開始。
Second stage engine, third time ignition.
第2弾エンジン第3回燃焼停止。
Second stage engine, third time cut off.
テルスター12番テージ分離。
Telstar 12 Vantage separation.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Liftoff of the Falcon 9. Falcon 9 is near the tower. JC moved to 39A to post operations. Copy, Wilco.
You are watching the Falcon 9 rocket carrying the Dragon spacecraft as it ascends through the atmosphere en route to the International Space Station after a successful liftoff from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The vehicle has just passed through supersonic territory. And the vehicle has also just passed through max Q, which is the maximum aerodynamic pressure that the vehicle sees during its ascent through the atmosphere. Just about 45 seconds now. The first stage is going to go through a few maneuvers, all in very close succession. The first of those is going to be main engine cutoff. It's when those 9 Merlin engines at the bottom of the first stage stop thrusting. Immediately after that, this first stage is going to separate from the second stage, and then immediately after that, the second stage's single Merlin vacuum engine is going to ignite and prepare to accelerate the Dragon spacecraft the rest of the way towards the orbit of the International Space Station. You can see those exhaust gases from the Falcon 9 expanding in the upper atmosphere. Stand by for MECO in just about 5 seconds. And as you can see, the main engines have cut off from the first stage, and we have confirmation of a successful separation. Just waiting for that second engine to start up. As you can hear from the crowd cheering downstairs, it sounds like we've had a successful separation and a successful ignition of that upper stage engine. Now on your screen right now you can see that second stage on the right-hand side as it accelerates towards the International Space Station. However, on the left-hand side you're looking at a view from the first stage of the Falcon 9 rocket. That first stage just completed its boost back burn, which thrusts it back towards Cape Canaveral and gets it ready for a landing. We can follow along with its process back towards LZ-1 on the left-hand side and follow along with Dragon and the second stage progress on the right-hand side. Just had confirmation that the Dragon's nose cone deploy, that is the shield on top of the Dragon that protects the hatch and the forward bulkhead from any aerodynamic pressures. Now that we're out of the atmosphere, we don't need it anymore, so we just pop it off. Getting confirmation from our GNC department that trajectory of the second stage is nominal. On your left-hand side, you can see those grid fins deploying on the first stage. Those grid fins are used to control the first stage as it descends down through the atmosphere. Just had confirmation of a successful boost back burn shutdown as well. Periodically on the left-hand side, you'll see jets of gas. These are cold gas thrusters. In addition to those grid fins, those cold gas thrusters allow that first stage to control its descent so that it can pinpoint land in the center of LZ-1. And on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see that second stage nozzle glowing hot with those exhaust gases. That second stage is currently accelerating nominally towards the ISS. We've just acquired signal as well from our Bermuda tracking station. SpaceX has tracking stations situated all over the world so we can maintain constant contact with the second stage engine as it orbits the Earth. That first stage is about 1 minute away from the entry burn. You can see the coast of Florida in the left-hand side of your screen as the stage comes back down towards land. It's still in the very upper regions of the atmosphere where air is very thin, but before it hits the thicker atmosphere portions, we are going to light those engines once again to slow it down just a little bit so it doesn't burn up on its way down towards Cape Canaveral. This is a beautiful shot from space of Cape Canaveral. You can see the white dots of clouds that we just launched through. We should be able to get clear video all the way back down towards landing zone 1. On the right-hand screen, you're seeing a camera shot from our pad at LZ-1. And the entry burn has just started. So that Falcon 9 is currently thrusting its way just to slow itself down. Entry burn lasts about a minute. Excuse me, about 10 seconds. And entry burn has just completed. That was successful. For those of us just joining, on the left-hand side, we have a camera on the first stage as it descends, and on the right-hand side, we have a camera on the ground tracking that first stage as it makes its way back. You can see the rocket start to vibrate around as it hits the thicker parts of the atmosphere. In about 10 seconds, that center Merlin engine is going to ignite once more and set the rocket down as gently as possible at the pad at LZ-1. Landing burn has begun. On the left-hand side, you can see the first stage approaching the pad. And on the right-hand side, you see the pad shot. Let's watch it land. Just saw on this webcast, X marks the spot for yet another picture-perfect landing of a Falcon 9 first stage back at LZ-1 in Cape Canaveral, Florida. This is great news for everyone here at SpaceX. This is exactly what we try to do with all of our rocket, or most of our rockets now these days. So while we all are very excited about this successful landing, it's important to note that the main objective today is still not complete. On the right-hand side of the screen, you can see that second stage continually accelerating itself and the Dragon spacecraft towards the International Space Station. So hopefully we'll get confirmation that the second stage engine cutoff is about to happen soon. This is when that second stage engine finishes its main burn, finishes accelerating a Dragon most of the way towards the ISS, and then after that burn is complete, the Dragon will then separate from the second stage and then begin its own preparations as it goes towards the ISS.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1, 0. Plus 5 seconds.
Majestic liftoff and the announcement of normal liftoff from the Range Operations Director.
सफलतापूर्वक उत्थापन PSLV C-51 का अपने मिशन की ओर अग्रसर.
Satellites taking a ride in this mission. Amazonia 1 being the prime satellite.
Stage performance normal.
ROD की अभी घोषणा के अनुसार प्रथम चरण का निष्पादन सामान्य होता हुआ अब प्रमोचन यान अपने अधिकतम गतिक दाब से गुजर रहा है. पूरे नियंत्रण तंत्र सामान्य काम करते हुए
The PS1 performance is according to the expectation for this mission. Both the strap-ons have ignited on ground. It's 1 minute 15 seconds into the launch. Altitude 40 kilometers. All the ground-lit strap-ons are separated. Core stage will continue to burn for 1 minute 50 seconds.
अपने निर्धारित पथ का अनुकरण करते हुए PSLV C-51 प्रथम चरण का निष्पादन सामान्य होता हुआ यह करीबन 109 सेकंड्स तक चलकर पृथक हो जाएगा मुख्य यान से.
First stage separated, second stage ignited.
प्रथम चरण का पृथक्करण सामान्य.
2 minutes.
द्वितीय चरण
performance normal.
द्वितीय चरण प्रज्वलित हो सामान्य निष्पादन करता हुआ. द्वितीय चरण करीब 152 सेकंड तक चलेगा.
About 90 kilometers altitude already attained. The PS2, the second stage of PSLV, operating currently. You can see on your screens the flight parameters. The second stage operation increases the relative velocity of the launch vehicle. The payload fairing has been separated. And the closed loop guidance also is initiated. These are the two events which are done after the launch vehicle clears the denser part of the atmosphere.
Second stage performance normal.
The Shah's tracking station is continuing to track, and Trivandrum station also has started to acquire the signal of launch vehicle flight. The second stage of PSLV is based on liquid propulsion system.
अब प्रमोचन यान क्लोज लूप गाइडेंस के अंतर्गत है। इसका मतलब है कि वह अपने नियंत्रण के लिए एक्सेलरोमीटर्स और रेट जाइरोस का उपयोग कर अपनी स्थिति प्राप्त कर उसे नियंत्रण करता है और उद्दिष्ट दिशा की ओर मोड़ता है। पूरी तरह सामान्य निष्पादन PS2 स्टेज का और निर्धारित पथ का अनुकरण करते हुए PS2 स्टेज तरंग नोदन पर आधारित चरण है।
Second stage separated, third stage ignited.
अभी अभी ROD का संदेश आया है जिसमें PS3 प्रज्वलित हो चुका है। PS2 का सफलतापूर्वक पृथक्करण किया जा चुका है।
Close to 5 minutes past the launch, the PSLV third stage is currently operating and the performance is normal.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine start. Liftoff and Perry's NG-13 mission with Wallops Flight Facility. Engines at 100%. Attitude nominal. TVC's nominal. Core pressures are nominal. Engine chamber pressures are nominal. Attitude nominal. Power subsystem nominal. Altitude 10,000 feet. Attitude nominal. Core system performance nominal. Engine and TVC systems nominal. Velocity 1,100 feet per second. Attitude continues nominal. Max Q, attitude nominal. Power subsystem continues nominal. Altitude 50K feet. Engine steady, 100%. Core VNG3 activated. Attitude nominal. 3,000 feet per second. Attitude nominal.
Coming up on 2 minutes into the flight, they've passed maximum dynamic pressure on the vehicle.
Engine and TVC system remains nominal. 100,000 feet altitude.
2 minutes into flight.
Core pressures nominal. Engine steady, 100%.
A minute and a half to go in first stage performance.
Attitude nominal. 150K feet altitude. Engine steady, pressures nominal. $8,000 feet per second. Core pressures are nominal. Engines at 100%.
Coming up on 3 minutes into flight.
Low throttle down initiated. MECO slew maneuver initiated. Attitude nominal. Engines at 55% and nominal. 14,000 feet per second. Main engine cutoff.
Main engine cutoff confirmed. Standing by for stage 1 separation.
Upper ACS enabled. Stage 1 SEP.
Stage 1 separation confirmed. The next milestone is fairing separation, which will come in about 40 seconds.
Altitude 100 kilometers. Roughly 15 seconds to stage 2 ignition.
Fairing separation confirmed.
Fairing separation.
4 minutes into flight.
Interstage separation.
Interstage separation confirmed.
Attitude nominal. Stage 2 ignition.
And stage 2 ignition is confirmed. Stage 2 is that solid rocket fuel that will burn for about 3 minutes and 43 seconds. Burnout will come about 7 minutes and 9 seconds into flight.
Stage 2 will burn for roughly 2 more minutes. Power subsystem nominal. Stage 2 attitude nominal. Stage 2 TVC system performance nominal. Power subsystems continue nominal. FDS nominal.
FDS.
TVC nominal. Roughly 100 seconds till stage 2 burnout. Vehicle systems nominal. TVC system performance nominal. Attitude nominal. Roughly 1 minute and stage 2 burnout. 6 kilometers per second velocity, 183 kilometers altitude.
Hot mic on countdown 1. Hot mic.
Vehicle performance nominal. Good attitude. Good power subsystems. 30 seconds to stage 2 burnout. System continues to perform nominally, heading into burnout. Stage 2 burnout.
Stage 2 burnout confirmed. Cygnus now moving about 16,822 miles per hour.
ACS enabled. Beginning maneuver to acquire payload separation attitude. Power nominal. The vehicle will continue to coast until conditions are met for payload separation.
Cygnus separation will come about 9 minutes and 4 seconds into flight.
Attitude nominal, roughly 1 minute to payload separation. ACS and power subsystems nominal, attitude nominal. Altitude, 197 kilometers. 30 seconds to payload separation. Vehicle subsystems continue to operate nominal. Roughly 15 seconds to payload separation.
Welcome to Verizon Wireless. The wireless customer you called is not available at this time. Please try your call again later. Announcement 1, switch 170-3.
We have payload separation.
Welcome to Verizon.
And spacecraft separation confirmed.
Called is not available at this time. Please try your call again later. Announcement 1,
beginning
switch
C-cam maneuver.
170-3.
The unpiloted Russian resupply cargo spacecraft Progress 77 on its 2-day 33-orbit journey to the International Space Station. Currently in Baikonur, at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, it's 26 degrees Fahrenheit with mostly cloudy skies, a temperature not too different from what we're currently experiencing here in Houston, Texas.
Параметры конструкции ракеты-носителя в норме. Стабилизация изделия устойчивая. Давление в камерах двигателей в норме. 60. Тангаж, рысканье, вращение в норме. 70. Полет нормальный. 80. Параметры системы управления ракеты-носителя в норме. 90. Двигатели первой и второй ступени работают нормально. 100. Параметры конструкции ракеты-носителя в норме. 110. Тангаж, рысканье, вращение в норме. 120. Есть выключение двигателей боковых блоков. Есть отделение боковых блоков. 130. Стабилизация изделия устойчивая. 180. Стабилизация изделия устойчивая. 190. Творог головного обтекателя. 230. Полет нормальный. Время КП 9 часов 45 минут 5 секунд 310 миллисекунд. 290. Есть запуск двигателя третьей ступени, есть выключение двигателя второй ступени, есть отделение второй ступени. 300. Есть сброс панели хвостового отсека. Параметры системы управления в норме. Есть выключение двигателя третьей ступени. Есть отделение транспортного грузового корабля «Прогресс МС-16». Транспортный грузовой корабль «Прогресс МС-16» выведен на орбиту искусственного спутника Земли.
And you can see third stage shutdown and separation from the Progress 77 vehicle, right on time, 8 minutes and 45 seconds after launch. And the unfurling of Progress 77's solar arrays.
Activating the thermal batteries. All systems are go. Yeah, main engine ignition. SLV ignition and liftoff.
H2A ロケット42号機は2020年1月20日午前6時58分14秒に種子島宇宙センターから打ち上げられました。
We have a liftoff of H2A vehicle number 42 from JAXA International Space Center at 6:58:14 a.m. on July 20, 2020 Japan Standard Time.
The
Following liftoff, the operation control of the launch vehicle has been switched from the blockhouse to the launch control center. The H2A is now flying above Pacific Ocean to the east.
ロケットは正常に飛行中であり、種子島の地上局は正常にロケットの追尾を行っています。
The H2A flight is on course, and the Taneshima station is tracking the launch vehicle very well.
SLVA 燃焼終了。
The SLVs have burned out.
SLVA 分離。
SLVA separation.
14、15、16、17、18、19、120。
Attention pour le décompte final.
Final countdown.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, top. Allumage Vulcain. Allumage EAP, décollage.
So right on schedule at 18:39 local, Ariane 5 beginning her mission, lifting off perfectly and beautifully from the ground here in French Guiana with a lot
Tous
of
les
fire.
paramètres à bord sont normaux.
Streaking through the clouds as the DDO says all is well on board, beginning her mission, the second for Arianespace this year, with 2 new telecom satellites for major regional operators. The 2 boosters are now providing 90% of the thrust, propelling the launcher along her trajectory at an ever higher velocity. 775 tons is our mass at liftoff. She's burning 5 tons of fuel per second 2.5 tons in each booster burning per second, and the core stage burning another 300 kilos every second. Ariane 5 is now following the program and the onboard computer, which gives all the orders, including stage separations, which we will soon see. We're in the first of 4 flight phases. We'll be describing each in turn and in detail so you can follow Ariane as she heads east across the Atlantic. Right now, the first flight phase, the single Falcon core stage engine and the 2 boosters burning together. The boosters will burn their 240 tons in just over 2 minutes, and they're the first to be extinguished. You'll hear the DDO call out that milestone in about 20 seconds. We are 15 kilometers from the pad here, but even here you can feel the sensation of liftoff. If you're watching from the closest viewing station, less than 5 kilometers from the pad, you can really hear the noise and see the light. And you probably will be able to see the burnout of the boosters. That looks like the burnout of the boosters right there, picked up on the camera.
Séparation des étages, accélération à poudre.
DDO confirms it. You see the 2 orange points of light falling away on either side, and the white light in the middle, that's the core stage burning. The boosters, give you an idea what it looks like, fall 500 kilometers from shore in a protected area. There's a second booster out of camera range on the left, of course. French Guiana was in part chosen as a base for its opening on the water. We'll have a little more on that subject later on. For now, on the bottom of your screen on the left, our altitude approaching 100 kilometers. On the right, our speed, 2 kilometers per second. The speed we need for satellite separation, roughly 9 kilometers per second. So keep your eyes on the numbers. And when we near the region of 8 or 9 kilometers per second, you'll know we are getting close to satellite separation. There is fairing separation, right on time, revealing to the elements. The blue part is our first passenger.
Séparation de la coiffe.
Sky Brazil 1. Separation of the fairing is given by 2 pyrotechnic systems, one horizontal and one vertical. Again, what it looks like up there. The other half is at a camera range on the right. We can separate the fairing now because we're out of the dense layers of the atmosphere at over 100 kilometers up. There's neither friction nor heating which could disturb the passengers, and we also discard any dead weight whenever possible to maximize performance. The fairing weighs almost 2.5 tons, so we can get rid of it now.
Début de la manœuvre en roulis.
We're into the second powered flight phase. The boosters have done their work. Only the single lower stage engine still burning now. It'll burn for about 9 minutes in all. Our speed is important now, and that's the role of the main stage. Cryogenic propellant is not only highly efficient, but provides a push that can last for a long time. You have noticed that there are different propulsion systems on Ariane 5. Cryogenics, as used in the main stage, are more efficient than solid propellant, which is used in the boosters. Basically speaking, solids are for getting us off the ground, away from the pull of the Earth, while cryogenics are for more precision orienting of a vehicle. And of course, they can also allow a stage to be reignited in another version of Ariane 5. Ariane 5 is the heavy lift launcher. The other 2 members of the family, Soyuz, lifting middle-sized payloads, 2 and 3 tons, and Vega, the light lift vehicle for missions of 1 ton, roughly. Coming up, hopefully, is the first of a few launch replays. Here's the first one. You can re-experience those intense moments as Ariane 5 took off from the pad just over 5 minutes ago. We have cameras at several of the half-dozen observation sites that are stationed across the base here, and they can furnish us with shots from different angles. Here's another. We should have more replay footage later on. The closest observation site is called Toucan. Many of the VIPs are out there tonight. We're in the second powered flight phase, the single-engine core stage burning. The core stage measures 5.4 meters in diameter, 31 meters long, roughly the same height as the 2 boosters on either side, and it burns 175 tons of propellant, powered by one single Vulcan engine burning the liquid hydrogen and the liquid oxygen. Liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, yes. Once a year, a launch is dedicated to a town that's part of the Community of Ariane Cities group. Tonight, that honor goes to Toulouse.
明白。10、9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1，点火！点火！起飞！西宁11:10.3分15秒613毫秒。程序转弯。文昌光学雷达跟踪正常，遥测向正常，文昌飞行正常。文昌雷达跟踪正常，遥测向正常，文昌飞行正常。阵地遥测向正常。阵地3115跟踪正常。铜鼓岭遥测向正常。文昌雷达跟踪正常，遥测向正常，文昌飞行正常。3117跟踪正常。临水3901跟踪正常。文昌雷达跟踪正常，遥测向正常，文昌飞行正常。西沙424跟踪正常。
段93副段。段93副。
西沙313跟踪正常。
段92副。
助力器关机，助力器分离。
92副段。
文昌雷达跟踪正常，遥测向正常，文昌飞行正常。西沙424跟踪正常，抛整流罩。临水3901跟踪正常。 西沙313跟入正常。文昌雷达跟入正常，遥测信号正常，文昌飞行正常。临水3901跟入正常。西沙424跟入正常。文昌雷达跟入正常，遥测信号正常，文昌飞行正常。西沙313跟入正常。西沙424跟入正常。文昌雷达跟入正常，遥测信号正常，文昌飞行正常。西沙313跟入正常。西沙424跟入正常。一级关机，看见分离。
The second umbilical now retracting, initiating auto sequence start. We have main engine ignition, engines and turbo pumps up to flight speed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Engine turbo pump in flight.
And liftoff. 50 years after a small step for man, the Soyuz rocket and its multinational crew take a giant leap off the launch pad, bound for the International Space Station.
flight. All the parameters are nominal.
Good first stage performance. The Soyuz delivering 930,000 pounds of thrust from its 4 boosters and single engine. The nighttime sky is creating a halo-like effect as the Soyuz arcs to the northeast away from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in pursuit of the International Space Station.
Everything is nominal on board. 40 seconds. The spacecraft, the vehicle are nominal and they're stable. Copy.
Good reports from the blockhouse in Baikonur, punching a hole through the clouds overhead. Good engine performance being reported.
60 seconds in. Yaw, pitch, roll are nominal. Copy.
1 minute, 10 seconds into the flight.
Feeling well.
Alexander Skvortsov reports the crew is feeling well. Now going through the period of maximum dynamic pressure, leaving a contrail.
The
Soyuz traveling almost 3,000 miles an hour, 15 miles in altitude, 10 miles downrange from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. One minute, 45 seconds after launch. All structural parameters reported to be in excellent shape. A good view inside MS-13. Alexander Skvortsov at the bottom of your screen. At the top of your screen, Luca Parmitano, as we stand by for first stage separation.
Yes, the jettison is confirmed.
First stage separation confirmed.
Confirmed. Third stage separation is confirmed. Affirmative. The vehicle is stable. Copy.
The Soyuz now traveling 4,500 miles an hour, 29 miles in altitude, 29 miles downrange from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. 2.5 minutes into the flight. All structural parameters reported to be in excellent shape. Second stage performance reported nominal. The launch shroud has now been jettisoned, and now we're seeing a view from a camera on the second stage of the Soyuz rocket. We will no longer see in-cabin views. That external camera activated by Alexander Skvortsov from a button on his control panel. But a great view looking down the Soyuz booster. Again, this view from a second stage camera on the Soyuz rocket. 3 minutes, 15 seconds into the flight, everything proceeding normally.
And 20 seconds. The second stage engines are operating nominally and everything is nominal on board. We're feeling well.
$220.
220 seconds. The flight is nominal. Copy. Everything is nominal on board.
4 minutes into the flight, almost halfway through powered flight, as the Soyuz MS-13 and its trio of crew continues its flight uphill, and the beginning of a 6-hour journey to the International Space Station. A spectacular view from a second stage camera on the Soyuz booster. The Soyuz traveling 8,500 miles an hour, 91 miles in altitude, 248 miles downrange from the Baikonur Cosmodrome.
Copy. Everything is nominal on board. Second stage separation is confirmed.
And you see the aft skirt from the second stage separating. Second stage separation is complete, continuing to receive downlink video from the Soyuz booster at the 5-minute, 15-second mark into the flight. 3.5 minutes of powered flight remaining. The Soyuz being powered on the singular capability of its third stage engine. All parameters are reported in excellent shape.
Everything is nominal on board. We are feeling well. ...330 seconds in, the third stage engines are operating nominally.
The Soyuz now traveling over 10,000 miles an hour, 111 miles in altitude, 417 miles downrange from the Baikonur Cosmodrome.
350 seconds, the flight is nominal.
And by the way, at the time of third stage shutdown and orbital insertion, the ISS will be flying over the far eastern coast of Russia near the Sea of Japan, almost 2,500 statute miles ahead of the Soyuz as it begins its chase to catch up to the station in earnest. 6 minutes, 20 seconds into the flight, 2.5 minutes of powered flight remaining.
...390 seconds. The launch vehicle parameters are nominal. Copy all. Everything is nominal on board. The crew is feeling well. All the parameters are nominal.
As you can hear, Alexander Skvortsov continuing to provide progress reports to the Launch Control Center in Baikonur. At the time of third stage shutdown and spacecraft separation, control of the Soyuz's flight to the International Space Station will be reverted back to the flight control team at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov on the outskirts of Moscow. 7 minutes, 15 seconds into the flight. The Soyuz traveling 13,200 miles an hour, 124 miles in altitude, 715 miles downrange from the Baikonur Cosmodrome.
440 seconds in, the vehicle is stable. Copy. Everything is nominal here.
Good reports continue to be received back from the blockhouse in Baikonur. Good structural parameters. The third stage engine continues to burn as advertised as we approach the 8-minute mark into the flight.
470 seconds in, third stage engines are operating nominally. Copy all. Everything is nominal on board. We are feeling well. – 490 seconds. The vehicle is stable. Copy all. Everything is nominal here. We are feeling well.
8.5 minutes into the flight, about 15 seconds away from third stage shutdown and spacecraft separation.
Your pitch roll are nominal. Copy. We are standing by for KO, and everything is nominal on board.
And we have third stage shutdown and separation.
Third stage separation is confirmed. Congratulations on the nominal orbital insertion. Mission Control Moscow is here. Vyacheslav is here. Congratulations again. Copy all. Thank you very much.
And you can see the Soyuz solar arrays beginning to unfurl as planned.
Mission Control Moscow, how copy?
Minus 10, 9, 8, 7, main engine start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff of Space Shuttle Atlantis to assemble the framework for the science laboratories of tomorrow.
Houston now controlling.
Houston, Atlantis, roll program. Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Atlantis' roll maneuver is complete. The orbiter's in a heads down position, on course for a 51.6 degree, 137 by 36 statute mile orbit. systems in good shape. Engines throttling down as Atlantis prepares to maneuver through the area of maximum dynamic pressure on the vehicle in the lower atmosphere. Already 7 miles away from the Kennedy Space Center at an altitude of 5 miles.
T-minus 20. Falcon 9 is configured for flight. T-minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Liftoff of Falcon 9. Falcon 9 is clear the tower. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Power telemetry nominal.
T plus 50 seconds into flight, you heard the call out on countdown net 1. Avionics is nominal. Earlier we heard propulsion call out a nominal call for the 9 Merlin 1D engines. Next major activity coming up in just over 15 seconds. Maximum dynamic pressure. Falcon 9 currently has gone supersonic.
Vehicle is experiencing maximum dynamic pressure.
T plus 1 minute, 30 seconds into flight. We've heard the call out. The vehicle has gone through the period of maximum dynamic pressure. That's where the velocity of the vehicle and the density of the lower altitude of the Earth's atmosphere combine to create the greatest loads on the Falcon 9. The Merlin engines throttled down and then throttled back up to full power in preparation going through this phase. So currently we're at full power, continuing to head towards stage separation, coming up at about T plus 2 minutes, 46 seconds. Now there'll be a sequence of activities that happen very rapidly in just about 35 seconds from now. You'll hear MECO, main engine cutoff. The 9 Merlin first stage engines will shut down. 4 seconds later, we get stage separation. 7 seconds after that, the upper stage engine ignites to propel the second stage and Intelsat into the parking orbit. Let's watch and listen as we come up on MECO and stage separation.
We have MECO.
Stage separation.
T plus 3 minutes, 5 seconds. You hear the applause in the background here in Hawthorne. A successful shutdown, stage separation, and ignition of the upper stage engine. The next major activity coming up in about 20 seconds, 25 seconds is fairing separation. We'll watch for that as the camera switches to a forward view showing Intelsat 35E inside the payload fairing.
Fairing separation confirmed.
Second stage is following nominal trajectory.
Coming up on T plus 4 minutes into flight, we saw a successful separation of the payload fairing. Intelsat 35E attached to the top of the second stage, now exposed to the vacuum of outer space. We've also heard the call out that propulsion continues to be nominal. Trajectory looks good for the Falcon 9.
T-minus 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have engine ignition.
Main engine start. And we have liftoff up in Perry for NG-15 mission, the Wallops Flight Facility. Engines are at 100%. Attitude, core pressures, and vehicle subsystems are nominal.
The SS Katherine Johnson takes flight on this, the 59th anniversary of John Glenn's Mercury flight, carrying 8,000 pounds of cargo to the International Space Station. Good performance on the first stage so far.
Engines at 100%, all systems nominal. Stage 1 continues nominal performance, engines at 100%. Good core pressures. Engines remain steady, attitude nominal. Max Q, attitude nominal.
First stage passing through the area of maximum dynamic pressure on the rocket. 90 seconds into the flight. This first stage burns for a little over 3 minutes, 3 minutes 18 seconds until main engine cutoff.
About 90 seconds to stage 1 burnout. Attitude nominal. Engines at 100% and steady. T plus 2 minutes. All subsystems continue in nominal performance. All subsystems are nominal. We'll be ready to shift down to 80% on the engines at 170. Start of slow throttle down.
Throttling down at 3 minutes into the flight, main engine cutoff coming soon.
Throttle down to 55%. Main engine cutoff.
We have MECO, and Terry's entering into a coast stage. Fairing separation will occur about 30 seconds later. As we lose sight of the vehicle, now switching to animation. Some controlled firings on the interstage of the rocket.
Attitude nominal, good separation. "20 seconds to stage 2 ignition. All subsystems nominal. Fairing separation. Interstage separation.
Confirmed fairing separation and interstage.
Stage 2 ignition.
Stage 2 ignition confirmed. Stage 2 is a solid rocket motor, burns for about 2 minutes 44 seconds.
Stage 2 will continue to burn for another approximately 2 minutes. Altitude 138 kilometers. Can confirm, Delhi John.
Using GNC states. Rereading engines.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Ignition.
2.
State. Pitch over.
Pitch over confirmed.
IRB tracking downrange.
As you just saw, we've had successful liftoff of Rocket Lab's Alana 19 mission. This one's for Pickering. The next major milestone we're coming up to is Max Q, or maximum aerodynamic pressure. This is where the forces on the vehicle are at their greatest during launch. Let's stand by for the call.
Approaching maximum dynamic pressure. Max dynamic pressure. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal. Open power pack CO2 bottles.
Coming up next are a series of events that take place in quick succession. These are MECO, or main engine cutoff, followed by Stage 1 separation, Stage 2 engine ignition, and then fairing jettison. Let's listen in.
Entering burnout protect mode.
Stage 1 main engine cutoff.
Staging.
And stage 2 propulsion is nominal.
Stage 2 is stable.
Fairing deploy.
And that completes MECO, Stage 1 separation, second stage ignition, and fairing separation. Electron's second stage is now on its way to orbit. We'll listen in for the call that Electron is orbital at approximately 9 minutes into flight.
Altitude is 150 kilometers.
Our next milestone will be battery hot swap. One of the unique features of Electron is that our Rutherford engine uses electric pumps. These pumps are powered by batteries, but once these batteries run flat, they're just dead weight. To overcome this, we perform a hot swap, where we switch from 2 depleted batteries to a third fully charged one. We then jettison the depleted batteries, and that mass savings allows a more efficient ride to orbit. Look out for the battery jettison occurring at around T+7 minutes.
Three kilometers per second. Four kilometers per second. Coming up on hot swap. Swapping. Eject.
Stationary propulsion nominal.
We've had successful hot swap of our batteries, and Electron is performing nominally.
5 kilometers.
Just to recap, we had successful ignition, stage 1 burn, and stage separation, and now we're following stage 2 as it continues to orbit. This burn will continue until around T+9 minutes, and then our kick stage will separate.
80 seconds remaining.
Copy AFQ saved.
Seconds remaining.
We have about 30 seconds remaining in the stage 2 burn. Electron is following a good trajectory and propulsion is nominal.
Seconds. Vehicle's orbital.
Stage 2 engine shutdown.
Shutdown. Transfer orbit appears nominal. Staging.
to the third stage has been disconnected, and in just a moment the second umbilical tower will separate.
Power on board.
There's the second tower.
Command for ignition, oxygen.
Launch command has been issued. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Engine turbo pump at flight speed. Engines at maximum thrust. Liftoff.
And there is liftoff of the Soyuz MS-10 to the International Space Station, carrying Nick Hague and Alexei Ovchinin to the orbital complex. This again is Nick Hague's first time to launch to space, and Alexei Ovchinin's second.
One copy. Everything is good on board, and we are feeling well. Copy. Burlock 1.
Hearing good first stage performance for the Soyuz, delivering 930,000 pounds of thrust from its 4 boosters and single engine. Again, the first stage of the Soyuz measures 68 feet in length and 24 feet in diameter. It's burning liquid fuel for the first 2 minutes and 6 seconds of flight.
$60 seconds into the flight. The pressure in the chamber is nominal. Burlock 1, copy. Everything is well on board. They're feeling well. Thank you. Copy.
Everything proceeding as intended for today's flight. Now just a little over a minute into it. The velocity of the Soyuz is about 1,100 miles per hour. View here of the crew inside the Soyuz, now making their way to the International Space Station. Nick Hague there at the top of the screen and Alexei Ovchinin at the bottom.
Burlock 1, copy. Everything is well on board. The crew is feeling well. Copy.
View here of the Soyuz making its way into space. Everything looking good, proceeding nominally.
Inaudible.
And we have the escape tower for the Soyuz now jettisoned. Everything continuing nominally. 4 strap-on boosters have been jettisoned, and they've completed their job, dropped away at an altitude of 28 statute miles. Soyuz traveling about 3,350 miles an hour.
Is it emergency booster 2 minutes 45 seconds? The emergency, the failure of the booster. Failure of the booster. BS, yes, BS. Separation. Enable power.
190 seconds into the flight, Soyuz traveling about 4,700 miles per hour.
Don't be in a hurry. Burlaki, copy. We are in weightlessness, according to our sensations. Stand by. Burlaki, do you have F1 illuminated? 11:42:17 failure. 11:42:17 is the time of the failure. F1 on SP is illuminated. Copy. The shroud is separated. The crew is feeling well. Everything is well on board. We have routes in our hands, and the power is on. Copy. So what are the recommendations of the ground? What about the separation? Did the separation go through? Yes, it did. 11:42:55. Burlaki, did you deactivate Rus power? No. Did you activate the Rus power? Yes, the Rus power is on. ON. Now, please send BS command. Ballistic descent command is sent from Rus controller. Copy. 11:45:30. BS has been sent. We have the indicator illuminated. The overload has started. Yes, we are getting ready for the deload. Time 12:46. Deload is 6.7. Copy. We feeling rotation. The deload is going down. 18:46:20. Deload is 272 and going down. Copy, Burlaki. So tighten the straps in work.
Hearing there that there has been an issue with the booster, and we're standing by for information as we continue to get it from the Russian flight control team, but everything seems to be fine with the crew. We had good comm with them, and they are okay. We'll continue to wait for more information.
Launch lead.
T-minus 15 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition and liftoff.
Vehicles pitching downrange.
Stage 1. Stage 1 chamber pressures are nominal.
We are T plus 40 seconds into flight. That is a gorgeous shot of Falcon 9. We are in the middle of the NROL 108 mission. Falcon 9 is currently throttling down to prepare for max Q at T plus 1 minute and 12 seconds. Max Q is where the vehicle will experience the highest amount of aerodynamic pressures.
Falcon is supersonic. Maximum aerodynamic pressure.
And we've passed max Q. All is looking good with the stage 1 trajectory. In about a minute, we'll have 5 events happening back to back. First up is main engine cutoff. We also refer to that as MECO. This is where all 9 Merlin engines on the first stage will shut off to slow the vehicle down in preparation for the second event, stage separation. During stage separation, the first and second stage will separate from one another. The third event is second engine start, or SES1. This is where the single Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage will ignite. The fourth event is boost back burn for the first stage. And the last of these 5 events is fairing deploy, where we will jettison the nose cone at the top of our second stage. A reminder, again, we won't be broadcasting the fairing deploy at the request of our customer, but we should get audio confirmation of it. We're about 15 seconds away from the first of those 5 events, main engine cutoff.
Stage separation confirmed.
Engine cut off.
Second staging. Stage 1, boost back startup.
Fairing separation confirmed.
And we just got the auto confirmation that fairing separation has been confirmed. On the right-hand side of the screen is a view of the first stage performing its boost back burn. That is a great shot. In a couple of seconds, we're expecting that boost back burn to be ending on the first stage.
Stage 1 boost back shut down.
And there it is. T plus 3 minutes and 20 seconds into flight. Everything's looking great so far. With the boost back burn done, our first stage will be attempting its land landing in just a few minutes.
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
Land landings have a number of advantages over water landings. First, they are not subject to ocean storms that might affect the drone ship. Secondly, landing on land significantly streamlines post-launch processing of the recovered first stage. We'll be able to refurbish boosters right here at our facilities at the Cape, rather than waiting for the drone ships to return to port. And these types of efforts support our future goal of a 24-hour turnaround from landing to reflight. So on screen, both of those views are of the first stage. The left-hand side is a view from the top of our first stage, looking downward, and the right-hand side is a tracking shot from the ground as our first stage makes its descent back towards Earth.
Acquisition of signal, New Hampshire.
Those periodic plumes of gas that you're seeing, that's nitrogen gas from our attitude control systems. Those help to orient the Falcon 9 first stage as it returns back to Earth. In order to land, the first stage has 2 more burns left. Next up is the entry burn, where 3 of the Merlin engines will reignite. This helps to slow the stage down as it re-enters the upper parts of the Earth's atmosphere. We're about 90 seconds away from that second burn.
Second stage following a nominal trajectory.
Second stage seems to be doing great. If you've been watching our previous webcasts, usually at this point we have a view of our first and second stages. Again, as a reminder, per our customer's request, we will not be showing any views of the second stage. So for now, we'll be watching the first stage make its returned and eventual landing attempt at landing zone 1 in Florida. Just under a minute away from the second of 3 burns. You can see that our hypersonic Griffins have also deployed. Those are the honeycomb-like structures that you see on screen right now. Those help to guide the rocket back during its descent as well. Just a few seconds away from the entry burn beginning.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
And you can see on screen 3 Merlin engines have relit and are currently slowing the stage down. This burn lasts for a total of 26 seconds.
Stage 1 entry burn shut down.
And the second burn for the first stage is done. Next up is the landing burn, about 40 seconds away. During the first stage landing burn, a single Merlin engine will relight and slow the vehicle down for its 5th landing attempt at landing zone 1 in Florida. About 25 seconds later, you can see that we can start to see the Earth approaching as the first stage continues to make its descent. As a reminder, we are ending the webcast after Falcon 9 lands, and we won't be sharing any views of our second stage at the request of our customer.
Stage 1 landing burn startup.
There's that single engine relight. Here comes Falcon 9 for its 5th landing attempt
Stage 2
at landing
FTS
zone 1.
saved.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
Stage 2 start of terminal guidance.
And Falcon 9 does it again. That's 5 times for this booster, and the 70th successful recovery of a Falcon 9 to date.
15.
Rofi ignition.
10.
The igniters have been lit.
9, 8, 7, 6.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And liftoff at dawn. The dawn of Orion and a new era of American space exploration.
Good engine control on the first stage. Passing 25 seconds. Velocity 1,341 feet per second. Passing 31 seconds, still looking good. Good engine control. Good chamber pressure in all 3 boosters in the full power mode. 40 seconds in. Standing by to go to the partial thrust mode in the core. And we have partial thrust command in the core. Core chamber pressure beginning to drop as expected as we're coming up on the 1 minute mark. Mark, 1 minute into the flight. Still looking good. Good chamber pressure in the core booster in the partial thrust mode. Good chamber pressure in port and starboard in full power mode. One minute, 15 seconds into the flight. We have the hydrazine supply valve open in the second stage. 1 minute, 22 seconds in. Max Q, maximum dynamic pressure on the vehicle. Passing 124, Mach 1. Orion and Delta 4 now transcending the speed of sound. 1 minute, 31 seconds in. Good engine control on the first stage. Coming up 1 minute, 40 seconds. Velocity now 1,341 feet per second. 1 minute, 50 seconds in. Still looking good. Coming up on 2 minutes. 2 minutes into the flight. Good engine control on the first stage. Port and starboard boosters still at good chamber pressures in the full power mode and good core chamber pressure in the partial thrust mode at 2 minutes, 22 seconds in. Two minutes, 35 seconds in, still looking good. Coming up on the 2 minute, 43 second mark. Mark, 2 minutes, 43 seconds. The Delta 4 of heavy Valkyrie now just weighs 1/2 as much as it did at launch, burning propellant at the rate of 4,744 pounds per second. Three minutes, 1 second into the flight. Still looking good. Passing Mach 5. Three minutes, 16 seconds in. Good engine control. Less than 1/2 minute remains on 3 booster flight. 3 minutes, 30 seconds in. We're standing by for the command to go to the partial thrust mode in the port and starboard booster. That command should occur about 10 seconds from now. And we've had partial thrust command. Port and starboard should be toggling down to the partial thrust mode. Standing by for main engine cutoff. We have cutoff in the port and starboard and separation. A good separation of the port and starboard boosters. Core booster now powering up to the full power mode. 4 minutes, 10 seconds into the flight. Good chamber pressure in the port. Correction, good chamber pressure in the core booster at 4 minutes, 18 seconds in. Four minutes, 25 seconds in, still looking good. Good engine control in the core. About 1 minute remaining on first stage flight. Four minutes, 46 seconds in, still looking good. Chamber pressure holding very well in a core booster as we're approaching the 5 minute mark. 5 minutes into the flight. Standing by to go to the partial thrust command. That partial thrust command about 15 seconds from now. Good engine control. Five minutes, 20 seconds in. And we have partial thrust command in the core. Core chamber pressure beginning to go down. As expected, standing by for MECO. We have MECO. The main engine has cut off. Standing by for stage separation. Each have stage separation. Heads is deploying. The nozzle has been extending. Standing by for igniter spark. And we have igniter spark, and we have ignition. Ignition on the second stage. Second stage chamber pressures beginning to rise.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're taking over commentary at this point as we come up on the first two critical Orion program milestones, the service module fairing panel jettison and the launch abort system jettison, standing by for those first two critical events. The service panel jettison has occurred. The three 13 by 14 foot panels have separated. And we have launch abort system jettison. The 361-pound solid propellant motor has pulled the launch abort system free from the upper stage and from Orion. Everything going extremely well. The first two critical milestones have been accomplished, and we are now processing telemetry from the Orion spacecraft through the tracking and data relay satellite system. Coming up on the 7 minute mark into the mission, Orion and the Delta IV upper stage, now 127 miles in altitude, some 700 miles downrange from the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station. Reports here in Mission Control indicate that Orion's guidance systems are up and running in good shape. This view once again of the service module fairing panel jettison that occurred just about a minute and a half ago. We are now coming up on the 8 minute mark into the flight. Orion and the Delta IV upper stage, 142 statute miles in altitude, almost 900 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. GPS systems on Orion have come into full agreement with navigation systems on the spacecraft. Orion is functioning perfectly at this point. Orion heading almost due east from the Kennedy Space Center in an orbit inclined just about 28.4 degrees to either side of the equator.
6, 5, we have main engine start. 3, 2, 1, SRB ignition and liftoff. Liftoff of STS-29 as Discovery clears the tower.
Roll program.
Roger, roll, Discovery.
Mission Control, Houston. Good roll program confirmed. Three engines now at 65%. Standing by for the go at throttle up call.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Roger, go at throttle up. Mission Control, that call means all systems are performing well as the shuttle main engines have resumed their firing at 104% of rated thrust. Relative velocity now 2,400 feet per second. Climbing at a rate of 1,700 feet per second. Downrange distance 11 nautical miles. SRB separation, standing by for performance call from Mission Control.
Discovery, performance, nominal.
Roger, nominal performance. That call indicates Discovery's performance was good on the first stage with the solid rocket booster performance. Now have three main engines up and running at 104%, three good fuel cells, three good APUs, altitude about 250,000 feet, relative velocity 5,300 feet per second.
Discovery, two-engine Ben Guerir.
Roger, two-engine Ben Guerir. Discovery now can make a landing at the transatlantic abort site, Ben Guerir, should one engine fail. Still have three good main engines at 104%, three good APUs, three good fuel cells. Relative velocity now 6,000 feet per second, climbing at a rate of 1,100 feet per second. Discovery now passing through 300,000 feet. As all positions here in the Mission Control Center report go.
Discovery, negative return.
Roger, negative return, John. The call indicates Discovery can no longer make a return to launch site abort. Now 146 nautical miles downrange. Relative velocity 7,800 feet per second. They've passed through 340,000 feet and they're climbing at a rate of 600 feet per second.
All systems are ready. SRB
は平成28年2月17日午後5時45分00秒に種子島宇宙センターから打ち上げられました。We had a liftoff of the HIIA launch vehicle number 30 with Astra H and 3 secondary satellites on board from the Tanegashima Space Center at 5:45 p.m. on February 17, 2016, Japan Standard Time. 打ち上げ以降、ロケットの管制は吉信発射管制塔から滝崎総合司令塔に引き継がれています。After liftoff, the launch vehicle operation control was shifted from the blockhouse to the range control center. ロケットは現在、東南東方向の太平洋上へ飛行しています。The H-2A is now flying over the Pacific Ocean to the east-southeast. 打ち上げ後1分が経過しました。It's 1 minute after liftoff. ロケットは正常に飛行中であり、種子島の各地上機構は正常にロケットの追尾を行っています。The H-2A is flying normally, and the Tanegashima stations are tracking the launch vehicle very well. SRBA 燃焼終了。SRBA burnout. SRBA 分離。SRBA is regenerated sound. Osara 局でのロケット追尾が開始されました。The Osara station is tracking. 第1段エンジンの燃焼は正常。制御系飛行経路も正常です。The first stage engine combustion, attitude control, and flight trajectory are all normal.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
RC copies.
GC, move post launch pad operations.
GC copies.
Secure the pad.
Falcon 9 is on its way to delivering Bulgaria Sat-1 to a geostationary transfer orbit. All 9 Merlin engines capable of putting out over 1.7 million pounds of thrust. We are coming up on max Q at 1 minute and 18 seconds roughly. We'll be passing through max Q, that is maximum aerodynamic pressure. We just crossed through it. That is one of the highest stressed states on the rocket. So we're over 20 kilometers above the surface of Earth. You can see the engine plume expand at the base of the rocket. That is indicative that we are leaving Earth's atmosphere.
And that shows begun.
You just heard the call out that the Merlin vacuum engine on second stage has begun chilling in. This means that we are getting ready for 3 major events: main engine cutoff, MECO 1, stage separation, and second engine start. We'll talk about all 3 of them after they occur. What you just saw there in quick succession was MECO, main engine cutoff, followed by stage separation, which was done by 4 pneumatic actuators on the forward end of our first stage. And then on the right side of your screen, you are seeing the glowing red nozzle of our second stage engine. That glowing red nozzle on the second stage is how you can see that we have a good ignition in space. We will have fairing separation in about 15 seconds. Just happened right now. It's like a good separation of the fairing. That was a brief glimpse of Bulgaria sat within the fairing of our second stage. This means we have left Earth's atmosphere, majority of Earth's atmosphere. On the left side of your screen, you are seeing an image from the top of our first stage. You see 2 grid fins in the sides of that image. We use those grid fins to guide the stage through the atmosphere to the drone ship. Now those grid fins do look small, but they are about 5 feet long, about 4 feet wide. So they're rather large as we use them to guide ourselves back. You are also seeing occasional puffs come out from the side of the stage. Those are cold nitrogen thrusters that we use to help orient the stage. Now coming up in about a minute, we have our entry burn of the first stage. This is a 3-engine entry burn. For today's mission, since we are landing on the drone ship, we do not have a boost back burn. We only have an entry burn and a landing burn. 2 burns total for today's mission for the first stage. As I mentioned previously, our entry coming in for first stage is one of the highest heating and structural loads. So this is a very challenging first stage maneuver to land on our drone ship. Of course, I still love you.
Of course, I still love you has AOS.
You just heard confirmation that our drone ship has acquisition of signal, AOS, of the first stage as it's coming back.
First stage 1 entry burn is started.
This is ignition of the entry burn. This burn will last for about 20 seconds. 3-engine entry burn on the first stage on the left.
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
We have a good shutdown, confirmation of a good shutdown of the first stage entry burn. Now, it is normal for us to see some of the soot appear on the camera screen. We may also occasionally lose coverage of the first stage entry as we come in through the horizon. That is all perfectly normal. This is expected to lose the signal from stage 1. We will have signal acquisition as we come closer to the drone ship. Meanwhile, you're seeing on our second stage the engine burning. This burn will last about 8 minutes, 30 seconds. And then we will have a coast phase for the second stage before we do our final burn to put Bulgaria-Sat into a geostationary transfer orbit.
Second stage here, TSS stage.
We're coming up in about 30 seconds on our landing burn from the first stage. About 45 more seconds for this stage 2 burn.
Landing burn has started.
The confirmation of the landing burn has started.
Landing legs have deployed.
And it looks like we may have lost some of the footage coming in for the landing ship, coming in for the drone ship. We do expect to lose signal from the drone ship as we come in. If you've watched previous missions, that is not uncommon for us to lose coverage of the first stage coming back to the drone ships. The rocket vibrations coming into something like that can cause some issues. And it looks like we did have a good recovery of the first stage. Video feed did come back. That is touchdown for first stage on the drone ship. This was a 3-engine landing burn. Most challenging landing to date. Successfully touched back down on Of Course I Still Love You.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, top. Allumage Vulcain, allumage des 2 EAP et décollage VA244. La propulsion est nominale. Tous les paramètres à bord sont normaux.
C'est une puissance, très franchement.
Tous les paramètres à bord sont normaux.
Grand moment. Vous entendez le DDO nous annoncer que tout est normal à bord. Le vol est donc bien engagé. C'est absolument impressionnant. Quelques secondes après la lumière et
les paramètres propulsifs sont conformes à l'attendu.
Le décollage, on ressent effectivement la vibration et on entend ce son qui secoue l'atmosphère ici à Toucan. Donc voilà, l'Ariane 5 avec 4 satellites pour Galileo est actuellement en chemin. On la suit parfaitement, le ciel est...
Altitude 51 km, tous les paramètres à bord sont normaux.
Tout est normal. Et on va se séparer des premiers éléments. 2 minutes 23 de travail pour les accélérateurs à poudre. Ces étages d'accélération vont être séparés. Voilà qui est fait. On vient de se...
Séparation des étages d'accélération à poudre.
277 tonnes par deux. Imaginez, il n'y a pas encore 3 minutes de vol et il y a à peine un quart de l'Ariane 5 initiale qui est encore en vol en termes de masse. La poussée au décollage, 13 000 kN. Imaginez, cela équivaut à la puissance de 11 Airbus A380. On est toujours dans la recherche absolue de...
Fin du rattrapage suite à la séparation des étages d'accélération à poudre.
Des applaudissements mérités pour cette Ariane 5. Je disais donc qu'on va alléger une fois de plus, et ce sera la coiffe cette fois-ci. Passer les 100 km d'altitude, elle n'est plus utile. Et cette coiffe, eh bien, tout simplement, on va s'en débarrasser.
Paramètres propulsifs sont conformes à l'attendu.
Tout se déroule de bonne manière, vous l'entendez. Nous attendons l'annonce de la séparation de la coiffe. Ça doit intervenir à 3 minutes et 45 secondes de vol. Ça ne saurait tarder donc. Voilà qui est annoncé.
Séparation des deux demi-coiffes.
T-minus 50 seconds, the firing system for the and counting. The SRB hydraulic power units have started. The SRB nozzles have been moved to start position. Coming up on 10, T-minus 10, 9. We have go for main engine start. We have main engine start. Minus 3, 2, 1. We have ignition. We have ignition of the solid rocket boosters and liftoff. Liftoff of America's Space Shuttle, and the Space Shuttle has cleared the tower.
Houston now controlling. Mission control confirms roll maneuver started. 20 seconds. Thrust looks good. 25 seconds. Roll maneuver completed. 30 seconds. Columbia now 1 nautical mile in altitude. 35 seconds. Status check and mission controlled by Flight Director Neil Hutchinson. Given a go at 40 seconds.
Columbia, Houston, your go at 40.
Roger, go at 40. And master arm, and it's the...
48 seconds. Range velocity now reading 3,000 feet per second. Mark 1 minute 35 seconds. Columbia now 14 nautical miles in altitude, 10 nautical miles downrange.
Columbia, Houston, you can expect an EVAP, CNW.
1 minute 45 seconds. Coming up on negative seats where altitude's too high for ejection seat.
Your negative seats.
Roger, negative seats.
Mark 1 minute 55 seconds. Columbia now 21 nautical miles in altitude, 18 nautical miles downrange. Velocity now reading 5,000 feet per second. Standing by now for solid rocket booster separation confirmation.
50 at 205.
Roger, copy. PC less than 50.
Okay, looks like we got a good SRB soon.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2...
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Entering stage 1 burnout detect mode.
And we have liftoff of Electron from Rocket Lab Launch Complex 1. We're just 50 seconds into flight, and you heard the call out on comms there that the mission is continuing nominally. So Electron will approach max Q along its trajectory, otherwise known as maximum aerodynamic pressure.
approaching maximum dynamic pressure. Past maximum dynamic pressure.
And there goes the call from our operator on console. Electron has cleared max Q. Propulsion is continuing to look good on the path to orbit.
Stage 1 guidance is nominal.
Coming up next in the mission timeline is main engine cutoff, also known as MECO, as Electron's Rutherford engines power down so that the first and second stages of the vehicle can separate cleanly. Following that, the vacuum optimized engine on the second stage will ignite to carry the satellites on board further into space, while Electron's booster will begin to fall back to Earth, marking the start of our recovery attempt. The team on the recovery vessel will now be furiously tracking its return telemetry.
MECO confirmed.
Staging.
Stage to ignition.
Recovery telemetry nominal.
Flight analyst, recovery LDN mission cord, execute sequence 53, stage 1 recovery operations.
Computing landing zone.
MECO is confirmed, and so too is the startup of the second stage Rutherford engine. With the separation of stage 1 and 2 complete, we'll try and stick with both views as long as we have them. The trajectories are looking good so far while we're awaiting fairing separation.
Fairing separation.
And there goes the fairing, and welcome to space, Mr. Noam Chomsky.
Stage 2 propulsion is nominal.
If you're just tuning into the broadcast for our 16th Electron launch, we've successfully lifted off the pad at LC1 in New Zealand and have had a successful MECO, stage separation and stage 2 ignition. Electron's second stage burn is in progress as we hit 4 minutes and 17 seconds into flight.
HV discharge nominal.
Stage 1 apogee.
Stage 2 guidance is nominal. Altitude is 170 kilometers and speed is 1 point.
A couple of months ago, some of you may remember we conducted the maiden flight of our Photon satellite, which we called First Light, during our 14th launch. The kick stage, which you can see Mr. Noam Chomsky mounted to here, forms the basis of our Photon satellites. By offering launches and satellites as a bundled service, we make it easier for small satellite operators to get to space, removing the need for them to source satellite, launch, and ground stations separately.
Throttling down. Stage 2 guidance still nominal, 200 seconds remaining.
Just a quick update for you all here. Electron's second stage burn continues nominally at a velocity of 14,000 kilometers per hour and an altitude of 190 kilometers. It looks like we've still got visual of stage reentry as well, and it feels good to be back in space.
We're now T plus 6 minutes and 8 seconds into flight, and both our second stage burn and first stage booster re-entry are looking stable. Next up will be battery hot swap to continue supplying power to the second stage engine and systems. Let's listen in for that call.
AFT is saved.
Stage 2 propulsion is nominal.
Stage 1 re-entry.
We've had battery hot swap confirmation, and we're about a minute and a half away from when we expect Stage 1's drogue chute to deploy. The ride is going to get a little bumpy on the way back down, with the booster reaching several times the speed of sound on its fall back to Earth. A reminder that we'll stick with the video feed as long as we can, but we do expect to lose it soon. And as expected, it looks like we've lost video connection to Electron's booster there. We should expect the first stage's main parachute to deploy at about 8 minutes and 44 seconds into the mission. If we get that confirmation while we're still on the air, we'll be sure to share it with you. Otherwise, check in on our social media channels for further updates when we end the broadcast. Now let's listen in for the call while we wait for Stage 2 separation.
Guidance is in terminal, 20 seconds remaining.
Seeker confirmed.
Nominal transfer orbit.
And as you just heard from the team in Mission Control, the engine on Electron.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Command engine start. 2, 1.
Shepard, go. Beautiful liftoff from our launch site 1 in West Texas. You can follow along as she gains speed in the bottom left corner of your screen. There's the speedometer, altimeter in the middle there. First milestone on her trip to space, max Q. That's when the dynamic pressure on the vehicle is at its maximum, the toughest point in flight for the vehicle. And max Q is confirmed. All right, right about this time in your flight, on ascent, you're going to max at about 3 Gs. We've noted it before. The max Gs that you pull as an astronaut on New Shepard actually is on descent. So here on ascent, it's about 3 Gs, and it comes on gradually as you go faster and get higher up there. Until, of course, main engine cutoff and separation, and that is when you get to feel those beautiful 0 Gs. We're waiting for that here. Next stops, MECO and separation. Coming up here on MECO, main engine cutoff. So far, a clean burn from our BE-3 engine. There it is, main engine cutoff. All right, appears we have lost the link to the J layer. So far, though, everything appears to be nominal. So far, what we have seen a clean liftoff. We did have max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. That is essentially for the rocket the hardest point in the flight. And then we had main engine cutoff. And now, as you can see, separation. Here we've got our infrared camera, especially on the left side. As you've seen earlier in the show, it is a little hazy down there in Texas, so we are going to rely on multiple cameras here as the vehicle continues its ascent towards space. We have passed over just about here the Kármán line. There it is, 100 kilometers, or about 328,000 feet. If you were inside there, Patrick, you will have become an astronaut. And we're just waiting for the two craft to hit their apogee. You'll know they've hit apogee when the speed hits 0 in the bottom left corner of your screen. There it is, apogee just at about 346,000 feet. Of course, we're going to have official stats for you after the flight via Twitter, but so far so good. Patrick, looks to be a nominal flight of New Shepard. You see the booster on the right and the capsule on the left. This is when they've begun their descent. As we've seen in the past, obviously the booster is going to beat the capsule down to Earth as it's more better aerodynamically shaped.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you again, everybody, for joining us live for New Shepard's 15th flight to space. We are 5 minutes into what appears to be so far a nominal flight for New Shepard. We, of course, preceded the launch by what appears to be a perfectly executed astronaut experience rehearsal. While there are no astronauts on board today, that was a critical step towards our march towards first human flight. All right, we've picked up our long-range cameras again. There you see the booster, the bottom of the screen, and the capsule on the top. At this point, the booster is re-entering the atmosphere. It means it's going to have air pressure against which those aerodynamic surfaces Patrick and I were walking you through can push against to guide the rocket back to its landing pad. And to think this rocket will have peaked at almost Mach 4, and it's, by the time it touches down, it's just going to touch down at about 8 kilometers per hour or 5 miles per hour. So relatively speaking, a nice soft landing. Critical, as we talked about reusability, the softer the landing, the quicker you can turn it around, right? You're not jostling the rocket, you're not jostling the hardware. You want to be able to flip it around nice and quickly. So there you see the aft fins. We also call them the pie fins because they're shaped like pie wedges. All right, there go the drag brakes. And there you see all the speed bleeding off of the vehicle and waiting for our BE-3 engine to relight. There it goes. Landing gear deployed. smooth landing. And touchdown. Welcome back, New Shepard.
Oh my God, what a beautiful landing,
I think
right?
that was one of the smoothest landings I've seen of this rocket. It almost looks unreal. It
Right.
looks like CGI. I know some of you on the internet seem to think that. Believe me, that is a reusable rocket that takes off and lands. What a beautiful landing.
It looks like it's ready to go again.
Yeah, just, you know, put in those drag brakes, put in the wedge fins, fuel her up, let's go again. But until then, the show is not over. We do have the crew capsule here. On board, we have Mannequin Skywalker, as well as a couple of payload lockers filled with postcards from Club for the Future, from students from around the world. We are waiting to see the drogue chutes come out. They will be followed by the main parachutes. And a little wink from one of those big, beautiful windows. Look at that. There go the drogues. And here come the mains. All three parachutes are out. We're looking for full inflation, and there they go. I love that. So far, so good. A nominal launch, nominal landing for the booster. We're waiting for the crew capsule to come into land. We're at about 1,600 feet to go. And a nice smooth descent at about 16 or so miles per hour. Just at about 25 or so kilometers per hour. That is a nice smooth descent. There's the valley of our West Texas launch Site 1 as we call it. What a day so far, Patrick, let me tell you. Now, at 800 feet to go here, we should remind everybody that we do have the retrothrust system that kicks on just in the last moment. Basically, just creates a nice air cushion for the capsule so that if you, next time, hopefully, you know, when you and I are up on in that capsule one day, we are going to be getting a nice air cushion underneath the capsule. And touchdown.
Oh, it was beautiful.
Absolutely spectacular. Patrick, I told you it was going to be worth the wait. Look at that.
Definitely. I love you. So you can just see it just as it lands. You see that puff of air and it kicks up all that dust, but it's just such a gentle landing right there.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff of the United Launch Alliance Delta IV Heavy rocket carrying the NROL-82 mission for the National Reconnaissance Office.
You on the pitch over maneuver? The parameters look good on all three cores. Core booster is now throttling down to the partial thrust level. Partial thrust achieved.
You are hearing the voice of Rob Kesselman providing launch vehicle ascent data.
Now, 50 seconds into flight, vehicle is 3 miles in altitude, 5 miles downrange distance, traveling at 970 miles per hour. All vehicle systems look good at this time. Now at T plus 80 seconds, vehicle is now passing through max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. Mach 1, vehicle is now supersonic. All three RS-68 looks healthy at this time. Vehicle systems continue to be healthy. The second stage reaction control system pressurization valve has now opened. Now 125 seconds into flight, Delta is now 18 miles in altitude, 9 miles downrange distance, traveling at 1,800 miles per hour. Delta has now gone to closed loop guidance. Vehicle body rates are nominal. Three minutes remain in the booster phase of flight. Delta IV rocket now weighs just 1/2 of what it did at liftoff, burning propellant at a rate of almost 5,000 pounds per second. One minute until port and starboard booster engine cutoff. Vehicle systems look healthy at this time. The attitude control system, the autopilot has controlled all vehicle body rates to near zero. Approximately 30 seconds remaining now until the port and starboard booster engines cut off. Strap-on boosters are now throttling down to the partial thrust level. Strap-on booster cutoff and separation of the strap-on boosters. Core booster is now throttling back up. Core booster is operating as expected at the 100% throttle level. The upper stage lock system has now begun the boost phase chill down sequence to begin thermal conditioning of the RL-10 engine. 1 minute remaining in the booster phase of flight. Upper stage fuel system has begun the boost phase chill down sequence. Booster performance continues to look good at this time. Vehicle body rates continue to be near zero as expected. Core booster is now throttling down. And we have BECO, first stage main engine cutoff. We have stage separation. NED's deployment has begun. Pre-start on the RL-10. We have ignition on the RL-10, that's one. We have indication of successful payload fairing jettison.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, unité, top, allumage P80, décollage.
d'abord sont normaux.
And they're off. Vega blazing a trail over the sky here.
La station de Saint-Jean.
He's just said we picked up the signal at the tracking station in Saint-Jean, which is here in French Guiana in the north. We're also tracking it with the Galileo tracking station.
Les paramètres à bord sont normaux.
Everything's normal on board, he says. Gokturk 1 is on its way. Heading out north towards the Caribbean. We broke the sound barrier after only 30 seconds. That's when we achieved Mach 1. The job of the first 3 stages is what we call the propulsion phase.
Les paramètres à bord sont normaux. La trajectoire est nominale.
To get us away from the gravity of our planet, which is making us all stick to Earth. It also makes it difficult to leave, so we do need a lot of firepower to do that. Look at that. We're burning the P80.
Séparation P80.
And we can see it separating there. Fantastic images, clear skies here today.
Z23.
And we are switching on the next engine on the next stage. That's called the Z23. That's going to burn for about 1 minute and 40 seconds. Z for Zefiro. Zefiro's an Italian type of wind, a bit like the Sirocco or the Mistral. And we are flying like the wind now at a speed of 2 minutes and 81 kilometers per second. Getting faster all the time. Altitude on the bottom left of your screen. 83, 85 kilometers high and climbing. And on the in the middle of the screen at the bottom there is the distance from the pad if you were to draw a straight line across the planet. Coming up now to the Kármán line, that's 100 kilometers above sea level, often thought of as the border with outer space. Basically, the higher you go, the thinner the atmosphere becomes, and the faster an aeroplane has to fly to travel. Has to travel in order to stay up. You have to be flying basically at a mind-boggling 29,000 kilometers an hour to stay up. So around about this altitude, the atmosphere becomes so thin that the air can no longer support vehicles with wings. It's where aeronautics ends and astronautics begins.
Séparation Z23.
And we're switching on the engine on the next stage now. There's a 7-second delay between one being jettisoned and the other being switched on.
Allumage, 3e étage, Zefiro 9.
And we've switched on the third stage, the Z9. And the fairing has also been jettisoned. We don't need it anymore. The atmosphere is so thin there's no longer much friction. And we can see Gokturk 1 for the first time. There it is, the gold structure at the front.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
HVB battery discharge nominal.
And there goes Electron for our 15th launch from Rocket Lab Launch Complex 1 in New Zealand.
We're T plus 50 seconds and Electron is approaching max Q, or maximum aerodynamic pressure, the moment during its ascent when the forces against the vehicle are at their strongest.
Clear at maximum dynamic pressure.
Enter chevron 2. Enter chevron 3.
AOS at Chatham Station.
Next up will be 3 events in quick succession. We should hear the call for MECO as Electron's Rutherford engines throttle down to allow for stage separation before the engine on the second stage fires up to continue the mission to orbit.
We entered stage 1 burnout detect mode. Separation confirmed.
Stage 2 ignition confirmed.
Successful MECO confirmed by mission control. Propulsion is continuing nominally on Electron's second stage at T plus 3 minutes into the mission, with the vehicle now travelling at several thousand kilometres an hour. Soon, the fairing halves will separate and you'll be able to watch them fall away on your screen there. And there they go. Electron has successfully jettisoned the fairing and is continuing nominally towards orbit.
Stage 2 propulsion is nominal.
For those of you just joining us for today's launch for Cannon and Planet, we've made it through liftoff, main engine cutoff, stage separation, and stage 2 ignition. Electron is traveling through space at 9,000 kilometers per hour and is currently at an altitude of 153 kilometers.
While we're coasting through the vacuum of space, let's delve a bit deeper into Rocket Lab's engines. Each of the Stage 1 Rutherford engines weighs around 35 kilos or 77 pounds and comes in at around 800 millimeters or just under 3 feet. A Stage 1 engine is capable of 24,000 newtons of thrust. Stage 2 is the same base engine with an extended nozzle. This vacuum nozzle increases the size of the engine twofold and adds an additional 1,000 newtons of thrust.
And we go quiet for a few seconds. Have a feel of the launch.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, plus 1, 2, 3,
PS1 and ground
5,
step on ignited.
6,
Vehicle
7,
liftoff normal.
8,
प्रक्षेपण जलन बिल्कुल सामान्य
आकाश की ओर उठता हुआ PSLV और जोरदार गड़गड़ाहट उसकी जोरदार आवाज हमारे कानों तक कमेंट्री बॉक्स तक बिल्कुल सुनाई पड़ती हुई अपने गंतव्य पथ तक PSLV C-35 8 उपग्रहों को लेकर आकाश में बढ़ता हुआ।
All the 6 strap-ons plus the core are ignited now. The full power of PSLV is now on, and the PSLV is right now negotiating the very dense atmosphere and intense gravity of Earth. In 2 seconds, 4 strap-ons ignited on ground have burnt out, and we are going to separate them in another 10 seconds. The mission is perfectly normal and everything is as we have planned.
छोटे छोटे बादलों के टुकड़ों ने उसके गंतव्य पथ को हमसे छुपा लिया है, लेकिन PSLV बिल्कुल हमसे दूर जाते हुए सामान्य परफॉर्मेंस, सामान्य निष्पादन के साथ आकाश की ओर लगातार बढ़ता हुआ, और निष्पादन बिल्कुल सामान्य जैसी अभी आपने घोषणा सुनी। इस समय करीब 86 सेकंड का समय बीत चुका है। हम लोग 1.3 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड का वेग प्राप्त कर चुके हैं और करीब करीब श्रीहरिकोटा से 35 किलोमीटर की दूरी व्यतीत कर चुके हुए ऊंचाई करीब करीब 50 किलोमीटर प्राप्त कर चुके हैं।
The first stage is going to burn out in around 5 seconds from now, and the second stage will be ignited on the burnout of the first stage.
जी हाँ, जो स्ट्रैप-ऑन्स लगे होते हैं वो पहले अलग हो जाते हैं
और सेकंड स्टेज इज इग्नाइटेड।
जी हाँ अभय जी, बड़े महत्वपूर्ण क्षण होते हैं जब इस तरह के प्रक्षेपण के में समय में जब सेपरेशन होता है तो।
Yes, Alok, the transition from one stage to another is a very complex process, and it has to be very closely monitored and designed that the burnt out stage leaves the first ongoing stage in a very perfect manner. As we are seeing now, the designs which we have made are being demonstrated in this flight repeatedly, and every time it happens well, we gain confidence.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अभय जी। जैसा कि अभय जी बता रहे थे, ये लगातार यान के ऐसे घटनाओं से जुड़े हुए हैं। जी हाँ, हीट शील्ड पेलोड फेयरिंग जो है वो भी अलग हो चुकी है, और इस समय हम करीब करीब 170 सेकंड के समय के दूरी पर और 2.3 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड का वेग प्राप्त करते हुए अपने गंतव्य तक अपने अनुमानित पथ पर आगे बढ़ते हुए।
The liquid second stage is now burning. This second stage, called PS2, is based on our indigenously developed Vikas engine, and it employs liquid fuel like unsymmetric dimethyl hydrazine and N2O4 as the oxidizer. This stage develops a peak thrust around 800 kilonewtons and burns for about 150 seconds. This liquid stage has a very high IS in specific impulse of 293 seconds, and it is performing its job to perfection.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition, liftoff. With gratitude to our veterans today and always, go USA!
Falcon 9 is pitching downrange.
Stage 1 profit nominal.
Power and telemetry is nominal.
We are T plus 55 seconds into launch, and we've had a on-time liftoff and a beautiful view of the Falcon 9 vehicle making its way to orbit. We are coming up in about 10 seconds here on max Q. That is the maximum aerodynamic pressure that the vehicle will see during ascent. We should be able to hear that call out.
Vehicle's experiencing maximum aerodynamic pressure.
And there's that call out for max Q. Coming up next is a rapid succession of events, starting off with main engine cutoff, or what we call MECO, followed immediately by stage separation. That's the separation of the first stage from the second stage. And then seconds after will be the lighting of our second stage engine, which we call second engine startup, or SES-1. That is coming up here in about 45 seconds.
And back engine chill.
And we've got a great view this morning with some pretty clear blue skies, the Earth in the background. Now, if you're just now joining us, we are 30 seconds away from main engine cutoff, stage separation, and SES-1. What you see on your screen, you should be able to see the stages separate. About 10 seconds here.
MECO.
Stage separation confirmed.
There, as you saw on your left screen, we had MECO and stage separation. On your right screen, we should see that second engine startup. And there's that second stage engine glowing bright red. Coming up next in about 30 seconds is fairing deployment. Now, a reminder, this fairing is being flown for a second time, which is a first in SpaceX history. And what you can see on your screen, on the left screen, those grid fins have been deployed. And there is our fairing deployment. This is the first reflight of our fairing, so such an exciting mission this morning already.
As the second stage continues to orbit with those 60 Starlink satellites on top, stage 1 is making its way home for the 4th time. Now, stage 1 is going to execute 2 burns before hopefully it's standing there on our drone ship. The first one will be the entry burn, which occurs at about T plus 6 minutes and 23 seconds, so a little over 2 minutes from now. That's where we're going to relight 3 of those Merlin engines and slow the vehicle down such that it can safely re-enter the atmosphere. From there, the booster will coast for just under a minute and a half and then execute what is called the landing burn. That is where we're going to reignite a single engine, that E9 engine right in the middle of the booster, slowing the vehicle down to 0 velocity, hopefully standing right there up on the drone ship. Meanwhile, stage 2 continues to fly nominally. We're hearing that MVAC-D power is nominal and continues at full power. Stage 2 pressures, the tank pressures are nominal as well.
First and second stage are on a nominal trajectory.
We're just over a minute away from that entry burn. Meanwhile, stage 1. Meanwhile, stage 1 continues to make its way down. That MVAC engine is powering that second stage of those satellites with 250,000 pounds of thrust. Okay, we're coming up in about 20 seconds on that entry burn. You should be able to see that on the left side of your screen. Meanwhile, stage 2 continues to burn nominally.
Stage 1 FTS is saved. Stage 1 entry burn.
And as you see, that entry burn has begun. Should go for another 5 seconds or so.
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
As you just heard, we had a successful shutdown of that entry burn. So for about another minute and a half, stage 1 is going to coast, making its way down to the drone ship. And at
First
T+,
and second stage continue to follow a nominal trajectory.
And in just under a minute, that landing burn should start.
Stage 1 transonic.
Everything continues to be nominal on stage 2. And in just under 10 seconds, that landing burn should start. Hopefully we'll get some nice on-vehicle video.
Stage 1 landing burn.
We don't have that video just yet, but that landing burn has started.
Second stage has entered terminal guidance.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
It looks like we're not going to get video on the way down. Oh, but we have the drone ship. And wow. The Falcon has landed for the 4th time. Amazing. These boosters are designed to be used 10 times. Let's turn it around for a 5th, guys.
В норме. Секунд. Двигатели ракетоносителя работают устойчиво. Секунд. Стабилизация ракетоносителя устойчивая. 70 секунд. Параметры системы управления в норме. 80 секунд. Двигатели ракетоносителя работают устойчиво. 90 секунд. Танкаж, рысканье, вращение в норме. 100 секунд. Стабилизация устойчивая. 110 секунд. Давление в камеру сгорания в норме. 120 секунд. Есть запуск двигателей второй ступени. Есть прекращение двигателей первой ступени. Есть отделение первой ступени. Двигатели второй ступени вышли на режим.
全システム準備完了。
10、9、8、7、6、
駆動用電池起動。
4、3、2、
メインエンジンスタート。正式起動衛星一力3号機を搭載した H2A ロケット35号機は平成29年8月19日午後2時29分00秒に種子島宇宙センターから打ち上げられました。
30、
打ち上げ以降ロケットの管制は吉信発射管制塔から竹崎総合司令塔に引き継がれています。
50、
ロケットは現在東南東方向の太平洋上へ飛行しています。
60、
打ち上げ後1分が経過しました。
70、80、81、82、83、84、85、86、87、88、89、90。
ロケットは正常に飛行中であり、種子島の各地上局は正常にロケットの追尾を行っています。
110、11、12、13、14、15、16、
SRBA 燃焼終了。
18、19、120。
17 seconds and counting. Guidance internal. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. We have ignition sequence start. Engines on. 5, 4, 3, 2. Now engines running. Launch commit. Liftoff. We have liftoff 49 minutes past the hour. Starboard reports the clock has started. The tower is clear.
Tom Stafford acknowledges the roll and pitch program to put Apollo 10 on the proper course. Okay, pitch and target looking good. Roger. Roll complete, ELS ready. Roger, roll. Mode 1 Bravo.
Roger, 1 Bravo.
1 Bravo is an abort mode dealing with altitude, function of altitude.
Around a little bit in here.
Roger. Plus 55 seconds.
Cabin is relieving. Copy.
Cabin pressure is relieving. Downrange 1 mile, 3.3 nautical miles high. Gene Cernan reporting what arrived.
Roger, going 3 Max 2.
Roger.
Can't get through the Max 2, you're looking good.
1 minute 44 seconds, downrange 7 miles, 12 miles high.
2.5 Gs.
Roger, copy, Tom.
Scan mark, mode 1 Charlie, you're looking great. 1 Charlie and 3 Gs at first.
Your go for staging, Ken.
Roger, inboard. Welcome back. Roger, copy, Tom. EDS off 10.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. We have ignition and liftoff of the United Launch Alliance Delta IV rocket carrying the GPS-3 Magellan mission for the United States Air Force Space and Missile Systems Center.
Body rate response looks good. Now 15 seconds into flight.
You are hearing the voice of Patrick Moore providing launch
Main engine
vehicle
chamber
ascent
pressure
data.
looks good. Seeing good chamber pressure across both SRMs. 25 seconds into flight. Continuing to see good operating parameters on the R68A main engine. Chamber pressure on both SRMs continues to look good. Seeing good body rates on the vehicle. Now 40 seconds into flight. Vehicle is now passing Mach 1. Delta IV is now supersonic. Now 50 seconds in. Main engine continuing to perform well, continuing to see a good burn profile on both SRMs. And vehicle is now passing through max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. Main engine continuing to perform well, continuing to see good SRM chamber pressure profiles. 1 minute, 15 seconds into flight. Approximately 15 seconds remaining till SRM burnout. SRM chamber pressure is tailing off. And we have burnout on both SRMs, standing by for separation. And we have separation of both solid rocket motors. Vehicle is now going to closed loop guidance. Body rate response looks good. Seeing minor correction in the roll attitude as expected. And the Delta IV rocket now weighs just 1/2 of its liftoff weight. Second stage ACS system pressurization valve has been opened. RCS pressure response looks good. Now 2 minutes, 5 seconds into flight.
190 секунд. Полет проходит по программе. 200 секунд. Все системы ракетоносителя функционируют нормально.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Liftoff detected.
Beginning mid-travel.
And we're off the pad for our 8th Electron launch. Soon we'll be approaching the point of the flight where the forces against the rocket are at their peak, otherwise known as max Q, or maximum aerodynamic pressure. Let's listen in for that call.
HV battery discharge nominal. Vehicle is supersonic. Approaching maximum dynamic pressure. Pass through max Q.
Brutus has entered flight mode.
There you have it. Electron has gone supersonic and has made its way through max Q. We'll now tick through a number of milestones on the way to orbit.
Guidance is nominal, 50 seconds remaining.
AOS Chatham Station.
Stage 1 propulsion remains nominal. Stand by for MECO in approximately 30 seconds.
Soon the 9 Rutherford engines on Electron's first stage will shut off ahead of its separation from the rest of the rocket. Once Stage 1 and Stage 2 have separated, the final vacuum-optimized Rutherford engine on Electron's second stage will come to life and propel Electron the rest of the way to orbit.
Stage 1 MECO confirmed.
Stage separation successful.
Stage 2 ignition. Propulsion is nominal.
And there it is. Main engine cutoff has been confirmed and Electron's first and second stages have successfully separated. For the payload to be deployed from the kick stage, first the protective fairing needs to open up and fall away. Things are looking good and propulsion is nominal as we approach fairing separation.
Fairing jettisons succeeded.
The fairing is separated, clearing the way for payload deployment coming up in approximately 50 minutes from now.
Guidance is nominal, altitude is 150 kilometers.
Mission Control, I can check in with you at 3 minutes and 45 seconds into flight. Everything is looking great as Electron continues onto orbit.
Stage 2 HVB battery discharge is nominal.
Main system 完了。6、5、4、3、2、
エンジン点火。
0、1、
SRTA 点火。リフトオフ。
4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14、15、16、17、18、19、20。
ロケットは現在南東方向の太平洋上へ飛行しています。打ち上げ後1分が経過しました。
80、81、82、83、84、85、86、87、88、89、90。100。110、11、12、13、14、15、16、
SRTA 燃焼終了。
19、120。
Copy.
QS 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. We have liftoff. All teams triage alerts, please. FC2, please prepare for section 35. OSC, FC1, LVN.
T plus 30 seconds, Starship 10 has liftoff. It's headed to 10 kilometers on its test flight from Boca Chica in Cameron County, Texas. Coming up on T plus 2 minutes, we're getting ready to transition from 3 engines to 2 engines firing on Starship. We'll be shutting 1 engine off. That's intentional. T plus 3 minutes and counting. Starship coming up on 8 kilometers altitude. We're getting ready to shut down the second engine. This is intentional. I'm clear. Oh, very nice, very nice. Okay, now to switch over to the header tank for the one engine. Okay, I'm going to come back up when we hit 10 kilometers right about in 3 seconds. Coming up on T plus 4 minutes, we're at 10 kilometers. We've gone into the hover. We're still being powered by the single Raptor engine. T plus 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Starship has transitioned. It's flipped to the horizontal mode, beginning the descent back to the landing zone. Coming up on 5 minutes, 45 seconds. We're down below 2 kilometers. We're preparing to light 3 Raptor engines to begin the flip sequence. It'll culminate with landing on the landing pad in Boca Chica.
Status check. Go Atlas.
Go Centaur.
Go Sibbers.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, Atlas ignition, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff, the United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket with the 5th space-based infrared system satellite for the United States Space Force.
Now 15 seconds into flight. PU's gone to closed loop control. Engine operating parameters continue to look good.
You are hearing the voice of Patrick Moore providing launch vehicle ascent data.
Vehicle's now completing the pitch over program. Body rates look good. Seeing good chamber pressure on both SRBs. And RD-180 now beginning the throttle bucket. Engine response looks good. And now passing through Mach 1. Atlas 5 is now supersonic, and Max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. Body rates continue to look good through the boost phase. Vehicle's now throttling back up slightly. Engine response continues to look good. Chamber pressure on both SRBs continue to look good. Now passing 1 minute 10 seconds into flight. Atlas is now 10 miles in altitude, 4.5 miles downrange distance, traveling at 2,000 miles per hour. 1 minute 20 seconds into flight, standing by for SRB burnout shortly. Body rates continue to look good. Chamber pressure on the SRB is now tailing off. And we have burnout on both SRBs. Atlas will hold on to the SRBs for an additional 39 seconds before jettison. RD-180 is throttled back up to full thrust. Engine response looks good. Now passing 1 minute 50 seconds into flight. Body rates continue to look good throughout the boost phase. And the Atlas 5 now weighs 1/2 of its liftoff weight. And standing by for SRB jettison shortly. And we have good indication of separation of both SRBs. Now just under 2 minutes remaining in the booster phase of flight. Vehicle's gone to closed loop steering, seeing a slight correction in the body rates, now damping out nicely. Body 180 engine operating parameters continue to look good. RD-180 throttling down slightly now as expected. Two minutes 40 seconds into flight. Atlas is now 39 miles in altitude, 68 miles downrange distance, traveling at 5,400 miles per hour. And the Centaur reaction control system is now pressurizing to flight levels. System response looks good. Now coming up on 3 minutes into flight. RD-180 pump speeds and injector pressures continue to look good. Body rates continue to look good. Now about 1 minute remaining until booster engine cutoff. Pump speeds and injector pressures on the RD-180 continue to look good throughout the boost phase. Three minutes 30 seconds into flight. Atlas is now 56 miles in altitude, 160 miles downrange distance, traveling at 9,000 miles per hour. And RD-180 is now throttling to maintain a constant 5G acceleration limit. RD-180 responses look good. And Centaur's begun the boost phase chill down sequence. RD-180 now going to 4.6G throttle limiting, standing by for BECO. And we have BECO booster engine cutoff, standing by for stage set. And we have good indication of stage separation. We have pre-start on the RL-10, standing by for ignition. We have ignition and full thrust on the RL-10. Chamber pressure looks good. Body rates look good. And we have good indication of payload fairing jettison. This first burn of today's mission will last approximately 10 minutes 30 seconds. RL-10 engine operating parameters look good. Body rates have damped out nicely from the startup transients. And the RCS system has begun the initial thruster firings for system thermal conditioning. Just over 5 minutes now remaining 5 minutes now into flight. RL-10 chamber pressure looks good. Body rates continue.
This is Atlas Mission Control at T plus 5 minutes 20 seconds. Patrick Moore just confirmed successful completion of the early phase of today's flight, and all systems continue to operate nominally. The mission is currently in the first Centaur engine burn. Our next event, Centaur main engine cutoff, will occur in approximately 10 minutes.
seconds before we go. So you can see the ignition, and we're about, yes, now we are taking off, and we have the liftoff of this beautiful rocket on its flight into orbit. And so now we will be watching the flight sequence. How beautiful it is, you can see, ladies and gentlemen. That's a very fantastic view of Soyuz. We'll be in the clouds soon already, and now we will go into the launch sequence. So the first upcoming event will be the separation of the first stage. That's going to be in about less than a minute and a half. That's about 117 seconds into flight. So it looks like everything is nominal right now. And the rocket continues its ascent. So it already, yes, a control system operating properly. So we're going higher and higher. It's already 80 seconds into flight, and so everything is nominal. So 90 seconds from liftoff. All parameters of the launch vehicle are nominal, so we're good. 100 seconds. So everything is okay. And we're about to separate the strap-on boosters. So the rocket pitch, yaw, and roll parameters are nominal. So we're about to separate the strap-on boosters. Separation of the strap-on boosters confirmed. Separation of the first stage confirmed, in other words. Now the second stage motor parameters are nominal. So we're about 140 seconds into flight. So our next upcoming event is the separation of the second stage, or the core stage. That will be in about 287 seconds into flight. Everything looks nominal. It's 160 seconds from liftoff. Rocket continues its ascent. It's 170 seconds. All flight parameters are nominal. 180 seconds. Everything looks good. 190 seconds. Rocket continues its flight. Ready, 200 seconds. Everything looks good. We will have the separation of the second stage in just slightly over 1 minute. 220 seconds. All flight parameters are nominal. And there will be just a series of events after the second stage separation. So we will also have we're expecting the second stage separation, and then lower skirt jettisoning and the fairing drop. So all flight parameters readout is nominal. The rocket continues its ascent, 260 seconds from liftoff. Everything looks good. 270 seconds. We're expecting the separation of the second stage in a second. We have confirmed separation of the second stage, fairing drop and lower skirt jettisoning. The third stage and with the nose module continues its ascent. Our next milestone to reach will be the cutoff of the third stage main engine, and that's going to be about 525 seconds into flight. Right now everything looks good. ...330 seconds, everything looks nominal. So flight parameters are nominal. The rocket continues its ascent. 350 seconds. ...360 seconds into flight. Roll pitch, your parameters are nominal. Everything looks good. ...380 seconds. Flight continues. Seconds since the liftoff. Everything looks okay. We're less than 2 minutes from the separation of the third stage.
$15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, of normal, 7, 8, 9, plus 10 seconds.
A perfect liftoff as usual for PSLV, and you can see in all glory PSLV negotiating the dense atmosphere, all the strap-ons firing well.
First stage performance
लगातार हमसे दूर जाता PSLV अपनी गर्जना से आकाश के सन्नाटे को चीरता हुआ जैसे विश्व की सारी मानवता के नाम भारत का ये शांति दूत एक ही संदेश सुनाता हुआ कि सफलता के आसमान असीमित 320 टन भारी 44.4 मीटर ऊंचे इस प्रक्षेपण यान की ये 39वीं उड़ान जिसमें 16वीं उड़ान है इस विस्तृत संवर्धित संस्करण।
Now all the 6 strap-ons functioning and the atmosphere is successfully been negotiated. In about 10 seconds from now, we will see the first set of 4 ground lead strap-ons separated.
जी हाँ, जो ठोस कोर चरण होता है वो जमीन पर ही प्रक्षेपण के 3 सेकंड पूर्व प्रज्वलित हो जाता है। जी हाँ, बिल्कुल विलगाव हो चुका है जो स्ट्रैप-ऑन्स हैं उनका, और धीरे धीरे आप देख पा रहे होंगे कि यान अपने गंतव्य तक बिल्कुल फॉलो करता हुआ उसके अनुमानित पथ को अवलोकित पथ द्वारा 1 मिनट 30 सेकंड्स 1 मिनट 30 सेकंड का समय व्यतीत हो चुका है।
The remaining 2 strap-ons also are separated. Now the first stage is functioning on its own, alone, and we have steadily gaining altitude. Now the relative velocity is 2 kilometers per second, and in about 5 to 10 seconds, the first stage will complete its task, burn out and separate.
जी हाँ, आप स्क्रीन पर पोंगिनान जी को देख पा रहे होंगे। ये हम घोषणा करते हैं कि कौन सा स्टेज जो है वो सफलतापूर्वक अलग हो चुका है। इस समय हम द्वितीय चरण के इग्निशन के बाद की कहानी आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं। द्वितीय चरण प्रज्वलन के दौरान लगभग 158.3 सेकंड के बाद ऊंचाई पर पहुंचने के बाद अपनी जो ऊष्मीय सुरक्षा कवच है या जिसे पेलोड फेयरिंग के नाम से भी जाना जाता है वो अलग होगा। बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण घड़ी होती है वो। अभी तक जो निष्पादन है वो बिल्कुल सामान्य है, यान अपने गंतव्य तक जाता हुआ। इस समय करीब करीब 2 मिनट 35 सेकंड की यात्रा पूरी कर चुका PSLV C-37।
Heat shields separated.
जी हाँ, ऊष्मीय सुरक्षा कवच अलग हो चुका है। बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण क्षण होता है जब ये सुरक्षा कवच अलग होता है। ये करीब करीब 134 किलोमीटर की ऊंचाई तक पहुंचने के बाद होता है, जो इस यान को ऊपर ले जाएगा।
The second stage is under operation. This is a liquid stage built by ISRO and uses primarily unsymmetric dimethyl hydrazine as fuel. It's a very efficient stage with a specific impulse of as high as 295 seconds, and it will be burning for a total duration of 150 seconds.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, unité, top. Allumage moteur Vulcain. Allumage EAP et top décollage. Les paramètres bons sont conformes à l'attendu.
Local time and right on time, you saw it. Ariane 5 began her mission roaring off from the ground here in French Guiana with a lot of fire going up through the thin cloud layer. We had so much rain today, we didn't think we'd have any visibility at all. But look at her go. She's carrying 2 satellites, 2 new telecom satellites, the 2 boosters providing 90% of our thrust right now, propelling the launcher along her trajectory at an ever higher velocity. 775 tons at liftoff. And to get that sort of mass off the ground, you need a lot of push. And you can see, push we have. She's burning 5 tons of fuel every second. That's 2.5 tons of fuel every second in each booster. And the core stage burning another 300 kilos of fuel per second. Into the blue sky she goes, beginning her 5th mission of the year. Ariane 5 now following the program in the onboard computer, which gives all the orders, including stage separations, which we'll soon begin to see in about 20 seconds. We're in the first of 4 flight phases, and we'll describe each in turn and in detail. You can follow Ariane as she heads east across the Atlantic. The first 3 phases are powered, like this one, and the 4th is not. Right now, the first flight phase, the single first stage engine and the 2 boosters are burning. Another about 12 seconds for them. And they will be the first to be extinguished. And you'll hear that from the DDO, but also with the camera work we have, you'll see the flame out there. Should be right about now. That looks like the flame out right there. You are. The 2 boosters falling away on either side. You see that very clearly. And the dot in the middle, that is the core stage Ariane continuing on her way. Very clear shots. Haven't seen this in quite a while. The first flight phase using both cryogenic and storable propellant. Cryogenic in the main stage, the dot that's still burning, and storable propellant in the boosters who have done their job. There are pros and cons to each. Cryogenic propulsion offers certain advantages as getting us off the ground, and it is more precise. The DDO has confirmed, of course, separation of the 2 boosters. The boosters will fall away about 500 kilometers from shore into a protected area. Next up, fairing separation, and with this visibility, you'll probably be able to see that as well. And you can see that perfectly clear. The 2 light blue dots, those are the 2 halves of the fairing falling away from the mothership. We haven't seen clear skies like this in at least a year. So this is a wonderful, wonderful sight. Ariane, the main dot in the middle, the dot of light, is the first stage continuing again on her mission. The 2 points of light falling away, those are the halves of the fairing. We don't even need the onboard camera that we have because this is much better. Fairing separation coming at 112 kilometers up, roughly, because we're out of the Earth's atmosphere. If you can take your eyes away from the site in the middle, just briefly look on the bottom left of your screen. We see our altitude 140 kilometers. And on the right, the bottom right, approaching 3 kilometers per second. Now, the speed we need to separate a satellite, if you remember, between 8 and 9 kilometers per second, roughly, because it's roughly the speed of the turning Earth. So when you see the numbers on the bottom of the screen approaching those figures, you'll know we're nearing separation time. Arianespace is part of Europe's space effort, which is a three-way affair among ESA, the European Space Agency, you saw Charlotte Biscoe there, the French Space Agency, CNES, and Arianespace, the third partner. You find them all here, along with the customers. Arianespace operating the family of launchers and marketing the launch services of the Ariane program, and the Ariane program, I should say. ESA funding new programs, and CNES overseeing coordination of all space-based operation. Guyana Space Center, the world's only dedicated commercial space base, where Arianespace operating the launcher family, Ariane 5, soon to be Ariane 6, Soyuz and Vega, soon to be the updated Vega C. Vega C4 consolidated. So we are on our way since 5 minutes using Ariane 5, the heavy lift launcher carrying 10 tons tonight. We're going to go to the first of what we hope are several launch replays. And you can relive those vivid, vivid pictures and those exciting moments as you saw Ariane come roaring off the pad. Other replays probably coming up. I'll interweave the commentary in between them. We're in the second powered flight phase, the single-engine core stage, still burning. Another minute or so to go before it shuts down. Here's your second replay. We have at the base here 5 or 6 observation sites, and we have cameras at most of them. Sites named for local birds. There's toucan, there's a colibri. Colibri is French for hummingbird. Here's another replay from the ibis, the red ibis. That's another bird. That's a observation site just back of us here on the hill. Look at that. We were so worried this morning because we had such rain and such cloud cover, and we thought we're going to never see anything. Ariane will disappear after 10 seconds into the clouds. But take a look at that. Wonderful. 7 minutes. We mentioned we separated the fairing now because we're out of the dense layers of the atmosphere, neither friction nor heating, which could disrupt the passengers. We can also get rid of any dead weight. We don't need it. The fairing weighs about 2.5 tons, so we can get rid of it now. Coming up, we're going to be picked up by our downrange tracking station at Natal over the border in Brazil, I believe, right?
That is right. And it looks now Natal has gone yellow, which means we have been picked up by our second tracking station, Natal over the border in Brazil, which tracks the lower stage burnout and separation. So as we were telling you at the start of our broadcast, all of Ariane's trajectory has been designed to be followed from the ground. The launcher's functions and vital signs are recorded throughout the entire launch, and they're sent back to a network of stations that keeps constant watch on the health of her systems. In all, information on some 1,500 parameters is collected, And what do the ground stations like Natal do with all this information? Well, customers get immediate data on their spacecraft, which is, of course, very important. Some data are analysed in real time and other data are studied after the flight to learn how the vehicle performs on its mission, and a complete analysis is carried out in the weeks following the launch. So you just heard the DDO, yes, talking about Natal in Brazil, which was picking up the signals. So the complete analysis is carried out in the weeks following the launch, and that provides a wealth of technical information for better performance and robustness.
All right, we've had, as you've seen on the screen, the cutoff.
15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff!
Falcon station ground range.
We are T plus 40 seconds into flight, and Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from pad 40 at Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, carrying our Starlink payload to its targeted drop-off orbit. Moments ago, we did throttle down our engines in preparation for max Q, and that is the maximum aerodynamic pressure, which is the largest structural load that the vehicle will see. That's coming up here in a few seconds.
Max Q.
And there's that call out that we have just passed through max Q. In about a minute, we will have 3 events happening back to back. The first of which will be main engine cutoff, or MECO. This is where all 9 M1D engines shut off to slow the vehicle down in preparation for the second event, which is stage separation. Stage separation is where the first stage separates from the second stage, with the first stage starting to make its way back to Earth for landing, and stage 2 continuing on its journey, with the third event called SES1, or second engine start 1. And that's where the MVAC engine lights up on the second stage and propels the second stage along with the Starlink satellites to its drop-off orbit. We are at T plus 2 minutes and 5 seconds, so we're just about 25 seconds away from those 3 events. Again, that is MECO, stage separation, and SES1, or second engine start 1.
MECO. Stage separation confirmed.
And there you can see on your screen, on the left screen, we had main engine cutoff and stage separation. On your right screen is the second stage MVAC engine lighting up, glowing bright red there. And it is a bit dark on the East Coast, but you can see on your left screen that first stage, those grid fins are deploying. And on your right screen, we have fairing deploy coming up here.
Separation confirmed.
And there is that confirmation of fairing deploy. Now let's see if those fairing halves can be recovered by our recovery ships, Mystery and Mischief today. Again, we won't have that live. That will happen around T plus 40 minutes, so check in with our social media accounts for updates on those fairing halves. And stage 2 still looking nominal. Again, that is what you see on your right screen. stage 1 is making its way back.
Acquisition of signal Bermuda.
And as the first stage makes its way back to Earth, it will perform 2 burns, the first of which will be the entry burn, and that is where 3 of the 9 M1D engines reignite, and this helps slow the vehicle down as it re-enters back into the upper part of the Earth's atmosphere. And finally will be the second and final burn is the landing burn, and this is a single engine burn. That's the center E9 engine that reignites and brings the vehicle all the way down, very, very rapidly slows the vehicle down so that it can touch down and land on the drone ship. Again, we are attempting to land the first stage today on Just Read the Instructions, as our Of Course I Still Love You drone ship was occupied with our Demo 2 vehicle from over the weekend up until last night. We are at T plus 5.5 minutes. Stage 2 still looking nominal. And first stage making its way back. That first burn, that entry burn, will be coming up in about a minute from now, around T plus 6 minutes and 45 seconds. And that entry burn will last about 20 seconds long. Again, that is to slow the vehicle down as it re-enters back into the Earth's atmosphere. Stage 2 on your right screen, still on a nominal trajectory. And on your left screen, it is a little bit dark. It is nighttime on the East Coast, but we should see that screen light up with that entry burn, those 3 engines reigniting.
Stage 1 FTS has saved.
Stage 1 entry burn has started.
And there you hear that call out, as well as a visual confirmation that those engines have reignited.
The vehicle continues to follow a nominal trajectory.
And stage 1 entry burn shut down.
And confirmation that the stage 1 entry burn is complete, as well as stage 2 still looking nominal. If you heard that call out. Coming up next is the landing burn around T plus 8.5 minutes, around 8 minutes and 24 seconds. Looks like we lost that live view of the first stage coming down, but that is expected. So hopefully we can get that live view back. Right now,
stage 1 is transonic.
Right now, what you're seeing on your left screen is the drone ship Just Read the Instructions. Followed very closely after the landing burn and landing of the first stage will be SECO 1, that is second engine cutoff, around T plus 8 minutes and 58 seconds.
Stage 1 landing burn has started.
Terminal guidance.
Landing legs have deployed.
Stage 2 FTS has saved.
And wow, as you saw coming
and
down,
GRTI,
that first stage Falcon 9.
Landing operators moving to procedure 11.100 on Recovery 1 and ECF 9.
Amazing that first stage booster has landed for the first time, for the 5th time for a Falcon 9 booster. That is amazing. We're waiting for second stage engine cutoff. What an amazing view of that first stage coming down, even though it was dark and night. But those engines lighting up the screen, watching first stage come down, was an amazing view. And we heard a call out of good orbit for second stage.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
They really do go up so fast with a beautiful liftoff of Electron from the pad at Launch Complex 1. We're now T plus 40 seconds into the mission and approaching max Q, or maximum aerodynamic pressure, at the 1:09 mark. Max Q is the moment during launch when Electron experiences the highest amount of mechanical stress from the dynamic pressure, which is a function of its velocity and altitude. We'll be coming up on max Q in just a few seconds.
Vehicle past maximum dynamic pressure.
And there's the call that we've successfully cleared max Q. All is looking good with our trajectory, and Electron is performing nominally.
Stage 1 guidance is nominal.
AOS Chatham Station.
We're quickly approaching the next set of milestones in this mission. First up will be main engine cutoff of the 9 Rutherford engines on Electron's first stage. This is when the engines throttle down before the vehicle separates into sections, or what we call stages. Following that, the sole vacuum-optimized Rutherford engine on that second stage will fire up to continue the journey to low Earth orbit. We're a few seconds away from those events, and those calls will come in quick succession, so we're going to cross back to mission control now.
Stage separation successful.
Stage 2 ignition confirmed.
And you've seen it on your screen there. We have had a successful MECO, first and second stage separation and ignition of the Rutherford engine on Electron's second stage. Coming up in a few seconds, Electron's fairing will separate. The fairing is the casing at the top of the rocket that protects the satellites as they travel through Earth's atmosphere.
Fairing jettisons succeeded.
And there they go, the fairing has cleanly separated and fallen away from Electron, which is continuing on a nominal trajectory.
Stage 2 guidance is nominal.
Electron's trajectory continues, as you'll often hear us say, nominally, with a current speed of just under 10,000 kilometers per hour and an altitude of about 165 kilometers, and we are now at about 4 minutes into the mission.
T-minus 18 seconds.
15,
The sound suppression water system has been activated, protecting Endeavour and the launch pad from acoustical energy. We're go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition and liftoff of Endeavour, completing Kibo and fulfilling Japan's hope for an out-of-this-world space laboratory.
Houston, Endeavour, roll program.
Roger, roll, Endeavour.
This is Mission Control Houston. Endeavour's roll maneuver is being completed. It's now going into a heads-down position on track for its flight to the International Space Station. Flying at 400 miles per hour, 1 mile in altitude and 7 miles downrange already from the Kennedy Space Center. Endeavour's engines were throttling down as the orbiter passes through the area of maximum pressure on the vehicle, now 50 seconds into the flight.
Endeavour, go at throttle up.
Go at throttle up.
The 3 engines on board are throttling back up. Endeavour flying at 1,100 miles per hour, 10 miles in altitude, and 10 miles downrange. At liftoff, the fully fueled shuttle, boosters, and external tank weighed 4.5 million pounds. The total thrust at launch was 6,425,000 pounds. 1 minute 33 seconds into the flight, Endeavour flying at 1,900 miles per hour, 17 miles in altitude, and 16 miles downrange. All systems continue to function well. Endeavour has 3 good main engines, 3 good power generating fuel cells, and 3 good auxiliary power units for the hydraulic system. We'll be standing by for burnout and separation of the solid rocket boosters. Combined, the twin boosters provide 5.3 million pounds of thrust to propel the orbiter towards space. The booster officer confirms the SRBs, or solid rocket boosters, have separated. 2 minutes and 20 seconds into the flight. Endeavour flying at 3,100 miles per hour, 37 miles in altitude, and 51 miles downrange.
Endeavour, 2-engine Marone.
2-engine Marone.
Roman, on L1, we'd like high-load duct heater to Alpha Slant Bravo.
Complete.
Copy.
Commander Mark Polanski adjusting a heater on the environmental control and life support system. Endeavour can reach Marone in the event of a single engine failure. However, all 3 main engines are still operating well. Now 3 minutes, 20 seconds into the flight. Endeavour is flying at 4,000 miles per hour. Booster officer confirms that all 3 engines are performing well. Endeavour at an altitude of 56 statute miles and 120 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center.
Endeavour, negative return.
Negative return.
Roman, the extra duct heaters were because we saw a little cooling in the ducts.
Copy.
Now 4 minutes and 18 seconds into the flight, Endeavour is now flying too high and too fast to return to the Kennedy Space Center and the Space Shuttle landing facility in the event of an engine failure. All 3 Space Shuttle main engines continue to function well. The Environmental Systems Officer also confirmed that the flash evaporator system has been activated to provide cooling before the payload bay doors are open in orbit.
Endeavour, press to ATO. Select Zaragoza.
Press to ATO, select Zaragoza.
Now 5 minutes and 22 seconds into the flight, Endeavour could now reach a lower than planned orbit, but a safe orbit on 2 engines should one fail. All 3 engines are still operating well.
Endeavour, single engine ops 3.
Single engine ops 3.
Endeavour could conduct a transatlantic abort landing on 1 engine should 2 fail at this point, all 3 continuing to perform well. Endeavour is flying at 8,300 miles per hour, 67 miles in altitude, 350 miles downrange. Endeavour's engines have been commanded to swivel to put the orbiter in the proper heads-up position. That for communications with the tracking and data relay satellites.
Endeavour, press to MECO.
Press to MECO.
And single engine Zaragoza 104.
Single engine Zaragoza 104.
6 minutes, 30 seconds into the flight. That call about press to MECO.
Nominal shutdown plan. Go for the plus X, go for the pitch.
Copy, nominal shutdown, go plus X, go pitch.
Endeavour can reach the planned orbit on 2 engines, however all 3 continuing to perform well. And the shutdown plan of those engines is nominal, as Capcom Alan Poindexter indicated to Commander Mark Polanski.
Endeavour, single engine press 104.
Single engine press 104.
7 minutes and 12 seconds into the flight, Endeavour can reach its planned orbit on 1 engine should 2 fail, and all 3 are continuing to perform well. Endeavour is flying at 12,700 miles per hour, 65 miles in altitude, and 613 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. 7 minutes, 35 seconds into the flight, and the engines are throttling down to maintain structural limits on the orbiter as it passes or approaches loads near 3 times gravity. Eight minutes, 31 seconds into the flight, booster officer confirms the main engine cutoff. And external tank separation is confirmed. Endeavour and its STS-127 crew in orbit. Continuing on the mission to the International Space Station.
Nominal MECO, ohms 1, not required.
Endeavour copies.
Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff of the Titan III rocket with the Mars Observer and America's return to the Red Planet. And the vehicle has cleared the tower. Roll program is in, pitch program is in. Solids are burning normally. We have a very clean burn going. Flight of Mars Observer is underway. vehicle data. Both solids look good. Data coming in here to the Mission Director Center shows we have a nominal flight. Titan now going through the sound barrier. Air Force Station at Jupiter Inlet has acquired. Going through Max Q, going through the sound barrier, looked very good. A very clean flight. Winds at altitude reported to be light, showing very little perturbations on the launch vehicle. Our flight data looks excellent. Solids continuing to burn well. Data now coming through both Tel 4 at the Cape and the Jupiter Inlet tracking station. The trajectory is right on the money. Now 18.3 statute miles downrange, velocity 2,384 miles per hour. First stage has ignited. Both engines burning well. Standing by for solid rocket booster separation. And that is confirmed.
As you can see, the countdown on the screen. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Liftoff.
起飞时间：动4时3度分2幺秒，发动6毫秒。程序转弯。阵地1212跟踪正常。
Personnel on the ground reporting that the remote sensing data indicate that the flight is going smoothly. Why do we need those data?
This is to keep the tracking of the predetermined orbits and the speed and altitude, so to keep track on the normality of this rocket.
And we should also notice that the rocket is not flying straight up; it's going sideways. There's a little turn.
It's called pitch over.
Pitch over.
Yes. So the first critical step will be after the tower is cleared will be the pitch over to the so we call the launch direction. With this direction, we can determine the orbital plane. And from you see, this is a video from the camera mounted on the rocket itself on the core stage. We can see 2 of the 4 boosters. While the 4 boosters provided 90% of the thrust during the liftoff. So on this stage, mainly the thrust is from the 4 boosters. And after pitch over, the next critical step will be the separation of these 4 boosters.
Yes.
Yes. Exactly.
And we keep hearing that the monitoring and command center reporting how the flight is going to continue. They're going to continue to track the flight of this rocket, and then a few minutes into its flight, we'll see the boosters come off the rocket, and you're looking at the pictures being captured by a camera just attached to the body of that rocket, showing, as Professor Yang mentioned, 2 of the boosters there. There are a total of 4 boosters on the body of the rocket. They will all come off later in the flight and allow the separation of the first and second stage rockets.
So each of the booster has 2 engines, so total of 8 engines on the booster, and also engines on the core stage. So the boosters are composed by liquid kerosene, liquid oxygen rocket engine, but the core is cryogenic, which is liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen.
Help us understand the choice of fuel here.
Well, the liquid kerosene, liquid oxygen works very well in the atmosphere, where the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen works better in outer space, which has better propellant propulsion rates.
Okay, the boosters
and
have
the
been
boosters
separated very
are
properly.
being separated. They come off to because they burn out the fuel, they have to come up to allow the rocket to continue flying.
So now we see the core engine is burning, which is the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen.
So at this stage of the flight, what the rocket is doing is that it's accelerating in terms of speed, and until it reaches that height, it will continue to increase velocity.
Yes, it was increasing the velocity and altitude at the same time.
From this 3D animation, we can see the data link from the vehicle to different ground stations. We have ground stations at the launch center, and also have the stations in the HIIA Islands, and also at every critical point, for instance, before the spacecraft separation from the rocket, we also have the ground, have space tracking ships in the Pacific Ocean.
The number we see on the string is the number of seconds into the flight. So we're now more than 4 minutes into the flight.
At the current stage, the core stage work with the what's so-called the YF-77 rocket engines. We use 2 engines in this core stage of the Long March 5. Each have a thrust about 50 tons. So this rocket engine is the largest, as Mr. Xu has mentioned, the liquid hydrogen and the liquid oxygen engine, which has the highest specific impulse in China's rocket engine families.
And the next noticeable development will be the separation of the first stage and second stage rockets. How long till we have that? A couple of minutes?
This is camera video from the inside the payload fairing.
The camera seems to be working very well.
The payload fairing is jettisoned.
Okay, the fairings. The fairings are at the very top of the rocket. They protect the spacecraft, basically.
Yes, once it's out of outer space, once it's out of the atmosphere. It doesn't create any frictions. So we have to lose weight, as well as the boosters.
Absolutely.
We drop all of them to increase the propulsion ratio, so that we can have better propulsion for speed and for altitude.
So are we now out of the Earth's atmosphere?
Yes, we are out of. I think it's more than 100 kilometers above Earth.
The atmosphere is about 70 kilometers.
Yes, about 70 to 110. Yes.
Okay.
From the voice, we can hear that the telemetry data received from the HIIA Islands, the ground station located on the HIIA Islands, received the data, and it shows that the data is works properly.
So normally there are 2 different kinds of observations. One is telemetry tracking, another is optical observations. So once it's above the optical observation capabilities, we'll rely on the TTNC, telemetry tracking control command.
As Mr. Xu mentioned, we have optical telescopes to observe the flying, and also we have ground-based readers to measure the trajectory of the rocket.
And that's what we've been hearing. Yeah, just now, as we've been hearing, those are personnel on the ground, some in HIIA Islands, tracking the flight of the rocket.
The voice mentioned the 313 is the trajectory tracking radar we use in every mission from the Wenchang Satellite Launch Center.
Understood. So now this will be actually a longer phase in that flight. We've had the boosters come off, we've had the fairings come off, we've had.
But this is still the critical moment, because the core engine has experienced a couple of times of failure in the past 4 missions. So we have to make sure that we witness the separation of the first stage with the second stage, and the core engine burns properly, so that we can ensure the success.
The first stage use, as Mr. Xu mentioned, the cryogenic propulsion system with liquid oxygen as the fuel and the liquid hydrogen as the fuel and liquid oxygen as the oxidizer. It has a very high specific impulse, so this with little consumption of fuels, it can provide much more.
Now the first stage
energy.
and the second stage.
Great.
Rockets are being separated. We're hearing applause from the control and command center. Everything seems to be working just fine.
So the second stage, we use the YF-75D rocket engines, which also use the liquid hydrogen and the liquid oxygen as a propellant. The thrust is smaller, but the specific impulse is even higher than the first stage.
And later in the flight, that engine on the second stage rocket will be shot for a while when the rocket is cruising.
Yeah.
And there will be a second ignition later in the flight.
Exactly.
Is that correct?
So you can see from the 3D animation, we have data links from the ocean surface to the I believe that is a space tracking ship and to the vehicle. And also, as you mentioned, after this spacecraft, the rocket enters the what we call so-called the parking orbit. The rocket engine will be shut down, and we will have a coasting phase. With no propulsions, and we will have the second ignition near the equator to have the lunar orbit from the low Earth orbit to the lunar transfer orbit. Now we can see the videos mounted from the camera mounted on the rocket, and also this is the camera mounted near the rocket engine. We can monitor the working of the YF-75D.
You can see the flame coming down from the underpart, which is the burning of the engine.
9、8、システム完了。6、5、4、3、2、エンジン点火。0、1、SRPA 点火。リフトオフ。4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12。13、14、15、16、17、18、19、20。ロケットは現在南東方向の太平洋上へ飛行しています。打ち上げ後1分が経過しました。80、81、82、83、84、85、86、87、88、89、90。100。110、11、12、13、14、15、16、17、18、19、120。SRBA
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition, liftoff. Carpe diem, Dragon 1.
Vehicle is pitching downrange. Now 1 deep pause.
Power and telemetry nominal.
At T plus 45 seconds, Falcon 9 has cleared the towers, and the final Dragon 1 flight is underway. Everything looking nominal
Falcon
for stage
9 is
1.
supersonic.
We heard the call out that the vehicle is supersonic.
Vehicle is experiencing maximum dynamic pressure.
There we heard the call out for max Q. Coming up next, there are 5 events that will be happening in rapid succession. Main engine cutoff, or as you'll see in the event tracker on the bottom of your screen, MECO. Then stage separation, second engine start, or SES1, followed by a boost back burn of the first stage and Dragon nose cone deploy. Main engine cutoff for MECO is where all 9 M1D engines on first stage will shut down. This is immediately followed by stage separation, where the first and second stages will separate. A few seconds later, MVAC, or the M Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage, will ignite and begin to boost Dragon to low Earth orbit.
And MVAC shield started.
So again, MECO, stage sep, SES1, all happening in quick succession. Let's tune in.
Stage separation confirmed.
And there on the right-hand side of your screen, and by the cheers in the crowd behind me, we have visual confirmation of second engine start as that warm glow begins to build around the MVAC nozzle. On the left-hand side of your screen, we have an amazing visual of the first stage as it is performing its boost back burn. Now, this is the first of 3 maneuvers that the first stage will be performing. As Jesse mentioned earlier, we will be landing back at landing zone 1 on the coast of Florida at Cape Canaveral. So the first stage has to completely reorient itself and head back west. It was flying east, now it's going to flip around, head back west towards the Cape during this boost back burn, which should be ending in 5 seconds. MVAC is looking good. Everything nominal with our temperature and power
Stage 1
readings
boost
there.
back shut down.
And we can see on the left-hand side of our screen that the boost back burn has completed. Second stage looking good as Dragon is on its way to the International Space Station.
Vehicle is on a nominal trajectory.
Acquisition of signal in Bermuda.
In order to make its way back to landing zone 1, the first stage executes a series of 3 burns. The first of which you just saw is the boost back burn, and as Kate mentioned, this is meant to slow the rocket down and orient it for re-entry. It also helps Falcon 9 laterally return to the landing zone. Then shortly after this first burn is initiated, the grid fins, which are located near the top of the first stage, are deployed to help guide the rocket during descent. We're not showing a live view of the first stage right now because it's pretty dark, so you can't see it. But what you're seeing on your screen is the second stage continuing on its way to its targeted orbit. So then following the boost back burn, Falcon 9 executes its re-entry burn to slow itself down before hitting the dense part of the atmosphere. And then the last of the 3 burns is the landing burn, which begins just before touchdown, and that's to slow the vehicle down rapidly right before landing. So far, second stage is still looking good. It's T plus 5 minutes, and the second stage is taking Dragon to its targeted orbit. We've had an on-time liftoff just a few minutes ago, and we're just about a minute away from that second burn on the first stage, that entry burn. Again, if we do land our first stage tonight, it will be our 50th landing. Second stage
Vehicle continues to follow
look
nominal trajectory.
And there's that call out for nominal trajectory. If you're just now joining us, it's T plus 6 minutes, and we're about 30 seconds away from the first stage entry burn, which will then be followed by the landing burn and landing of the first stage on our landing zone 1 in Cape Canaveral. So you can see on your left-hand screen, this is a view from the first stage. You can see Earth with all the lights lighting up the ground. Once that entry burn begins, we should be able to see that light up that screen on the left side.
Stage 1, entry burn, startup.
And there it is. Entry burn has started. This burn will last about 20 seconds long. Again, as I mentioned earlier, there's those grid fins that you can see on your left-hand screen near the top of the first stage. That's guiding the vehicle
entry burn, shutdown.
To the landing zone. And there's that shutdown of that entry burn. So we're just about 40 seconds away or so from the landing burn start. The landing burn will last about 30 seconds before the vehicle touches down. Second stage is still looking nominal. And it is a bit dark since it is nighttime over there in Cape Canaveral,
Stage
but
1, entry
we
transonic.
should be able to get a live view of this landing.
Stage 1, landing burn, startup.
And there's that landing burn starting.
Stage 1, landing leg deploy.
And the Falcon has landed for the 50th time in SpaceX history. What an amazing live view all the way to touchdown. What an awesome view of our first stage for the 50th time.
15. Propane ignition.
T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. We have engine ignition. 2, 1, and liftoff of the United Launch Alliance Delta IV rocket carrying the WGS-8 mission for the United States Air Force.
R68 performing well. Fuel injector and chamber pressure completed. 20 seconds into flight. Burn profiles on the 4 solid rocket motors all looking good. 30 seconds in. Mach 1 vehicle is now transonic.
You're hearing the voice of Patrick Moore providing launch vehicle ascent data.
Now passing max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. RS-68 continuing to perform well. Chamber pressures and injector pressures looking good. Burn profiles on the 4 solid rocket motors also looking good. Now passing 1 minute into flight. Approximately 30 seconds remaining in the solid rocket motor burn. Delta IV is now 12 nautical miles in altitude, 10 miles downrange, traveling at 2,000 miles per hour. 1 minute, 20 seconds in. Standing by for SRM burnout shortly. And we have solid rocket motor burnout. Standing by for separation. And we have good indication of separation of all 4 solid rocket motors. The Delta IV rocket now weighs just half of what it did at launch, burning propellant at a rate of almost 2,000 pounds per second. 1 minute, 55 seconds into flight.
Roger.
The upper stage ACS press valve has been opened. 2 minutes into flight, now passing Mach 5. Delta 4 is now 35 nautical miles downrange, 40 miles in altitude, 55 miles downrange, traveling at over 4,000 miles per hour.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
सफलतापूर्ण लिफ्ट ऑफ PSLV C50 अपने निर्दिष्ट मिशन की ओर बढ़ता हुआ.
That's a marvelous liftoff. The PS1 performance is according to the expectations.
Plus 20 seconds.
गर्जना करता हुआ आकाश में इसका कंपन हम यहाँ तक महसूस कर सकते हैं. यह सभी दर्शकों के लिए भी काफी उत्साह का पल.
Stage performance normal.
ROD के घोषणा के अनुसार प्रथम चरण का निष्पादन सामान्य.
The airlift strap-on ignition scheduled 25 seconds into the flight. It's close to 1 minute after the flight.
Shuttle main auto.
1 minute.
Shuttle main auto.
अब हम स्ट्रैप ऑन 1 और 2 के सेपरेशन को 1 मिनट 9 सेकंड पे देखेंगे.
Ground lead strap on separated.
जी हाँ, जैसा अपेक्षित था ROD ने अनाउंस किया, ग्राउंड लेड स्ट्रैप ऑन सेपरेट हो चुके हैं.
Performance normal.
P2 change route SCBT2.
प्रथम चरण सामान्य निष्पादन करता हुआ.
Air lead strap on separated.
The airlift strap-ons have also been separated. It is 1 minute 30 seconds into the launch, altitude 40 kilometers. The core stage will burn till 1 minute 50 seconds.
First stage separated, second stage ignited, closed loop guidance initiated.
Plus 2 minutes.
जी हाँ, प्रथम चरण अपेक्षानुसार मुख्य यान से पृथक हो चुका है और अब यान क्लोज लूप गाइडेंस के अंतर्गत है.
Second stage performance normal.
The ignition of the second stage has been confirmed. We are 2 minutes 30 seconds into the launch.
आप अपनी स्क्रीन पर अभी एनिमेशन देख रहे थे. यह वास्तविक समय पर दर्शाया गया एनिमेशन है जिसमें PS2 का निष्पादन सामान्य है.
Second stage performance normal.
On your screens now you can see the animation and you have also seen the milestones of
Plus
the
3 minutes.
separation events. You can see that the second stage is performing normally. The second stage of PSLV is based on liquid propulsion system with 41 tons of propellant loading of UH-25 as fuel and N2O4 as oxidizer. Now we await the heat shield separation. That will be the next event in the launch.
Payload fairing separated.
जैसा कि आपने अभी सुना, पेलोड फेयरिंग जो ऊष्मा कवच है उपग्रह के ऊपर वह पृथक हो चुकी है, चूंकि अब यान वातावरण से बाहर आ चुका है. अब वायु घनत्व ऐसा नहीं रह गया है कि उपग्रह या यान को कुछ नुकसान पहुंचा सके, इसलिए ऊष्मा कवच को अलग कर दिया गया है. PS2 सामान्य निष्पादन करता हुआ और अपने निर्दिष्ट मिशन की ओर बढ़ता हुआ.
Plus 4 minutes.
Second stage performance normal.
The second stage increases the velocity of ongoing launch vehicle from 1.98 kilometers per second to 4.94 kilometers per second.
We are 4 minutes into the flight, and Port Blair station has started to acquire the signal of launch vehicle
Stage
parameters.
separated, third stage ignited.
The third stage also has been ignited, and the confirmation has been given by Range Operations Director.
Third stage performance normal.
जी हाँ, तृतीय चरण सामान्य निष्पादन करता हुआ इसका ज्वलन काल करीब 122.8 सेकंड का होगा। अब आप अपनी स्क्रीन पर देख रहे हैं यह सब घटना अपेक्षित ढंग से होते हुए।
Third stage performance normal.
The third stage is performing normally, and it is called the HPS-3 stage. It is a solid propellant motor. Its height is 3.6 meters, diameter 2 meter, and uses 7.65 tons of HTPB based propellant.
अभी आप जो ग्राफ देख रहे हैं अपनी स्क्रीन पर, यह हमारे ग्राउंड स्टेशन की मदद से यह डेटा लिया जा रहा है।
The third stage will continue to burn for 123 seconds, that is a little over 2 minutes. In this duration, it will add a mere 8 kilometers to the altitude, but increase the velocity from 4.94 to 7.32 kilometers for the mission requirements.
Third stage performance normal.
PS3 जो कि ठोस नोदन वाला चरण है, करीब 7.6 टन नोदक 122 सेकंड पे प्रज्वलन होगा। जैसा कि मैं बता रहा था, ग्राउंड स्टेशंस जो हैं, 4 ग्राउंड स्टेशन इस बार निर्धारित किए गए हैं।
Action completed.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
ignition.
2.
Guidance is nominal.
Max dynamic pressure approaching. Max dynamic pressure.
Altitude 20 kilometers.
Past maximum shear, dynamic pressure 50% of maximum.
AOS set Chathams.
30 seconds, stage 1 remaining. CO2.
Stage 1 propulsion still nominal.
Minimize AOA. Burnout detect mode.
Staging. Stage 1 MECO. Stage 2 startup.
Stage 2 engine ignited. Stage 2 propulsion nominal.
Vehicle is stable.
Following nominal IRP track.
Southland is above horizon, awaiting S-band shutdown and UHF startup.
Fairing separation.
Propulsion remains nominal.
Telemetry nominal at HIIA and Chatham's.
As you've been watching, the Electron has completed Stage 1 boost, Stage 2 separation ignition, and fairing deployment. After a little under 5 minutes, Stage 2 will perform a planned shutdown and the first customer payloads will be deployed. We'll continue to follow the video stream and mission control audio channels until we reach that point in the mission.
Guidance is nominal, speed is 3 kilometers per second.
Propulsion remains nominal.
This is Mission Control Auckland. The flight so far is green, and we're approximately 3 minutes until Stage 2 shutdown, which will be followed shortly by payload deployment. We will continue to follow the burn for as long as we have video. In the event that we do have video but have good telemetry, we'll continue to provide updates over the web stream audio feed, and we'd cut over to Mission Control at that time. Please stand by as we continue to follow Stage 2 burn.
T-minus 15 seconds and the sound suppression water system has been activated. We have a go for main engine start. 3 engines up and ready. 3, 2, 1, 0. Booster ignition and liftoff of Discovery, blazing a trail to scientific discoveries aboard Space Station.
Houston, Discovery, roll program.
Roger, roll, Discovery.
This is Mission Control Houston. Space Shuttle Discovery is rolling into a heads-down position, putting it on course for 51.6 degree, 136 by 36 statute line orbit, and eventually the International Space Station. Discovery's 3 liquid-fueled main engines are now throttling down to reduce stress on the shuttle as it travels through the area of maximum dynamic pressure. Discovery is already at an altitude of 4.7 miles or 26,500 feet and traveling.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Roger, go at throttle up.
Traveling 1,000 miles per hour, Discovery's engines are now throttled back up and performing at full capability. At liftoff, the shuttle weighed more than 4.5 million pounds, and now 1 minute and 27 seconds into the flight, the main engines and solid rocket boosters have reduced that weight by about half. The solid rocket boosters alone are burning 11,000 pounds of propellant per second, and the external tank is now 3,000 pounds lighter than when it began. Discovery is now 21 miles away from its launch pad and 22 miles in altitude, traveling 2,700 miles per hour. All 3 main engines are working just as expected. The 3 fuel cells are generating power, and the 3 auxiliary power units are all producing pressure. In short, everything performing well. 2 minutes and 7 seconds into the STS-131 mission.
103 converged.
The booster officer in the Mission Control Center has confirmed the solid rocket booster separation. All systems continuing to function well. 2 orbital maneuvering system engines on Discovery's tail are now firing as well, providing the shuttle an extra boost into orbit. The engine burn will last 1 minute and 44 seconds.
Discovery, 2 engine TOW.
Discovery copies, 2 engine TOW.
That call indicates that Discovery can now reach Morón in Spain should one of the 3 main engines fail. However, all 3 of those main engines are currently working well. 2 minutes and 59 seconds into the flight, and Discovery is now 79 miles away from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, 48 miles in altitude, and traveling at 4,500 miles per hour. Space Shuttle Discovery also seeing the first of many sunrises of the STS-131 mission.
Discovery Houston, you are negative return.
Discovery copies, negative return.
Discovery is now flying too high and too fast to return to the Kennedy Space Center in the event of an engine failure. That's not currently a problem, however, as all engines are continuing to perform as expected. 4 minutes and 15 seconds into Discovery's flight. Shuttle is traveling 6,000 miles per hour at an altitude of 63 miles and is 181 miles away from Kennedy Space Center. Environmental Systems Officer here in Mission Controls confirmed that the flash evaporator system has been activated to provide cooling to the shuttle system until the shuttle's cargo bay doors open and double as radiators.
Discovery, press to ATO.
Discovery copies, press to ATO.
Should 2 of the shuttle's 3 main engines fail after this point, it can still reach a safe, though lower than planned orbit, as that call from Capcom Rick Sturko indicated. Discovery is now
5 minutes and 42 seconds into its flight.
Engine Ops 3.
Discovery, single engine Ops 3.
67 miles in altitude and 351 miles away from Kennedy Space Center. Discovery could still make it across the Atlantic for an abort landing, even if two of the three main engines failed at this point. All engines are performing well.
Discovery, single engine Zaragoza.
Discovery, copy, single engine Zaragoza.
Discovery now flying more than 10,000 miles per hour. 66 miles in altitude and 430 miles away from Kennedy Space Center.
Discovery, press to MECO.
Discovery copies, press to MECO.
And that call indicates the Discovery can reach its planned orbit of 136 by 36 statute miles, even if one of the engines fails. All three engines are still working well, as are the auxiliary power units and the 3 fuel cells.
Discovery, you are single engine press. Your shutdown plan is nominal. Go for the plus X, go for the pitch maneuver.
Copy, nominal shutdown plan. Go for the plus X, go for the pitch.
Even if 2 engines were to fail at this point, Discovery could still make its planned orbit with just 1. That shouldn't be necessary, however, as all 3 engines are still performing at full capability. Also, Capcom Rick Sturkow there letting Commander Alan Poindexter know that Discovery will cut off its 3 main engines as planned, and that he has the go-ahead then to pitch Discovery up to allow for photos of the external tank to be taken after its separation. Discovery now 7 minutes and 48 seconds into its mission, traveling at 15,000 miles per hour, 63 miles in altitude, and 730 miles downrange from Kennedy Space Center.
Asus de DDO, attention pour les 2 comptes finales. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, top. À image P80, décollage.
Le satellite Mohamed 6A est en route pour l'espace. La fusée Vega numéro 11 s'élance à travers le ciel équatorial, au-dessus du centre spatial guyanais,
La propulsion est normale.
vers le nord. Donc on nous dit que la propulsion est normale et nominale. Donc on prend la direction du nord, au-dessus des Caraïbes. Nous avons passé le mur du son à Mach 1 après 30 secondes.
Acquisition de la télémesure par la station de Saint-Jean-du-Maroni.
Donc le signal a été repris à la station de poursuite de Saint-Jean-du-Maroni, qui se trouve à quelques encablures du centre spatial, si on peut dire. On entend le ronflement de la fusée qui nous parvient jusqu'ici. Les 3 premiers étages pour tâche de nous éloigner de la Terre. Et Vega s'arrache à l'attraction terrestre. Ça demande beaucoup de puissance pour s'arracher à cette attraction terrestre. Donc le P80 est en cours de combustion. P, c'est pour premier étage. Tout se passe nominalement, d'après ce qu'on entend dans la voie du DDA. Donc P pour premier étage. 80, c'est la masse de propégole embarquée, près de 89 tonnes. En bas de l'écran, l'altitude, à gauche, 53 km de la Terre. La distance, c'est...
Séparation P80.
Si on traçait une droite, on ferait 94 km. On vient de séparer le premier étage et on vient d'allumer le deuxième étage.
The Z23
La propulsion est normale.
for about 1 minute and 40 seconds. Z for Zefiro, which is an Italian wind.
Ce qui est un terme italien, donc voilà, séparation du deuxième étage Z23, et donc Z pour Zefiro, un terme italien qui désigne un vent comme le Sirocco ou le Mistral, et 23 car il va consommer l'intégralité de ces 23 tonnes de propergol solide. Eh bien, Vega arrive à la ligne de Grumman. C'est la frontière avec l'espace. On est à 100 km au-dessus du niveau de la Terre. Cette ligne vient du nom d'un ingénieur aérospatial anglo-américain, Theodore von Grumman. Et en fait, effectivement, il s'agit bien de la frontière avec l'espace. Plus on prend de l'altitude, moins l'atmosphère est dense. Et pour conserver sa portance, un avion va devoir prendre plus de vitesse. À 100 km d'altitude, l'air est tellement peu dense qu'il ne peut porter des aéronefs ailés. Et en haut à droite, vous avez la trajectoire affichant la trajectoire du vol idéal et la trajectoire de vol réelle du lanceur. Séparation du Z23 maintenant. Et allumage de l'étage suivant, le Z9. Voilà. C'est chose faite. Et maintenant, la coiffe va se détacher. Elle va être larguée, voilà. Et donc, on n'a plus besoin de cette coiffe. Parce qu'en fait, on est...
20. Stage 1's pressing for flight. 15. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off the Falcon 9. Prop AVI, RC, and GMC proceed to speed 3.170 for post-launch flight operations. GC, move to post-launch pad operations to secure the pad on PadNet A.
Copy, Wilco.
F9 power and telemetry nominal.
T plus 53 seconds into flight. We've just heard the call-outs that engines are nominal. We've also got good status on the avionics system. We're coming up on maximum dynamic pressure. T plus 1 minute, 30 seconds into flight. Maryland engines continue to perform nominally. We've heard a call out of MVAC-D engine chill has begun. That indicates that propellants now are being fed to the front of the turbo pump on the upper stage engine to chill it as we get ready to light the upper stage engine in just about 45 seconds. We're coming up on several major activities all at once. At about T plus 2 minutes and 24 seconds, we should have cutoff of the 9 first stage engines, stage separation, ignition of the upper stage engine, and right afterwards, reignition of 3 first stage engines for boost back burn. Let's listen and watch together.
Stage separation confirmed.
Baja AOS.
Coming up on T plus 3 minutes, stage separation reignition successful. The first stage boost back burn is underway. We're coming up on fairing separation now around the 10 iridium satellites.
Fairing separation confirmed.
3 minutes and 23 seconds into flight. You can hear the applause at SpaceX. Smaller crowd, many of our folks drove up actually to watch the launch from Vandenberg, just about 180 miles up the road from us. First stage grid fins are deploying. You can see the new dark gray titanium grid fins. They deploy a little more slowly than the old lighter weight aluminum fins. Second stage engine burn continues to look nominal. Chamber pressure is good. Trajectory looks good for the second stage.
Stage 2 propulsion still nominal.
4 minutes into flight, you can see the grid fins are fully deployed. We're listening for when the drone ship has what they call AOS, acquisition of signal. That'll indicate the telemetry from the first stage is being received by the drone ship. The drone ship does not send commands to the first stage in flight. 4.5 minutes into flight, the upper stage engine continues to perform nominally.
Stage 1 and Stage 2 power and telemetry remain nominal.
T plus 5 minutes into flight. Second stage continues to perform well, carrying 10 iridium satellites to a parking orbit. The next major event is entry burn. We will light 3 Merlin 1D engines on the first stage. That'll slow us down for entry through the atmosphere. That's a fairly long burn, should be coming up in about 30 seconds. Six minutes into flight, you can see the entry burn is underway on the Falcon 9 first stage, bringing it back to the drone ship, titled Just Read the Instructions, awaiting it in the Pacific Ocean.
Stage 1 AMTSS.
Entry burn is complete. The next burn will be the landing burn. So right now we're coming up on 7 minutes. It's actually 6 minutes and 40 seconds into flight. Stage 1 is headed back to the drone ship in the Pacific Ocean. Second stage continues to head south towards Antarctica as we head for a parking orbit, which is expected shortly after T plus 9 minutes. AOS on the drone ship means acquisition of signal. The drone ship now receiving telemetry from the Falcon 9 first stage. As a reminder, weather conditions are borderline out at the drone ship. We'll hopefully see a landing coming up here shortly. Landing burn is underway. telemetry remain nominal. And you can tell by the cheering in the background. First stage,
Falcon has
Falcon 9
landed.
Flight 38 has landed on just read the instructions. Our drone ship in the Pacific Ocean landing at about T plus 7 minutes and 47 seconds, right on time. Meanwhile, the second stage engine at 8 minutes and 13 seconds into flight continues to perform well. We've got less than 1 minute before we go into our low Earth parking orbit.
Stage 2 AMTSS saved.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, Atlas ignition, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff, the United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket with the 5th space-based infrared system satellite for the United States Space Force.
Now 15 seconds into flight, PU's gone to closed loop control. Engine operating parameters continue to look good.
You are hearing the voice of Patrick Moore providing launch vehicle ascent data.
Vehicle's now completing the pitch over program, body rates look good. Seeing good chamber pressure on both SRBs. And RD-180 now beginning the throttle bucket, engine response looks good. And now passing through Mach 1, Atlas V is now supersonic, and Max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. Body rates continue to look good through the boost phase. Vehicle's now throttling back up slightly, engine response continues to look good. Chamber pressure on both SRBs continue to look good. Now passing 1 minute 10 seconds into flight. Atlas is now 10 miles in altitude, 4.5 miles downrange distance, traveling at 2,000 miles per hour. 1 minute 20 seconds into flight, standing by for SRB burnout shortly. Body rates continue to look good. Chamber pressure on the SRB is now tailing off. And we have burnout on both SRBs. Atlas will hold on to the SRBs for an additional 39 seconds before jettison. RD-180 is throttled back up to full thrust. Engine response looks good. Now passing 1 minute 50 seconds into flight. Body rates continue to look good throughout the boost phase. And the Atlas V now weighs 1/2 of its liftoff weight. And standing by for SRB jettison shortly. And we have good indication of separation of both SRBs. Now just under 2 minutes remaining in the booster phase of flight. Vehicle's gone to closed loop steering, seeing a slight correction in the body rates, now damping out nicely. RD-180 engine operating parameters continue to look good. RD-180 throttling down slightly now as expected. Two minutes 40 seconds into flight. Atlas is now 39 miles in altitude, 68 miles downrange distance, traveling at 5,400 miles per hour. And the Centaur reaction control system is now pressurizing to flight levels. System response looks good. Now coming up on 3 minutes into flight. RD-180 pump speeds and injector pressures continue to look good. Body rates continue to look good. Now about 1 minute remaining until booster engine cutoff. Pump speeds and injector pressures on the RD-180 continue to look good throughout the boost phase. Three minutes 30 seconds into flight. Atlas is now 56 miles in altitude, 160 miles downrange distance, traveling at 9,000 miles per hour. And RD-180 is now throttling to maintain a constant 5G acceleration limit. RD-180 responses look good. And Centaur's begun the boost phase chill down sequence. RD-180 now going to 4.6G throttle limiting, standing by for BECO. And we have BECO booster engine cutoff, standing by for stage sep. And we have good indication of stage separation. We have pre-start on the RL-10, standing by for ignition. We have ignition and full thrust on the RL-10. Chamber pressure looks good. Body rates look good. And we have good indication of payload fairing jettison.
T-minus 20. 15. 11. 10. 9. 8. 7. We have a go for main engine start. 4. 3. 2. 1. And liftoff. Liftoff of the Space Shuttle Columbia as NASA continues on the cutting edge of microgravity research.
Houston's now controlling.
Houston.
Roger, roll, Columbia. Mission Control sees a good roll maneuver, placing Columbia on the proper heading. 3 good engines at 104%. Three engines are throttling back now, easing the buildup of aerodynamic loads as Columbia continues to accelerate rapidly through the dense lower altitudes. 3 engines now at 67%. Columbia is traveling over 500 miles an hour at 52 seconds. All systems are performing well. Columbia, go at throttle up.
Roger, go at throttle up.
All 3 engines are now running at full throttle. All systems are performing well. Altitude is now 59,000 feet, downrange distance 7 nautical miles. Columbia is traveling over 1,000 miles per hour at 1 minute 29 seconds. Columbia continues to climb at a relatively steep angle at this point, relying heavily on the solid rocket boosters to triple its rate of speed over the next 60 seconds. Delivering a combined 6.5 million pounds of thrust, the boosters will burn out and separate at 2 minutes 6 seconds. Time now 1 minute 48 seconds. All systems are performing well. Altitude 116,000 feet, downrange distance 18 nautical miles. Mission Control sees a good booster separation. Columbia is now flying free, powered by its own main engines. Second stage guidance is now in control. Altitude 184,000 feet. Columbia, performance nominal.
Performance nominal.
That's an indication that the boosters have done their job as designed, and the main engines as well. Altitude is now 198,000 feet, downrange distance 44 nautical miles.
Tous de DDO, attention pour le décompte final. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, top, décollage.
Eh bien, nos caméras arrivent encore à suivre Soyuz au-delà de la barrière nuageuse. On le voit en filigrane pratiquement. Il a décollé avec ses 20 moteurs qui poussent en ce moment. Est-ce qu'on peut évoquer donc en détail cette première partie de vol, ce vol atmosphérique?
Oui, alors la partie du vol atmosphérique, cette phase de vol, souvent on dit qu'elle est un peu figée, elle est quasiment invariante un petit peu d'un vol à un autre. Parce que l'objectif là, c'est vraiment de garantir la tenue structurelle du lanceur. Donc on essaye de voler avec un angle d'attaque nul, effectivement. Et le suivi de tout ce vol est autorisé et permis grâce à une opération qui est très importante, qui est le CVI, qui est le contrôle visuel instantané. C'est clé durant le lancement parce que d'abord, ça permet de vérifier que le vol, lui, est nominal. Et du côté de nos clients, ça permet de lui confirmer que la séparation s'est passée nominalement et dans les conditions optimum. Alors, grosso modo, l'ensemble des données du lanceur arrive via les stations au sol qui sont réparties tout autour du globe et sont transmises directement vers le CVI.
Le CVI qui va bientôt nous annoncer, je l'espère, la séparation des boosters. C'est imminent. On l'a encore à l'image, notre Soyuz, et on le voit en temps réel, à l'œil nu ou à l'œil des caméras. Eh bien, nous venons d'apercevoir cette séparation. Alors, Soyuz pesait 300 tonnes et en 2 minutes, eh bien, Soyuz a perdu plus de la moitié de son poids. C'est tout à fait nominal, c'est prévu.
Confirmation de la séparation des blocs latéraux.
Donc, on va préciser, Rémi, que vous avez l'oreille du CVI. Donc, tout au long de cette vidéo transmission en direct, vous nous transmettrez les confirmations justement des différents événements. Raphaël, tout de suite, un mot sur ce qui est à la proue du lanceur, à savoir la coiffe de Soyuz.
Alors, je précise qu'on ne voit quand même pas toujours aussi bien cette séquence. C'est quand même assez bluffant.
C'est formidable. On l'a encore en visibilité à 2 minutes 45 après le H0. Oui, c'est vrai.
Effectivement, sur la coiffe, elle est là pour protéger le satellite lors de sa traversée dans l'atmosphère, pour le protéger des frottements de l'air. Et dès que le lanceur va avoir dépassé cette limite de l'atmosphère, se retrouver dans le vide spatial, on n'aura plus besoin de cette structure pour protéger les satellites. Donc on va tout simplement les larguer la coiffe. C'est 2 demi-coiffes. En faisant ça, on se débarrasse aussi d'un poids mort qui ne sert pas à la suite de la mission. Voilà, et donc,
on s'allège de toute façon au fur et à mesure. On a séparé les boosters, on sépare la coiffe. Voilà.
C'est le principe de base d'une séquence de lancement. Et puis, bon, on ne le dit pas souvent, mais c'est vrai que c'est une séquence assez majeure, puisque je vous laisse imaginer si jamais cette séquence-là, cette manœuvre-là ne se passait pas bien, au moment où on voudra séparer le satellite dans l'espace, je pense qu'on aurait quelques surprises.
Oui, c'est un moment important, la séparation de la coiffe, qui se fera par séparation en 2 demi-coiffes. Alors, on peut peut-être tout de suite parler de la spécificité. C'est une coiffe ST, donc c'est l'acronyme de spécial tropique, Rémi.
Oui, tout à fait. Cette coiffe a été développée en collaboration avec la Russie dans le cadre effectivement du Soyuz en Guyane. Donc l'objectif, c'était d'avoir un volume utile équivalent à celui de la coiffe Ariane 4. Et donc elle fait à peu près 11 mètres de haut, 4 mètres de diamètre. Elle est fabriquée par R4C.
Et elle vient de s'ouvrir en 2 demi-coiffes sous nos yeux.
Alors ici, il s'agit d'une simulation, il faut bien le rappeler. Donc voilà, il faut attendre la confirmation.
Alors je le précise puisque vous le dites, Rémi, c'est important. Vous avez la confirmation.
Du séparation de la coiffe, et c'est, comme l'a souligné Raphaël, une étape quand même très importante pour nous, oui, tout à fait.
Oui, alors on va le dire tout de suite d'ailleurs, vous avez eu raison de le préciser, nos images 3D, celles que vous avez, ces images de synthèse sur votre écran, eh bien elles sont conformes au programme de vol et justement, eh bien on vient d'avoir l'extinction de l'étage inférieur, la séparation chaude, c'est-à-dire que l'étage supérieur a allumé son moteur juste avant la séparation.
After ignition, at 4 seconds after ignition, the hook that maintained the launch vehicle
burn and the actual liftoff
of the boosters.
À tous de DDO. Attention pour le décompte final.
So let's sit back now and
10,
watch the
9,
final countdown.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, unité, feu. Allumage. sont normaux. Extinction des propulseurs d'appoint à poudre.
And there we have it, a very clear night so that we can see the launch vehicle climbing into the sky. We've just heard that the boosters have been extinguished.
Stage 1's startup pressures.
T-minus 15 seconds.
Falcon 9 is configured for flight.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition and liftoff.
Falcon is pitching downrange. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, carrying our stack of Starlink satellites to orbit.
Nominal power and telemetry.
Max Q is the next major event coming up here shortly, which will now be throttling down the engines, the M1D engines on that first stage for. Max Q is the maximum aerodynamic pressure that the vehicle sees on ascent.
Vehicle is supersonic.
And the weather, again, is looking beautiful, clear skies with an amazing view of Falcon on ascent there.
Max Q.
There's that call out that we have passed through Max Q. So in about a minute, we'll have 3 events happening back to back. That'll be main engine cutoff, or MECO, followed by stage separation and SES1, or second engine start 1. Now, MECO is where we shut down all 9 of those M1D engines on the first stage that you see burning there on your screen. That's in preparation for the second event, which is stage separation.
MVAC is chilling in.
Just heard that call out that MVAC chillin' has begun. Now, stage separation is where the first stage separates from the second stage, and first stage will make its way back to Earth and attempt to land on our drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You, while stage 2 continues on its journey with the third event, second engine start 1. That's where we light up that MVAC engine, and it will propel the second stage along with the Starlink satellites to their targeted drop-off orbit. Just under 20 seconds or so away from those 3 events, that's MECO, stage separation, and SES1. You should be able to see MECO here in a few seconds with those 9 M1D engines shutting down here shortly.
And MECO. Stage separation confirmed. MVAC ignition and throttle up.
And there we've had main engine cutoff and stage separation. You can see that from the ground tracking view there. We did have a good call out of second engine start 1 on the second stage.
Fairing jettison confirmed.
And we heard the call out for fairing deploy. And it looks like we don't have those onboard camera views, but we can still see the first and second stage on your screen there. Now, as a reminder, we will be attempting to recover the fairing halves today with our contracted recovery vessel named Sheila Bordelon.
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
And it does look like fairing separation was good. Now, as Stage 2 takes our Starlink satellites to their targeted drop-off orbit, Stage 1 will make its way back to Earth by executing 2 burns. The first is the entry burn. That's where 3 of the M1D engines will reignite. This helps to slow the stage down as it re-enters the upper part of the Earth's atmosphere. Now, the second burn is the landing burn, and this is the single engine burn that brings the vehicle speed down rapidly in order to land on the drone ship, and that is that center E9 engine, which is just powerful enough to slow the vehicle down to touch down on that drone ship.
Second stage is following the nominal trajectory.
And we do hear that call out that second stage is looking nominal. Unfortunately, we do not currently have any onboard views of that second stage at the moment, but everything is still looking nominal so far.
If you're just joining us here, we did have a successful liftoff of our Stage 1 from Falcon 9 from Cape Canaveral SLS-40, and we're currently Stage 2. We do not have the camera views right now, but we do have confirmation that it is still looking good. Again, our Stage 2 is delivering our Starlink satellites to low Earth orbit. And that's our stack of 60 Starlink satellites.
Entry burn shut down.
Second stage continues to follow the nominal trajectory.
We just heard that call out that Stage 1 entry burn was successful, and there you can see we do have our Stage 2 camera view finally back, and it is looking good there with that MVAC nozzle glowing. And there's our Stage 1 view back on our left, as it continues to cruise down, getting ready for the start of its landing burn in about 30 seconds here. You can see those hypersonic grid fins of the first stage there on your left, and they control and help orient that first stage as it comes back down to Earth.
Stage 1 transonic.
Again, Stage 1 will be targeting landing on our drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You. And right before landing, it will deploy 4 carbon fiber landing legs.
Start of terminal guidance.
Stage 1 landing burn.
Have the start of Stage 1 landing burn. This burn will last about 30 seconds. You can see it coming down towards the Atlantic Ocean there. What a beautiful view from that Stage 1 camera.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
What an amazing view.
Stage 1 landing confirmed.
What an amazing view of that Stage 1 landing burn. We got our cameras back just in time for that. And this marks our 79th successful recovery of an orbital class rocket. And the 7th recovery of this particular booster.
Expected loss of signal, Kate.
We had an expected loss of signal there, but
Nominal orbital insertion.
We did have confirmation of second engine cutoff.
20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11. Tower cleared.
Here we got a roll program.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on proper heading. Plus 30 seconds.
Roll's complete and the pitch is programming. One Bravo.
One Bravo is a abort control mode. Altitude's 2 miles.
Apollo 11 Houston, you're good at 1 minute.
Downrange 1 mile, altitude 4 miles now. Velocity 2,195 feet per second.
Start model pressure red line is lit. I don't... Where? Yeah, it don't make a difference. No difference. Okay, let's punch them out. Everything is go, Ralph.
We're through the region of maximum dynamic pressure now.
Yeah, everything looks good here. We're at 1350 on the start bar.
Set 8 miles downrange, 12 miles high. Velocity 4,000 feet per second.
Stand by for mode 1 Charlie. Mark, mode 1 Charlie. 1 Charlie.
Cliff Charlesworth taking a staging status.
This is Houston, you are go for staging. Inboard cutoff.
Inboard engines out.
I'm inboard cutoff.
Downrange 35 miles, 30 miles high. Standing by for the outboard engine cut down now.